Kikanaka, mapita sarta sinyani.
Katakan, markasakan kasi unat ilatanag.
Masu, hachawutados.
Awat kipasit-pas niya nagasata kikipunila kiiskarak panayan. Halaya tawan si Suyu!
Halaya!
nakasanhal, ugata nanakata, hampen kasisa, aruna kapa, haya markana kana, chuyma piarupipwa. Samha, Platanakaha, Wakisipara Kiwa, Pachamamaru, Sutas Nyataru, Itamara, Pachachilanakan Narunakapa, Arusil, Masa Pahakakiu Sarnakasnyani, Ichasti, Enapa Kitayat Asir Hilatanaka, Achachilanaka Light, Skanak Light. Alal ko na soy marka!
International Quinoa Research Symposium at Washington State University. Thank you all so much for registering, for attending, and for just expressing your interest and enthusiasm about quinoa. I'm really looking forward to this symposium. It's been in the planning stages for about 14 months, and I think we have a really nice product, a really fantastic group of speakers that I'll be sharing with you soon. So my name is Kevin Murphy. I'm an associate professor. I'm a quinoa researcher, quinoa breeder at the Department of Crop and Soil Sciences at Washington State University, based in Pullman, but we work throughout the state, and we have collaborators around the country and in several countries around the world as well. But let's start with Washington. So these are a few pictures of our research trials. We've been working on quinoa for about 10 years now, since 2010. And we've had a lot of trials, a lot of tribulations, many successes, and probably even more failures as we get to know this beautiful, nutritious, flavorful crop even better. And each year we grow hundreds to even thousands of different genotypes of quinoa. You can see some of the diversity here. And Washington State is a very diverse state, geographically, logically, agronomically, just a beautiful state. And we're testing these different lines and varieties in different locations, and we were really excited to have our Quinoa Research Symposium to be hosted in Western Washington, north of Seattle and on the Olympic Peninsula this year. But due to COVID, we will be doing this all virtually. But we have integrated Q&A time, question and answers, into the many of the talks today. So and throughout the week. So hopefully you will take advantage of that. And if you have questions, let the speakers know. Most of our talks are pre-recorded, but the speakers will be there for you. So please do take advantage of that. Yes, so symposium attendees, we have 982. That's up from 160 in 2013. So that's just fantastic. Countries represented, but we have about 58. So again, up from 24 in 2013 when we held the first International Quinoa Research Symposium. And we have about 87 speakers and poster presenters for you over the next 3 days. So really looking forward to this. And what I'll do now is introduce our planning team. So this is a Zoom photo of one of our weekly meetings that we've held every week for the past 8 months or so, at least. And you can see everybody's smiling because it's a really great group, a really fun time. And also this was our second to last meeting, so we're getting very excited to finally get started here. So I'd like to start with the WSU Food Systems Program, and in particular, Abba Kaiser, for her tremendous amount of work and effort and planning and logistical acumen in making this Quinoa Symposium happen and run smoothly, and pivot from a face-to-face symposium to a virtual one, which was not easy to do. And without Abba's expertise and her dedication to getting this Quinoa Symposium up and running, we would not have anywhere near the high quality product that we have now. I'd also like to extend a special shout out to Laura Lewis, who runs the WSU Food Systems Program, for all her efforts as well in helping us get this going. So thank you, Abba, and thank you, Laura. I'd also like to thank Francisco Fuentes of the Quinoa Lab. I think many of you in the audience may know Francisco, have worked with him or heard about him or know of the Quinoa Lab in Santiago, Chile. And once Francisco joined the planning team, it just got better and better. He's been really helpful with the translations, with working with indigenous communities in South America to get them more involved in this symposium. So many thanks to you, Francisco, for all your efforts here. It's been fantastic. And also, for those of you who don't know, Francisco organized the Global Quinoa Congress in Iquique, Chile in 2019. So he's got a lot of great experience working with Quinoa Symposium and conferences. And so his expertise was invaluable. And then the rest of the planning team were members of my lab, which is the Sustainable Sea Systems Lab at Washington State University. You'll be hearing from some of them throughout the symposium, but I'll introduce them here. So Rachel Breslauer, Evan Crane, and Julianne Kellogg, they are PhD students in my lab, current students, and they have devoted a tremendous amount of time of their precious time to this symposium. And Cristina Ocana Gallegos, she is an incoming master's student from Ecuador, and she's been incredibly helpful as well. And Cedric Javier and Dan Packer are research associates in our lab. And again, just phenomenal amount of dedication shown by everybody, and a lot of really cool, innovative ideas that I think you'll see throughout the symposium of how we're still getting some interaction from people and a lot of the types of symposia that we're offering. So thank you all very much for all of this. Again, you did all the grunt work, the groundwork, and it's been incredible. Okay, so yeah, I'd just like to share some of the highlights. And this is I think the feeling all of us in the planning team are feeling right now. It's like, great, we are ready to go, ready to get this presentation. This is Chrissy Malira, who's the daughter of Moses Maliro in Lilongwe, Malawi, and in one of their quinoa plots. And you'll hear from Moses during this conference as well. So I'd like to start with an acknowledgement of all the generations of work that the indigenous groups and peoples of South America and their ancestors have done over centuries, really, for cultivating quinoa, getting it as big and beautiful and nutritious and flavorful as we have today, and all the work in diversifying it for different locations, which really help it grow in different parts of the world. And yeah, without all of this many centuries of work, we would not have quinoa like we do now. And so from the bottom of our hearts, we're forever grateful for all the work you've done. And so it's with great pleasure that I can introduce here, but just share some of the speakers here. We have Dora Tambo and Wilbur Machaca and Gabriel Kurlev Punalev as well, who I all heard speak in Iquique in Chile. And it was absolutely phenomenal. So I think you'll enjoy and learn and really appreciate their talks. So be sure to catch them, please, everyone. This is really fantastic. We also have a lot of interesting social perspectives to share. So Fabiana, Claudia, Pablo, they'll be talking about their work in anthropology, and how that has influenced a lot of how we think about quinoa today, on a global scale. And I'd also like to acknowledge Beatrice, who wrote this beautiful photo essay on family-based agriculture in times of COVID. And please look for this in the program and read it. It's really worth the time it'll take, and it's just a very, very nicely written and translated by Fabiana piece. So from there, we can start talking about the domestication, genetic diversity, and genomics of quinoa as well. So Mark Tester, he's going to give the future directions keynote. That's sure to be interesting. And then we've got Maria and Rick and Jeff and David Brenner and David Jarvis also talking about many of these topics throughout the conference. And so look for them in the program and be sure to catch them and ask them good, hard questions. Yeah. And then what's a quinoa conference without talking about stress, abiotic stresses, biotic stresses? And so we really could have a whole symposium, 5 days just on these stresses, but instead we've got 4 phenomenal speakers here. We're going to speak to heat and drought, nitrogen, and then different pathogens as well. So Malia and Danielle and Anna and my former PhD student Leo are gonna give talks on these topics as well. Very important topics to quinoa production. And we can't forget soils and cropping systems. Rachel here was a PhD student at Washington State University, and now she's a postdoc, and she did phenomenal research on cropping systems in dryland region of Washington State. And Jude Mall is a USDA researcher who's a collaborator on one of our organic USDA grants, who does brilliant soil science work. And then I'd like to share as well 2 of my students who came up with great ideas for different symposia as well, or different sessions. And so Julianne Kellogg here did her master's work on participatory quinoa breeding. So she'll be talking about that, but she also invited these other speakers to join her. And so we have Blake Richards and Jared Gistro and JJ from Lundberg Family Farms, all sharing their history and thoughts about participatory quinoa breeding. And again, this is something we'd love to get some discussion on, and how we can work together as a global community on this in the future. So Crane is another current PhD student of mine, and he's been doing a lot of nutritional phenotyping and post-harvest phenotyping for his dissertation work. And so along with Klara Stanchevsky, they put together this field and end-use phenotyping workshop, and that's absolutely fantastic. I've already seen those talks, and definitely worth talking about. And this will be a huge topic for future research as well. So please do join both of them and share your thoughts and ideas and challenges with both of these new and young quinoa researchers that we have. So yeah, reports from the field, we've done our best to really span the globe, but as I mentioned, I think there's 58 countries involved, and we couldn't have speakers from each of those countries, but we've done our best to get representatives from many different areas of the world. And so here we have Ingrid and Francisco from Chile, and Roberto from Bolivia, and Nicolas Pichazaka, who I've had the pleasure of working with for the past 5 or 6 years in Cañar, Ecuador. talking about breeding, agronomy, production, community, seed systems, all these really important topics. And then so from South America too, we go beyond in these same topics to different areas. So we have Sven Erik giving his second Quinoa presentation at the Quinoa Symposium. The first one was 7 years ago. And so really look forward to the second one. It looks very cold there in his picture from Denmark. We also have Susanna from Spain and Moses from Malawi and Andres, who's Ecuadorian, but we'll be talking about his work in the Netherlands. And Didier from France, who's will speak on a global scale, as he usually does, and David Wu from China and Mark from Australia. So lots of great speakers, and my former PhD student who now is a research associate in my lab, Cedric Habiyaremye, who will talk about his quinoa research in Rwanda and the remarkable work he's been doing with quinoa model farmers. And then from there we can talk about processing and end use quality and all these great topics here which are critically important. So Kim Schultz and Bryce Lundberg from Lundberg Family Farms will be giving us an overview of what they've been doing with quinoa, organic quinoa, for the last several years. Pretty impressive work. As well from Arden Mills, and Sergio Nunez de Arco will be giving 2 talks with Andean Naturals and Arden Mills, or the annex at Arden Mills. So we're really looking forward to all of these talks. And then finally, Girish Ganjal, who's at Washington State University, and one of my favorite collaborators in the world. We've been working very closely together on quinoa research the last 6, 7, 8 years, and he's done phenomenal work in extrusion and end uses and developing market classes for different varieties. So all of these talks will weave together very nicely, I think you'll find, and we have so much to learn from them. And then cooking and culinary uses of quinoa. This could just be the best part of the conference, I think. We have Sebastian from Chile and Aaron from Washington State, who are going to share their quinoa recipes through some videos. So this will be a great opportunity for us to learn and try and come up with new ways to eat quinoa at home. And then I'd also like to introduce Lane Summon. Lane started the Culinary Breeding Network years ago, and it's really revolutionized how plant breeders select for flavor in many different crops. And Lane and Katie and her group collaborated with our group and put together this really beautiful quinoa zine for the conference, which also has quite a few recipes. So please check the quinoa zine out. It's really nice, really nice. And Julianne Kellogg developed, she really took the bull by the horns for the poster session. She organized the whole poster session, and you can see this picture of all these different posters here. It's going to be a phenomenal poster session, and many of the people presenting their posters will also have a few minutes for lightning talks. So look Tuesday morning for the poster session lightning talks, and those will be really phenomenal as well. So please don't miss the posters. I've checked them out, and they really are fantastic. And I wish we could have every one of these people presenting these posters speaking for 20 minutes or longer during the symposium. And finally, I just can't express enough gratitude to our sponsors and to our funders. Without them, we would not have been able to put this conference on, nor would we have been able to make it a free symposium. So because it's free, we've got close to 1,000 registrants, and that was really our goal, was to make it accessible and available to everyone who's interested in quinoa. And all these talks will be recorded, and you know, you and your friends and colleagues and collaborators can watch them again through our YouTube channel. which we will share with everyone as well. But so if you see any of these people or know them, from Lundberg's, from the Quinoa Lab, from Ardent Mills, from Algosur in Spain, from Andean Naturals, from Jikai Quinoa breeding in China, thank them, please thank them. This has been really phenomenal. And the USDA and WSU Center for Sustaining Agriculture as well have contributed a lot of money and have gone a long way in making this happen. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for attending, for your energy, for your questions. And again, welcome to this Quinoa Symposium. I hope it's everything you expect and hope for. And I look forward to meeting you all over the next few days, virtually, and then hopefully we can meet in the future face-to-face someday soon. I look forward to that. And so with that, we'll go ahead and move on through to our next welcome address. Thank you all very much.
Greetings. My name is Andre Denis Wright, and I am Dean of the College of Agricultural, Human, and Natural Resource Sciences, also called Connors, here at Washington State University. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the second annual International Quinoa Research Symposium. This virtual gathering connects you with dozens of experts from more than 15 countries to learn about the latest discoveries surrounding quinoa. Our college is proud to be part of this exchange of ideas. Your presence helps move forward one of the most nutritious and protein-rich foods we grow, ultimately benefiting food security, health and nutrition, and sustainable production worldwide. We at Connors trace our roots to the founding of Washington State University in the 1890s. And tastier varieties. In partnership with the United States Department of Agriculture, we have helped to identify the best varieties of organic quinoa for Pacific Northwest farmers to grow, and supported research nationally to help varieties with improved traits. Central to that process is WSU Sustainable Seed Systems Lab, which works on breeding and agronomy of quinoa and many other crops to diversify our agricultural environment. The lab emphasizes crops that optimize nutrition, yield, and quality, while standing up to heat, drought, and disease. With a focus on wide range environments, as well as the Pacific Northwest, our scientists continue to research best farming practices while developing resilient varieties of underutilized, flavorful, and nutritious crops. We now look forward to the release of our first WSU quinoa varieties next year in 2021. In closing, I want to express my thanks to all of you for the important and exciting work you are doing. I am also grateful to our corporate and institutional sponsors and industry leaders for supporting this valuable virtual conversation. Quinoa reminds us that even the smallest things can inspire and mobilize our greatest potential, bringing us together to help nurture the world. Thank you, and I hope you have a successful symposium.
I'm Derek Sanderson. I'm the director of the Washington State Department of Agriculture. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the International Quinoa Research Symposium. I would have preferred to have been welcoming you in person. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has altered, at least for the time being, the way in which we conduct business. As a lifelong resident of Washington State, I greatly appreciate the natural beauty of our state. If you haven't visited Washington State, I would urge you to do so in the future. One other interesting feature of Washington State is our large and very diverse agricultural industry. Our roughly 35,000 farms produce over 300 crops and commodities. I'm very proud of our agricultural industry and the people that make it possible. The Quinoa Research Symposium this year is virtual. However, we are confident that this format will allow for broader stakeholder participation worldwide, and we're very pleased to be able to offer the program in both Spanish and English. Quinoa, once considered a specialty crop, is now a worldwide staple food. We're grateful to the cultural stewards in Bolivia, Peru, Chile, Argentina for their work in bringing traditional varieties and knowledge about quinoa to a worldwide stage. We're anxious to see the additional vital research regarding quinoa conducted in Washington State and elsewhere in the world. With representation at this symposium of over 40 countries with over 50 expert speakers, I think this will be successful in advancing that research. Quinoa was already growing in popularity in the United States, but temporary food shortages associated with the COVID-19 virus seem to have contributed even more to the popularity of quinoa. After all the beans and rice were gone off the shelves due to COVID-19, people started buying quinoa. Some producers on the West Coast are now seeing repeat customers who were exposed to the pseudo grain through the pandemic. So there may be a silver lining to the COVID storm cloud after all. Before I close, I want to recognize the organizations that made this symposium possible. I will start with the sponsors of the symposium: Lundberg Family Farms, Andean Naturals, Ardent Mills, AlgoServe, and Shangji Jiaqi Agritech Company. I also want to give a big thanks to all the organizers and technical support people who have made this event possible, especially the WSU Sustainable Seed Systems Lab and my friends with the WSU Food Systems Program. I hope you enjoyed the symposium. Thank you all for taking part.
Thank you, Derek Sanderson and Dean Wright and Dr. Kevin Murphy for your amazing words of support.
Gracias por estas palabras de apoyo.
And now we'd like to have a quick word from our sponsors.
Ahora vamos a tener una palabra breve de los sponsors.
At Ardent Mills, we're obsessed with the goodness of grains and plant foods. We want people everywhere to have access to them and to enjoy them in the foods they love. That's why we've created a division dedicated entirely to exploring what's next in this space. We call it The Annex by Ardent Mills. We grow and source the grain you need, grains like quinoa, sorghum, rye, barley, wheat varietals, and pulses. And we want to officially welcome Andean Naturals Quinoa to the Ardent Mills family, cultivating the future of specialty grains and plant-based ingredients together.
Quinoa, a super grain for thousands of years. It features high tolerance to stressed environments. It is of rich diversity and promises high yields even amid the harshest conditions. How to reach highest possible yield is a key point by our professional and scientific ways of breeding. the breeding system, the sterile materials, and the hybrid platform. Feed more people with better food.
At Lundberg Family Farms, we lead with a longer view of family, food, and organic farming. Since 1937, we've been growing healthy, great-tasting rice while tending for soil, air, water, and wildlife as carefully as our crops. Around 2012, some 75 years after we started farming rice, consumers began to show interest in quinoa. Retailers looked to us to connect them with domestically grown quinoa. We saw the effort as consistent with our desire to reduce food miles. And crop diversity has always been key to cultivating a resilient food system. So we began reaching out to farmers who had been experimenting with quinoa, like Blake Richards in Humboldt County, and Washington State University, whose scientific, technical, and moral support was indispensable as we studied this ancient grain, how to process and pack it, where, how, and under what conditions it grows best. Research trials taught us that the North Coast is the perfect place. With help from the temperate climate, nutrient-rich soil, and local organic farmers, we're proud to grow quinoa in Humboldt County and pleased with the reception it is receiving from retailers across America, as it is now found on store shelves from California to New York, from Washington State to Florida.
Hello and welcome, everyone.
Hola y bienvenidos.
My name is Abba Kaiser, and I'm the project manager with the WSU Food Systems program.
Mi nombre es Abba Kaiser y trabajo en el sistema de alimentario de la Universidad Estatal de Washington.
And we are so excited to welcome you today to the International Quinoa Research Symposium.
Estamos muy emocionados a darles la bienvenido al Simposio Internacional de Investigación de Quinoa.
I've been working in collaboration with Dr. Kevin Murphy's lab.
Estuve trabajando en colaboración con el laboratorio de Dr. Kevin Murphy.
And I just want to extend my gratitude to all of you for joining today. We have almost 200 people on Zoom.
Y quiero extender mi gratitud a todos hoy, que tenemos casi 200 personas en Zoom.
And we have over nearly 1,000 people registered for the event as a whole.
Y tenemos más de 1,000 personas registrados para el evento en total.
Thank you for joining all around the world and making this event a part of your lives.
Gracias por asistir por todo el mundo y por hacer este evento una parte de tu vida.
We have nearly 1,000 attendees from over 58 countries with 87 speakers and poster presenters.
Tenemos casi 1,000 asistentes de 58 países y 87 oradores y presentadores de carteles. Y nos da mucho orgullo ofrecer este programa tanto en inglés como en español.
Thanks to the team at WSU School of Languages, Culture, and Race.
Gracias al equipo de lenguaje, cultura y raíz.
Along with Megan Lewis and Cristina Ocana Gallegos and Francisco Fuentes.
Y también Megan Lewis, Cristina Ocana Gallegos y Francisco Fuentes.
We are grateful to be offering this program in both English and Spanish.
Nos da estamos agradecidos de dar este programa en inglés y español.
Here's just a little bit about who signed up for the symposium.
Acá se puede ver un poco de quién se está asistiendo al simposio del mundo.
We have over 58 countries represented today, with the majority coming from the United States, Peru, Bolivia, Chile, Ecuador, and Argentina.
Tenemos gente de más de 58 países, con la mayoría de los Estados Unidos, Bolivia, Chile, Argentina, Ecuador y Perú.
Here's a graph about the profession of the participants.
Y esto nos muestra la profesión de los participantes.
Not surprising for our research symposium, we have majority researchers and academics joining us today.
Y no sorprendente que para un simposio de investigación la mayoría son académicos y investigadores.
It is very exciting to see that the third largest group are producers and farmers. So thank you.
Pero también es muy emocionante ver que el grupo tercero son productores y granjeros, así que gracias.
Now we're going to do a quick look at the program.
Ahora vamos a ver el programa, un momento.
If you get lost throughout the day, you can always go to the website at the top of the screen that you see here.
Si te pierdes, siempre puedes volver a la parte superior de la página.
And this is what you will see.
Y esto es lo que vas a ver.
So if we scroll down here and click the English program.
Por ejemplo, yendo para abajo, si hacemos clic en el programa en inglés,
you can see that there are different join links for the particular sessions that you're interested in.
pueden ver que cada sesión tiene su propio link para acceder a la sesión.
And this will take you directly to the Zoom room for that session.
Y te llevaría directamente a la sala de Zoom para aquella sesión.
You can also see more information about the session by clicking below.
También se puede ver más información sobre cada sesión con hacer clic donde dice more info o más info.
There was a question in the Q&A from Rick Jellin.
Ya hay una pregunta de Rick Jellin.
And the question is, will a participation list be available?
La pregunta es si va a haber disponible una lista de participantes.
And yes, we will have a list available at the end of the symposium for those who signed up to be a part of the directory.
Y la respuesta es que sí. Al final del simposio van a poner una lista de todos los registrados.
And this is an example of the program page in Spanish.
Aquí un ejemplo de la página de programa en español.
With the join links at the end of each session.
Con los links para unir ahí en verde en cada sesión.
Also in association with this program,
también también con este programa tenemos.
This is a poster session that was organized by Julianne Kellogg. And Julianne, I'm wondering if you want to unmute and say a few words about the poster session.
Tenemos una sesión de carteles o de póster y que fue hecho o organizado por Julianne Kellogg, que tal vez va a decir un poco sobre esto.
Hi, everyone. I'm Julianne, and I will describe the poster session.
Hola, soy Julianne y voy a describir la sesión de carteles.
The posters are live on this page that's in front of you, and it will be available during the whole symposium.
Esta página, o sea, los carteles están en vivo en esta página que va a ser disponible por todo el simposio.
We recommend that you search the posters using presenter names.
Les recomendamos que busquen los pósters, los carteles por el nombre del presentador.
You can also search the posters using the following tagged topics, so those hash marks.
También hemos puesto etiquetas y pueden buscar por estas palabras ahí abajo.
And there will be an actual poster session Tuesday at 9 a.m. US Pacific time for some pre-recorded lightning talks and some live question and answer.
También el martes a las 9 a.m. Tiempo Pacífico va a haber una sesión de charlas en breve acerca de estos carteles.
And finally, there is a Slack channel dedicated to the poster session. So I highly recommend that you ask questions there outside of the poster session on Zoom. And that's it.
Y también hay un canal en Slack donde se puede hacer preguntas y ya está.
Thanks, Julianne.
Gracias, Julianne.
You can also see here on the program page that there are other resources.
También se puede ver en la página que hay otros recursos,
including the photo essay by Hilda Beatriz Manzano Chura,
incluyendo el ensayo fotográfico de Hilda Beatriz Manzano Chura,
and the Quinoa zine, which was produced in collaboration with the Culinary Breeding Network and the Quinoa Lab.
Y este boletín de quinoa producido en colaboración con, no me acuerdo qué dijiste, con
Quinoa Lab and Culinary Breeding Network.
Quinoa Lab y la red de mejoramiento culinario de la quinoa.
And a directory, as I mentioned, will be coming soon after the symposium.
Y como dije, el directorio viene próximamente.
And that is the program. You can always reference this website if you get lost throughout the day.
Y eso es el programa. Siempre pueden volver a este link durante el día para ubicarte.
Also, from 3 to 4 p.m. Pacific every day, we will take part in a networking session with the whole group.
También cada día de 3 a 4 vamos a tener una discusión con todo el grupo.
You can see the different topics for the different days listed here.
Y los temas de cada día están alistados aquí.
During the networking session, if you can keep your mics muted, that would be wonderful.
Durante esta sesión de networking, si pueden apagar los micrófonos, estaría muy bueno.
I just wanted to go over a few technical details before we get started.
Un par de detalles técnicos antes de empezar.
Zoom bombing is a potential for those of you who are new to this platform.
Y hay potencial para Zoom bombing que se explota el Zoom.
And this can happen when someone hijacks the Zoom room or shows inappropriate or irrelevant content.
Esto pasa si alguien postea content, algo que no es apropiado.
And if this happens, we will swiftly deal with it and move on. But we just want to let you know that we're aware of that potential as a public event.
Si es que pasa, lo vamos a arreglar y seguir.
As participants, you are muted and you have your video turned off.
Como participantes, no tienen posibilidad de compartir video o audio.
All presentations are pre-recorded.
Todas las presentaciones están pregrabados.
And they have subtitles depending on which language they were recorded in.
Y tienen subtítulos, depende en qué idioma fueron grabados, tienen subtitulado en otro lenguaje.
So for example, if the video is recorded in Spanish, it will have English subtitles.
Por ejemplo, si fuera en español, va a tener subtítulos en inglés.
For this reason, there will be no live language interpretation during the videos.
Y por eso no va a haber interpretación en vivo durante los videos.
Throughout the session, feel free to use the Q&A box to ask questions in either English or Spanish.
Y durante la sesión pueden sentirse libres de escribir preguntas en la caja de preguntas y respuestas.
We have facilitators and translators in each room to help get the questions answered.
Tenemos facilitadores en cada sala para contestarles.
You can also put additional questions in the Slack channels, and we'll go over how to do that in a moment.
Y también se puede agregar preguntas en el canal de Slack.
Throughout the symposium, you can upvote or comment on questions that are asked using the Q&A box below.
Y aquí abajo en la caja de preguntas y respuestas se puede votar o como hacer un like en las preguntas para que estén arriba o que tengan más importancia.
And now we're going to watch a brief video about how to work with the Q&A.
Y ahora vamos a ver una presentación corta de cómo usar la pregunta y respuesta.
So in your Zoom window, this is what you will see. The presentations here.
Entonces en la ventana de Zoom van a ver este logo o la presentación aquí.
And the Q&A box is down at the bottom.
Y la caja de preguntas y respuestas está ahí abajo.
You can type your question using your name, or you can also ask the question anonymously.
Se puede incluir tu nombre o no.
You can also like a question.
Se puede poner me gusta a una pregunta.
Questions that get the most likes will float to the top.
Y las preguntas con más me gusta van a flotar hasta arriba.
You can also comment on a question if you have something to add.
Y si tenés algo para agregar, también puedes comentar en las preguntas.
You can look at all questions or just the questions that you asked.
¿Se puede ver todas las preguntas o solo las tuyas?
And this is just an example of how it will look on a phone.
Aquí un ejemplo de cómo se ve en un celular.
And you can see the like buttons.
Y se puede ver el botón de me gusta.
And the comment function.
Y la función de comentario.
And that's the basic function of the Zoom Q&A.
Así que básicamente es así la pregunta y respuesta.
We will also be using Slack for networking and speaker questions.
También vamos a usar Slack para networking y preguntas.
And at this point, I'd like to hand over the screen to Julianne Kellogg to share her screen and talk a little more about the Slack platform.
Ahora volvemos a hablar un poco con Julianne Kellogg para hablar del plataforma de Slack.
So
All right,
Julianne,
I am opening up Slack.
are you able to share? Great.
All right, so here is Slack. What we have are several channels in this left sidebar.
Bueno, aquí les muestro Slack. Lo que tenemos son varios canales aquí en este lado.
What I recommend is signing on with the invite that you would have gotten from ABBA and introducing yourself in the introductions channel.
Lo que recomiendo es usar el link que Ava te mandó y después estaría bueno que nos haces una introducción, un saludo.
So what makes this work very well is if you want to address a specific person, please use the @ symbol and type in their name.
Lo que funciona bien es que si se quiere hablar con una persona en particular, que usen el @ con su nombre. Así llega a la persona directa.
And then when you use the @ symbol, that will notify that person right away that you're talking to them.
Y con usar el símbolo de @ antes del nombre, así Slack le manda una notificación a la persona.
And then you can develop a thread. So if you want to keep the conversation to that subject, you can just reply in a thread.
Y de ahí se puede generar un hilo para continuar esta conversación con aquel persona.
You can also do direct messaging. So if you had very specific questions that you wanted to ask Evan Crane, for example, you can do that down here in direct messages.
También es posible hacer un mensaje directo. Por ejemplo, si quisieras escribir a Evan Crane, se puede elegir su nombre y mandarle un mensaje directo.
And then if you ever have any questions, we have a help desk channel. So ask your questions there.
Y en caso de que tengan preguntas, tenemos tenemos a alguien que está ayudando con las preguntas ahí en el help desk.
And that's it. If you have any questions about using Slack, use that channel. And you can also reach out to the facilitators of the symposium.
Y ahí es todo. Si tienen preguntas, pueden usar este canal de ayuda o también escribir a las facilitadores.
Thanks, Julianne. And I also just wanted to make a quick mention that we are also live on YouTube. Megan, are you able to translate?
Perdón, sí. También ya estamos vivo en YouTube.
The videos we play today will be available on our YouTube page.
Todos los videos que pasamos hoy van a estar disponibles en la página de YouTube nuestro.
And all of the live sessions are being recorded and will be available as well.
También las sesiones serán grabadas y estarán disponibles también.
And I just wanted to say a quick thank you again to all of the Indigenous stewards who have made this event possible.
Y también muchas gracias a los delegados indígenas que nos han ayudado en hacer este simposio.
We wouldn't be having these conversations today without the many generations of cultural stewardship and wisdom throughout communities in South America.
No tendríamos estas conversaciones hoy sin las múltiples generaciones de administración cultural y sabiduría indígena de muchas comunidades.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. And now we'll take a quick break before we get into our plenary keynote with Dora Tambo.
Y ahora vamos a tener un breve recreo antes de empezar la conferencia principal con Dora Tambo.
Entitled Ancestral Knowledge and Use of Natural Indicators in Quinoa Production.
Titulado Conocimientos ancestrales y uso de indicadores naturales en la producción de quinoa.
Thank you, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Gracias y nos vemos en un par de minutos.
Bien, hola a todos y a todas. Vamos a hacer invitación a presenciar la primera sesión acerca de conocimientos ancestrales y uso de indicadores naturales en la producción de quinoa.
Sonia, are you available?
Yes. I'm sorry. Good morning, everyone. We're going to start with the first presentation called Knowledge and Use of Natural Indicators in Quinoa Production. Welcome.
De la oradora, la señora Dora Tambo, que nos acompaña hoy desde Bolivia. Bienvenido, Dora.
Contamos con la presencia de la oradora Dora Tambo, que nos acompaña hoy desde Bolivia. Bienvenida, Dora. I'm sorry. We're here with the speaker, Dora Tambo, who is with us from Bolivia. Welcome, Dora.
Dora, are you able to hear us? I'm going to promote you to a panelist here.
Yeah, I think no, maybe we can go directly in the presentation.
Great. Okay, we'll work on getting Dora up and running, and in the meantime, we're going to start the video.
Parece que estamos teniendo problemas técnicos, así que vamos a tratar de poner a Dora en comunicación con nosotros y mientras tanto vamos a poner este video.
Hola, vamos a dar el paso a la presentación de Dora Tambo. Ella es ingeniera agrónoma de la Universidad Mayor de San Andrés, Facultad de Agronomía, carrera de Ingeniería Agronómica de La Paz, Bolivia. Tiene estudios de posgrado y diplomado en Evaluación de Impacto Ambiental de la Universidad Mayor de San Andrés, Facultad de Agronomía, y a su vez es productora de quinoa de la comunidad de Pomani, municipio de Ayoayo, provincia Aroma, departamento de La Paz, Bolivia. Bienvenida, Dora.
Muy buenos días, muchas gracias. Bueno, pertenezco a una asociación de productores de quinoa del municipio de Ayoayo, La Paz, Bolivia. En primer lugar, agradecer por la invitación a la organización para ser partícipe en el evento del segundo Simposio Internacional de Investigación en Quinoa. Bueno, mi persona va a compartir algunas experiencias y expectativas sobre la producción de la quinoa, sobre los conocimientos ancestrales y uso de indicadores naturales en la producción de quinoa. En este caso, como introducción, vamos a hablar netamente sobre los conocimientos ancestrales y uso de indicadores naturales en la producción de quinoa. En la actualidad, el cambio climático ligado a los fenómenos meteorológicos extremos, en este caso, están provocando alteraciones en el uso de la tierra y en los sistemas de la producción de diferentes cultivos, que son los factores meteorológicos, la helada, la granizada. Existen algunas inundaciones en el sector oriente y en otras regiones. Entonces, para evitar estos riesgos, nuestros antecesores empleaban algunos conocimientos tradicionales sobre la predicción del clima, basados en este caso en los indicadores naturales que aún en este tiempo se va valorando, ¿no? Y además con este tema de la pandemia que vivimos el mundo entero, nos permite reflexionar este caso. Por otro lado, no solo vamos a hablar en tema de los conocimientos ancestrales, en tema de los usos de indicadores naturales en la producción, sino hay conocimientos ancestrales que siempre en el campo, en el área rural, por ejemplo, con este tema de la pandemia del COVID-19, Los productores generalmente aplican o manejan como conocimiento ancestral, elaborándose algunas infusiones de extracto de eucalipto o huira. Acá, por ejemplo, tenemos los extractos, la planta de la huira, que ellos generalmente hacen hervir como mate, toman como mate de infusión. Aquí tenemos el eucalipto. Este eucalipto generalmente no se debe hacer secar en el sol, eso nos indicaban nuestros padres. Actualmente sigue que debería haberse secado en lugares en ambientes cerrados, ¿no? En un periódico quizás envolviendo. No secar directamente al sol por el tema de que va evaporando algunos elementos nutritivos. Y para el tema del tos, por ejemplo, el gripe, generalmente a nosotros nos han enseñado a consumir lo que es la naranja quemada, ¿no? Nuestros abuelos y actualmente nuestros padres también. Entonces, y así vamos combatiendo lo que es el gripe, el tos en las regiones altoandinas, de la región de Bolivia y otras regiones en Chile también, en Ecuador y en otros países, ¿no? Por otro lado, también lo que es en esta época de invierno, lo que es la sopa de quinoa con verduras, una sopa caliente para combatir el frío, ¿no? De la helada. Entonces, ese es como un saber, un conocimiento ancestral que manejan nuestros padres y anteriormente nuestros antecesores, ¿no? Y por lo tanto, nosotros en este caso, como uso de indicadores en la producción de quinoa, generalmente vemos aquellas especies nativas que no solo de las plantas, de los animales y otros observamos en tema haciendo el seguimiento a estas especies, ¿no? Como clasificación de indicadores naturales tenemos fitoindicadores. Dentro de este grupo está aquellas plantas y especies nativas propias de cada zona, ¿no? Observamos generalmente la floración, crecimiento, fruto y también la semilla de diferentes especies nativas. Como otro grupo tenemos los zooindicadores, que están los animales silvestres, ya conforma un grupo de indicadores fundamentales. En este caso aquí tenemos el famoso lequeleque, más conocido como la centinela de los Andes, el lequechu, el sabio lequechu, y ahí también tenemos el zoro andino, ¿no? Generalmente en estas especies observamos el comportamiento del mismo animal, la migración y forma y el color de la piel. En este caso vamos a ver la forma y el color de la piel del huevo del lequecho. Por otro lado tenemos otro grupo de indicadores, en este caso indicadores astronómicos, que está el brillo de las constelaciones. Generalmente esto observamos en los meses de junio a julio, época de invierno, en las noches, ¿no? Y las estrellas y la fase de la luna, que es muy importante hoy en día, que están revalorizando los jóvenes de nuevas generaciones, que es muy interesante la fase de la luna implementar en la producción del ciclo agrario, porque va relacionado con la fase fisiológica de la planta. Y por otro lado tenemos los indicadores meteorológicos, el viento, la nube, la nevada y el arco iris también, ¿no? Es un indicador. Y más otro lado tenemos también algunas fiestas o creencias que podríamos decir, que generalmente en las comunidades se emplean como costumbres, ¿no? Que cada año van valorando esta costumbre, estas creencias. Como objetivo vamos a hablar vamos a dar a conocer la importancia de los saberes ancestrales y locales para la revalorización de la cultura. Por otro lado, vamos a hablar sobre cómo identificar los indicadores naturales más utilizados por productores en la producción de quinoa y otros cultivos. Finalmente, se realiza el seguimiento a los principales indicadores naturales. Bueno, hablando sobre la importancia e identificación y uso de los indicadores principales en los diferentes cultivos y principalmente en el cultivo de la quinoa, acá tenemos el pronóstico de la tola, que es una especie nativa más conocida en idioma nativa aymara suputola. Esta especie pronostica la época de siembra y lo que son las heladas, factores meteorológicos. Generalmente esto podemos observar en los meses de agosto, septiembre, octubre, ¿ya? La época de siembra pronostica, por ejemplo, ahí tenemos un ejemplo en la foto, si la tercera floración de la tola ha sido quemada, eso significa que la tercera siembra de la papa y otros cultivos no estarán bien, será afectada por la helada. Si bien la primera y segunda floración de la tola ha terminado bien, eso quiere decir que la primera y segunda siembra de la papa y otros cultivos, en este caso de la quinoa, va a estar bien. Por lo tanto, no será afectada por la helada. Entonces, ¿qué nos quiere decir? Que los indicadores están diciéndonos, adelanten las siembras. En este caso, la primera y segunda siembra va a ser año productivo, ¿no? Para esto, nosotros generalmente realizamos un seguimiento fenológico a la tola. No solo vemos lo que es la etapa de la floración de esta especie nativa, sino desde crecimiento vegetativo, botón floral, floración hasta la producción de la semilla. Hacemos un seguimiento, ¿no?, en diferentes comunidades. Por ejemplo, aquí tenemos algunos datos que se han realizado en una investigación, ya haciendo un seguimiento. Por ejemplo, ahí tenemos en la foto igual la primera floración y la tercera floración. Se han encontrado unas flores marchitadas y eso nos indica que la primera y la tercera siembra no va a estar muy bien, pero sin embargo la segunda siembra y además la floración de la tola en la segunda siembra está mucho mejor. Entonces era el segundo año productivo. Bueno, perdón, era el año productivo con una segunda siembra, ¿no? Esto en la gestión 2018-2019. Por otro lado tenemos el pronóstico y seguimiento de la yareta, más conocido como cota, ¿ya? Esto generalmente, esta especie nativa igual pronostica la época de siembra, en este caso, y la producción de la quinoa. Más es el pronóstico de la quinoa. Si bien esta especie llega a florecer en los inicios de septiembre, nos indica que va a ser la primera siembra, o sea, hay que adelantar la siembra de la quinoa. Y así sucesivamente, ¿no? Y en tema de la producción, si observamos una mayor cantidad de flores en la yareta, como se observa en la foto, eso nos indica que va a haber una buena producción de quinoa. Por lo tanto, los productores, como mi persona, nos ponemos alegres, ¿no? Sabiendo que va a haber una buena producción de quinoa, y nos ponemos las pilas también, ¿no? Para continuar trabajando con el tema de los labores culturales de lo que es el cultivo de la quinoa. Otra especie es la festuca. Es una especie nativa que generalmente más consumen los ganados camélidos, vacunos y ovinos. Y esta especie pronostica igual la producción de la quinoa. Y observamos inicios de septiembre a octubre, incluso hasta noviembre. Y en esta especie generalmente nosotros observamos la panoja de la festuca, ¿no? Cuando al momento de realizar la cosecha, al momento de recolectar la semilla, vemos que tiene una mayor cantidad de semilla. Eso nos indica que va a haber una buena producción de quinoa. Si es de lo contrario, va a ser una producción mínima de la producción de quinoa. Dentro de los indicadores animales, en este caso, tenemos al sabio lequeleque, que anteriormente hablábamos, más conocida como la centinela de los Andes. Es una especie nativa igual que está ahí sobrevolando en los meses ya de septiembre, octubre a noviembre. Generalmente nos pronostica las precipitaciones y producción de diferentes cultivos, en este caso no solo de la quinoa, de la papa, de otros granos andinos más, ¿no? Donde pronostica en este caso las precipitaciones cuando este ave pone huevos por encima de algunos surcos, ya por encima de algunos surcos, pone huevo, eso quiere decir que va a ser año lluvioso, ya, por eso es un sabio lequeleque, sabe que va a ser un año lluvioso, entonces pone por encimita nomás los huevos, para que no le ataque, en otras palabras, o no se lo lleve el agua, ¿no? Los huevos. Y si pone en un lugar planicie, el lequeleque, el huevo, eso quiere decir que va a ser un año seco. Es muy interesante, ¿no? Este sabio lequeleque nos pronostica el tema de las precipitaciones de esa manera. Y por otro lado también el color intenso del mismo huevo, si es un verde intenso, eso nos indica que va a ser año productivo, si es de lo contrario, no. Y además la cantidad de los puntos negros que ahí tiene, si son puntos negros más grandes, eso nos indica que va a ser año productivo de papa. Si es menudo, va a ser año productivo de granos andinos, en este caso la quinoa, ¿no? Si es de ambos, grandes, medianos y pequeños, nos indica que va a ser año productivo de papa, de granos andinos y otros, ¿no? Y generalmente nosotros igual hacemos un seguimiento a esta especie, ya observando si el nido está encima de los surcos, el color del huevo, si es verde opaco claro o es verde intenso, desde el mes de septiembre a noviembre, ¿no? Pasado eso ya entra otra etapa de incubación. Por otro lado tenemos otro pronóstico que es la pupa de la ticona, más conocido como ocara, que significa sordo, ¿ya? O también más conocido en otros lugares como guaguaquiru, como es una pupa de una lepidóptera, una ticona, que es una plaga también de la quinoa, ¿no? Guaguaquiru, ¿por qué? Porque se nota como está envuelto como a los bebés, entonces por eso lo dicen otras personas en otras comunidades guaguaquiru. Generalmente pronostica la producción de la quinoa para el próximo ciclo agrícola. Y esto observamos en la época de cosecha de abril, mayo a junio, en la época de cosecha de papa, donde nosotros debemos agarrar a la pupa, como se observa en el foto, y consultando de la siguiente manera, pero en idioma nativa, ¿no? Okara, Maran, Jupas, Sumat, Pocoscani. Entonces, eso podemos decir Okara. Al año siguiente la producción de quinoa va a estar bien, así, ¿no? Y entonces, si tiene un movimiento circular intenso esta okara, eso indica que nos dice que va a haber una buena producción de quinoa. Si es de lo contrario, no va a ser un año productivo de quinoa. Entonces es pareciera ser chistoso, pero es un indicador que nos indica la producción de la quinoa. Por otro lado, también tenemos aquí la lombriz, ¿no? Más conocido como selco, o también lo dicen chupa chupa. En este caso observamos en los meses de ya inicio de la época de lluvia, generalmente septiembre, octubre, hasta diciembre podemos ver, ¿no? Donde generalmente en la superficie del suelo vemos un montón de tierritas que botan las lombriz, una cantidad, un montón grande podríamos decir. Eso nos indica que se va a hacer un año productivo de quinoa, va a haber quinoa. Si es poca cantidad de tierra, si vemos poca cantidad de tierra que bota sobre la superficie del suelo, entonces eso nos indica que va a haber poca quinoa, ¿no? Por otro lado, también tenemos otro grupo de indicadores, el pronóstico del viento. Generalmente pronostica las precipitaciones, ¿no? El viento pronostica si va a haber lluvia, mucha lluvia o no. Por ejemplo, en el año 2018, los vientos eran intermedios, generalmente ya en los meses de mayo a junio, ¿no? Y de igual manera en ese año a las lluvias eran adelantadas, ¿no? Entonces eso nos indica el pronóstico del viento. que hoy en día, en la actualidad, cualquier rato ya se ventarón con este cambio climático, todo eso. Generalmente en el mes de agosto se veían los inicios, o levantaban los ventarones, ¿no? Pero hoy en día ya se ve generalmente en mayo, a veces en junio, julio. Entonces eso también hay que observar eh, el viento. Por otro lado tenemos aquí la nube. Ya esto observamos generalmente en los 3 primeros días del mes de agosto, es donde se basa generalmente, mi papá actualmente maneja este pronóstico de la nube. Si el primer día y el segundo día del mes de agosto amanece cielo despejado o sin nube, eso nos indica que será un buen año, ¿no? Y la primera siembra y segunda siembra va a ser buena. Si el tercer día amaneció con nube, como se ve en la foto, y con nieblina, esto indica que la tercera siembra será afectada por la helada. No solo el cultivo de la quinoa, esto va a afectar a los otros cultivos de papa, entre otros cultivos que tenemos en el área productiva, ¿no? Por otro lado, también la nevada, igual pronostica lo que es la siembra, ¿no? Si las nevadas son iniciales en junio, julio, la primera siembra va a ser, o sea, avisa las primera, segunda, tercera siembra, ¿no? Por otro lado, tenemos también el grado de confiabilidad de los indicadores naturales. Generalmente, hasta la gestión 2000 hasta el año 2000, un 98% de los agricultores confiaban en este caso los indicadores naturales. Hoy en día, en la actualidad, ya solo un 60 hasta incluso un 80% dependiente de cada región confía en los indicadores naturales, ¿no? Además, hoy en día ya es olvidado con la nueva generación, los jóvenes, incluso los niños, ¿no? Pero con este tema de la pandemia nos permite reflexionar todo esto sobre los indicadores naturales. Por otro lado, también tenemos algunas tradiciones y creencias, ¿no? Que se realiza y se practica como una costumbre tras año. Entonces, en este caso, realizando las huascas en diferentes lugares. Por ejemplo, acá se observa más allá, no sé si se observa bien, se observa un toro de una roca y un sapo. Entonces ahí hacen ofrendas, hacen creencias para que este año sea buen año, o si no realizan estas ofrendas es que en este año a veces los animales se mueren o de repente la producción no es buena, ¿no? Y no más así, nomás se sube, sino es que también se va con algunos cantos, en este caso con las pinquilladas, ¿no? Al cerro. Y por otro lado, también cuando cosechamos unas buenas papas grandes, agradecen a la Pachamama, ¿no? Siempre agradeciendo a la Pachamama, gracias por producir, con esto voy a vivir de esa manera, ¿no? Y también hay algunas fiestas taurinas que cada año tras año se va llevando, ¿no? Y como conclusiones podríamos decir, el uso de los indicadores naturales se está reduciendo por la introducción de las tecnologías en el área agrícola y ganadera. Por otro lado, la falta de transmisión de los conocimientos a las nuevas generaciones y la falta de interés también de los mismos. Los niños ya no quieren saber, podríamos decir los jóvenes, por el tema de la migración a diferentes departamentos, otros países, por el tema del factor económico. Pero es muy importante, ¿no? Por otro lado, los indicadores de mayor confiabilidad, en este caso es el sabio leque, la ocara, la tola, entre otras, por ejemplo, los indicadores astronómicos. También está el tema de las nubes que les comentaba. Y por otro lado, el seguimiento a los principales indicadores está en base a los estudios de la fenología de cada especie. Debemos hacer un seguimiento, no solo observar, ¿no? Hacer un seguimiento constante. Como recomendaciones vamos a poner algunas sugerencias. Tal vez se debe realizar algunos estudios muy detallados sobre estos indicadores, ¿no? El comportamiento de los indicadores naturales, ya en base al cambio climático en diferentes localidades. Si bien no se maneja al 100%, pero hay que revalorizar, ¿no? Por otro lado, también hay que saber revalorizar los conocimientos tradicionales sobre el uso de los indicadores naturales, no solo esto, sino en tema del mismo consumo de las especies nativas, en tema de las vestimentas y otros, ¿no? Por otro lado, se recomienda apoyar con el conocimiento y uso de indicadores en la educación, en las escuelas, tal vez en colegios. ¿Por qué no podemos decir en las universidades? Aquí en Bolivia, en la Unibol Quechua, Unibol Aymara, se va practicando este tema de los conocimientos ancestrales, ¿no? Por otro lado, también realizar un nuevo calendario agrícola basado en los indicadores naturales, por el tema de que hay ya algunas modificaciones o cambios, ¿no? Y bueno, entonces espero que les haya gustado esta disertación sobre los conocimientos ancestrales más que todo, y hay mucho por hablar, ¿no? Y agradecer por su atención. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Dora. Una excelente presentación de los saberes ancestrales en Bolivia. Agradecemos nuevamente tu participación y daremos paso a la sesión de preguntas. Muchas gracias. Gracias a todos por presenciar nuestra primera presentación de saberes ancestrales. Y tal como se explicó al principio, los invitamos ahora a conversar con Dora, que los espera en el canal de Slack.
Thank you everyone for being with us for Dora's presentation about ancestral knowledge. As we said at the beginning, you can now interact with Dora and ask questions on the Slack channel.
You can also ask questions here using the Q&A box down below.
También pueden hacer preguntas aquí utilizando la caja de preguntas y respuestas ahí al lado bajito de donde está la presentación.
Welcome, Dora.
Bienvenida, Dora.
Hola, buenas tardes, acá en Bolivia.
Buenas tardes.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon here in Bolivia.
Tenemos una primera pregunta para Dora.
We have a first question for Dora.
Dice, buenos días, conociendo la importancia de mantener nuestros conocimientos ancestrales, ¿qué medidas se están tomando para evitar que las futuras generaciones incrementen su interés?
Good morning. Knowing the importance of keeping our ancestral knowledge alive, what measurements are being taken or are in place to prevent that future generations forget about it or to increase their interest?
Hola, hola.
Hola, we can hear you.
Escuchamos, Dora. ¿Puedes?
Bueno, tengo una consulta en este caso. Estos indicadores se mantienen a la fecha a pesar de que el cambio climático ha alterado el clima de todo el mundo. Esa es la consulta, ¿no? Generalmente en cada región varía el tema de las fechas, ¿no? Siempre hay que estar al constante observando lo que son los indicadores naturales de diferentes, como se dice, de diferentes magnitudes. Por ejemplo, en este año, en la gestión 2020, acá en la región altiplánica, centro-altiplánica de Bolivia, en el mes de agosto, el primero y el 2 y el 3 de agosto, han amanecido lo que son no han amanecido el cielo despejado. Por lo tanto, eso nos indica que va a haber un año productivo, que no va a haber helada, ¿no? O sea,
Dora,
va
disculpa,
variando.
te interrumpo un segundo para dar paso a la traducción, por favor, hablar pequeñas ideas para que se vaya traduciendo al inglés, por favor.
Perfecto.
Well, to answer the question, we still practice the ancestral knowledge. For example, this year on August 1st and 2nd, we could see the sky was clear. That meant the yield for this year is gonna be good.
Ahora puedes continuar.
Bueno, ese es uno de las indicadores que se ha observado en este mes de agosto, ¿no? Por lo tanto, nosotros decimos que va variando en diferentes regiones la fecha de observación.
So that was one of the indicators that we could see in this month of August, but that could vary depending on the region.
Bueno, a otra consulta, ¿cuál es la certeza en la experiencia de campo de los bioindicadores, considerando el actual cambio climático? Generalmente hoy en día, como en la presentación habíamos indicado, el 85% van confiando en estos indicadores, ¿no? E incluso va reduciendo el 50%. Hasta la gestión 2002, 2000 se confiaba en un 90, 98% a los indicadores naturales, pero esto va a depender también de hacer un seguimiento constante a estos indicadores.
So there was a question on how accurate are those indicators for people. And she was saying that it depends on the place and it depends on the weather as well. But close to 80% or so, 90 even.
Bueno, otra consulta tenemos acá, ¿cómo está afectando los sistemas modernos, conservacionales y la intensificación de cultivos sobre los sistemas tradicionales, costumbres y labores ancestrales en Bolivia? Esa es la consulta,
Can
¿no?
you
de
wait,
John
Dora?
Quila Quispe.
Dora, ¿puedes esperar un segundo, por favor?
So the other question was, what are the consequences of technology and more access to tractors and machinery for working in the land?
Bueno, generalmente en las praderas nativas, todo el sector de altiplano, en este caso, generalmente sí, con el cambio climático ha sido afectado a estos indicadores naturales, pero nuevamente repito, si hacemos un seguimiento constante, ahí vamos a ver o vamos a ver lo que generalmente nosotros observamos haciendo el seguimiento, ¿no? Y de esa manera podemos responder a esta consulta.
So yes, climate change affects how we read the natural elements, but that's also something that we constantly update depending on what is going on. So we're constantly checking on what is changing to be able to also change the readings for the indicators.
Hay otra
Tengo
pregunta.
Otra consulta, sí, de
decente.
Augusto Proaño. Gracias
Perfecto.
por la consulta desde Perú. Una pregunta, a criterio de Dora, ¿los factores climáticos influyen en la calidad final del grano de quinoa? Esa es la consulta.
So there is another question from someone from Peru. And ¿puede repetir la pregunta, Dora, por favor?
¿Los factores climáticos influyen en la calidad final del grano de quinoa?
Climate factors do influence the quality of quinoa?
En este caso, claro, siempre considerando el tema de la helada, por decirles, si va a caer la helada o va a provocar una quemadura a la producción de la quinoa en la fase de antes de la floración, obviamente va a afectar en la calidad, ¿no? El grano de la quinoa. Por lo tanto, siempre hay que estar en constante observación.
In this case, of course, if there is the weather is frozen before the quinoa flourishes, then yes, of course, it's going to affect the quality and the quantity of the quinoa. So we always have to keep an eye on it.
Gracias. Otra consulta de Lorena, gracias por la consulta. Mi consulta, ¿has escrito o existe alguna recopilación de la información que nos has expuesto?
So the other question was if have you written or is there a place where we can find a summary of the information you just shared with us?
A la respuesta, en sí no tengo un documento elaborado publicado, pero sí tenemos de todos los indicadores expuestos en escrito, ¿no? Tal vez de aquí un buen tiempo, yo creo, o anticipadamente ya vamos a empezar a publicarlo con, mediante un texto o cartilla. Gracias.
So I don't have a book per se with all of that written, but yes, we do have all those indicators written somewhere, but we don't have like a textbook per se where that we can use to teach people how to do it.
Gracias. Otra consulta, Janet Quispe, muchas gracias. Los productores de tu asociación han identificado cambios en la manifestación de los indicadores naturales a la campaña agrícola 2021. Mi consulta.
The other question was that if the farmers have already made pronostics for the next yield of 2020-2021.
Sí, un indicador que hemos identificado en el mes de agosto, ya, en este caso astronómico, ya el primero y el 2, el 3 día, primero, segundo y tercer día de agosto, se ha observado que ha amanecido un cielo despejado. En este caso nos está indicando que en esta gestión, en la región, en este caso en la comunidad, no va a haber heladas, ¿no? Y la siembra también un poco va a ser intermedia y tardía. Y por otro lado también el indicador que es el viento ha empezado a ventear un poco tarde ya. Hace 3-4 días recién está venteando fuertemente. Eso también nos indica que va a ser una siembra semi o tardía.
Yes, as I previously mentioned, we already observed in the first days of August that there was going to be a good yield for this year. And also through looking at the wind, we could see that planting is going to be late this year. So yes, we have been observing and we already have some pronostics for our next year.
Otra consulta de Lisbeth Núñez. Muchas gracias, Dora. Quisiera saber cuál es su proyección con respecto a las nuevas generaciones y su posible mantención de estos conocimientos.
So the next question is, I would like to know what is your opinion of new generations and their maintenance of this knowledge in the future.
Bueno, mi proyección es con respecto a las nuevas generaciones. Hay que ser sinceros y hay que considerar que la generación nueva hoy en día ya van olvidando estos indicadores naturales que nuestros antecesores nos han dejado, ¿no? pero nosotros consideramos que hoy en día hay que seguir revalorizando estos conocimientos ancestrales. Y por eso decía, ¿por qué no, en recomendaciones, por qué no introducir como un tema de dictar clases en los colegios, en las escuelas y en las universidades, ¿no? Y es posible así la mantención de estos conocimientos ancestrales. Y por qué no decirles con este tema de la pandemia que vivimos el mundo entero, estamos manejando lo que son las hierbas nativas, consumiendo en este caso en forma de extractos o comidas. La quinoa mismo, la sopa caliente de quinoa es muy bueno para el resfrío. Y muchos, o sea, hay mucho que hablar, pero hay que seguir revalorizando estos conocimientos ancestrales como jóvenes y enseñando así a nuestros niños, ¿no? A nuestros futuras generaciones que van viniendo.
Well, I have to say that that's a danger, that we are working on keeping that knowledge, that it is true that it's hard with new generations. But as I said in my presentation on my remarks, I think we should consider teaching a class at elementary or middle school where children, young people learn about this so we can keep this knowledge and they can still use it.
Otra consulta de Ernesto Chura. Me consulta, en estos últimos años la población joven ha venido migrando a las ciudades, dejando solo a los viejos y muchos mueren con todos sus conocimientos. Los jóvenes regresan a sus tierras con otros conocimientos, dejando atrás los conocimientos ancestrales. Esto muestra preocupación. ¿Qué hacer frente a esta realidad?
Well, another question is, lately we have seen a migration from young people growing to the cities and leaving the lands and leaving their parents and grandparents by themselves. And then they come back and parents or grandparents are gone. And so they lost all that knowledge. What do you think about that? What are you doing to help alleviate that?
Bueno, con la respuesta. En la actualidad tiene razón, pero mi persona, con la experiencia que he ganado, bueno, en la comunidad hay muchas personas mayores, incluso abuelos y bisabuelos, o sea, de mi papá, su abuelito, ¿no? Entonces, mi persona ha sabido aprovechar, consultar y vivir con ella, de esa manera conservarlo, estos conocimientos ancestrales. Muchos jóvenes migran a las ciudades, a otros países, por el tema del trabajo, y a las ciudades a estudiar, pero generalmente yo creo que hay que considerar que hay que nomás revalorizar esos conocimientos, porque tarde o temprano la vida está en el campo, pero esa ha sido mi experiencia, ¿no? Lamentablemente ayer, hace 2 días, falleció esa abuelita que me ha enseñado bastante en este tema. Ha vivido 90 años, pero gracias a ella también he aprendido mucho de esto, ¿no? Y escribirlos en documento, y así para las nuevas generaciones que lo lean y consulten también, ¿no? A los papás. En este caso, mi papá en el campo también está viendo este tema. Entonces, en diferentes regiones hay personas mayores.
Well, in my own experience, I try to spend as much time as I can with my parents and grandparents to learn from them, to keep that knowledge alive. I know it is true that young people are going away from the countryside and they're going to the cities because of jobs, and then they are coming back and they don't really know or have learned all of these. I think a good way of doing it will be to write it down, and in that way they will have a place where they can read about and learn about it. But in my experience, I try to keep it alive, and I hope we can continue to do that somehow.
Otra pregunta, me consulta cuál es la altitud del cultivo de quinoa en Bolivia.
Next question is, what is the altitude for growing or farming quinoa in Bolivia?
Bueno, la respuesta, en la región, acá en el sector altiplano central y norte, estamos desde los 350 hasta 4.000 metros sobre el nivel del mar.
So the answer is, here in the Altiplano Norte, we are from 350 to 3,000 meters above the sea level. So about 9,000 feet, from 1,000 to 9,000 feet.
Gracias. Otra consulta, Rigoberto Laura. ¿Tienes otros indicadores caso vicuna, batracios, etcétera?
So the other question is, do you have any other indicators besides the ones you mentioned in your presentation?
Generalmente aquí en la región altiplánica nos basamos a los indicadores que se ha expuesto.
Basically, here in our region, we base the readings in the indicators that I already exposed in my presentation.
Otra consulta. Muchas gracias por la tan natural exposición, Dora. ¿Manejan el cultivo de quinoa con agricultura agroecológica u orgánica o con agricultura convencional, insumos químicos?
So the other question was, how do you handle the quinoa? Do you do it organically or do you do it conventionally?
A la respuesta, generalmente Bolivia es considerado y conocido por la producción de quinoa natural, en este caso agricultura agroecológica u orgánica. Nosotros utilizamos generalmente insumos orgánicos preparados por nuestras propias manos para el control de la plaga, extractos de locoto, de ajo, entre otros, y para el control de la enfermedad que es el mildew, utilizamos la ceniza y entre otros.
So here in Bolivia, we are well known for growing quinoa organically. So for pesticides, we make organic pesticides by our own, using garlic, for example. And for other problems that can come, we use wood ashes as well. But everything we do is organic. We make our own manure or to feed the plants or pesticides. Everything is organic.
Dora, estamos ya casi llegando a la hora y quisiera rescatar una nueva pregunta para ti que vino en el idioma inglés.
Okay.
So Dora, we're almost ending your presentation, and I want to ask you a question that we have for you in English.
Si hay indicadores para la selección de semillas y su conservación.
are there indicators for selecting the seeds and for conserving or conserving the seeds?
¿Puede repetir la pregunta?
Si hay indicadores, perdón, para seleccionar y conservar semillas.
En este caso, no hay es para la producción, pero generalmente la semilla debemos conservar en un lugar adecuado a una cierta temperatura. Eso sería.
We don't have indicators for preserving the seeds. We do have indicators for growing the quinoa, but it is very important that we preserve the seeds in a place that is dry, so then the seeds are healthy as well. But we don't have indicators per se for selecting the seeds.
Bien, agradecemos entonces la sesión de preguntas a Dora y los dejamos ahora a continuación con el resto de la actividad y que la organización va a comentar ahora. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
So thank you very much to Dora. We really appreciate your time. Thank you for the presentation, and we leave you with the next presentation here. Thank you, everyone.
amanyaganyagal taka, takala takala takal kusu, amanyaganyagal taka. Papacha mamacha hermano chai, makicha que parla y kusu, la papacha mamacha hermano chai, makicha que parla y kusu, la takala takal kusu, amanyaganyagal taka, takala takal kusu, amanyaganyagal taka. Papacha mamacha hermano chai, makicha que parla y kusu, la papacha mamacha hermano chai, makicha que parla y kusu, la takal kusu, amanyaganyagal taka, takal kusu, amanyaganyagal taka. Achaulia jakindi, achaulia makindi, achaulia jajajichai. 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 Achaulia jakindi, achaulia makindi, achaulia jajajichai.
All right, welcome everyone.
Bueno, gracias a todos.
Welcome to the Spanning the Globe Session 1, Chile.
Gracias a la sesión 1 de Atravesando el Globo, Chile.
And I'd like to just remind everyone that you may need to adjust the level on your computer for volume control.
Y quiero recordarles que puede ser que van a tener que ajustar el volumen en su propio computadora.
And if you're looking for the other session, which is happening at the same time,
Y si están buscando la otra sesión que está empezando justo ahora también,
which is the Ancestral Knowledge session,
de conocimiento ancestral,
then you need to navigate to the second Zoom room.
tienen que navegar a la segunda sala de Zoom.
And if you go to the program page on the website, you can click through to get to that second Zoom room.
Que lo pueden encontrar en la página donde está el programa. Ahí está el link para unir a la otra sala de Zoom.
So I'm just going to show you again what the computer, what the link is.
Les muestro de vuelta el link.
quinoasymposium.com/program.
Está en quinoasymposium.com/program.
And if you click on the program, it should bring you to the schedule.
Hay que hacer clic para ver el horario y ahí abajo donde dice únase a la sala, puedes hacer clic.
And there is a link here to get into room 2.
Ahí está el link para la sala 2.
And with that, I'd like to hand off the presentation for Spanning the Globe 1 to our session facilitator.
Y con eso le doy la sala al facilitador de la sesión 2.
Welcome, Cedric Javier.
Bienvenidos, Cedric Javier.
Cedric, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you, Abba and the team. Thank you for having us.
Y gracias, Abba y el equipo.
Yeah, in this Spanning the Globe, number 1, we will explore two Quinoa experts, Dr. Didier Basile and Dr. Francisco Fuentes. So they will be sharing ideas on quinoa research and development. Francisco Fuentes, we'll start with him, where he will be talking about the experience and the challenges of quinoa production in Chile. And then Didier will discuss the importance of quinoa genetic diversity, both for sustainable use in Indian countries and for the crop adaptation abroad, especially in the Mediterranean region.
Okay, I might have to have you break that down for me, Cedric. Vamos a empezar con, you said we're starting with Francisco?
Yes.
Okay, vamos a empezar con Francisco. And what's he going to talk about?
He will be talking about the experience and the challenges of quinoa production in Chile.
Y Francisco va a hablar de la experiencia y los desafíos de la producción de quinoa en Chile.
And Didier will be talking about the importance of quinoa genetic diversity.
Y Didier va a hablar de la importancia de la diversidad genética de la quinoa.
For sustainable use in Indian countries and for crop adaptation in the Mediterranean region.
Para el uso sustentable en los países de India y en el Mediterráneo.
Without further ado, I would like to welcome Francisco first.
Entonces, bienvenido, Francisco.
Francisco, can you hear us?
Yes.
Excellent.
Hola a todos.
Hello to everyone.
All right, we are going to begin watching this video and we will be answering questions in the Q&A throughout the session.
Bueno, vamos a empezar con el video y vamos a estar contestando las preguntas durante la sesión, durante el video.
Bienvenidos a todos a nuestro segundo Simposio Internacional de Investigación de Quinoa. Nuestro orador hoy es Dr. Francisco Fuentes. Francisco Fuentes es catedrático e investigador a Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. Su investigación se centra principalmente en el desarrollo de un programa de mejoramiento de quinoa adaptada a las condiciones extremas del desierto de Atacama, así como en las áreas mediterráneas del centro-sur de Chile. El objetivo principal de este programa mejoramiento es desarrollar líneas mejoradas de quinoa que produzcan gran cantidad de grano y posean un alto contenido nutricional. Esto se realiza a través de la selección et évaluation de germoplasma nativo et utilizando herramientas tanto convencionales como marcadores de ADN. El grupo de investigación Quinoa Lab colaborar con investigadores y agricultores en diferentes países del mundo y brinda enfoques participativos para desarrollar nuevas variedades. En la presentación de hoy, hablar sobre modelo de IDI para la quinoa en Chile, experiencias y desafíos desde la UC. Francisco, muchas gracias de nuevo por aceptar nuestra invitación para ser ganador de nuestra segundo Simposio Internacional Investigación de Quinoa. Estamos muy felices de tenerte, amigo. Bienvenido.
Thank you so much, Cedric, for the introduction, for your wonderful explanation of the title. Voy a hacer mi presentación en español acerca de lo que ya Cedric decía, acerca del modelo de investigación, desarrollo e innovación para la quinoa en Chile, básicamente las experiencias y desafíos desde la Universidad Católica de Chile. El resumen de la presentación tiene tres áreas principales, en la cual la primera es hacer una presentación muy gráfica acerca de cuáles son los elementos básicos que nosotros hemos rescatado de la perspectiva de las tendencias mundiales acerca de la producción y el consumo de quinoa, y cómo estas nos configuran un diagnóstico que nos permite entender de mejor manera el sistema productivo y, en base a la información científica, poder rescatar y desarrollar un modelo adecuado para el desarrollo en Chile desde nuestra institución. Un segundo elemento de las actividades de investigación que realizamos en nuestro grupo de investigación de Quinoa Lab en la Universidad Católica, y finalmente las perspectivas y desafíos principales que tenemos para abordar en el futuro próximo acerca de cómo se produce la quinoa y cómo posicionarla desde el punto de vista de su consumo. Un elemento importante a recordar a la audiencia dentro de este diagnóstico de los sistemas productivos es considerar dentro de la amplia gama de ecotipos que existen en los Andes de Sudamérica como centro de origen de la quinoa. De los 5 ecotipos, nosotros en Chile poseemos 2, los que están marcados en color rojo acá. Tenemos la quinoa de los salares en la zona norte del país, en donde se encuentra la zona del altiplano que comparte frontera con nuestros vecinos de Bolivia y que tiene una alta similitud a lo que representa hoy en día la quinoa real, ¿ya? Condiciones muy similares en condiciones de salar. Por otro lado, tenemos la quinoa a nivel del mar, que está más en el sur de Chile, en la zona centro y sur e insular del país, que configura una condición muy diferente con respecto al resto de los ecotipos de quinoas que crecen en Sudamérica. De esta manera, las quinoas de los salares comúnmente crecen a alturas superiores a los 3.000 metros de altura con respecto al mar, en condiciones de una alta salinidad en los suelos, ¿ya? Con una lluvia muy característica que ocurre en los periodos periodo estival, en pleno periodo de prefloración y floración de los cultivos de quinoa, una baja fertilidad de los suelos y una fuerte condicionante o dependencia del fotoperíodo. No obstante, posteriormente, si nos vamos a la zona sur de Chile, y en este mapa lo podrán ver, la quinoa crece a una condición de muy baja altura, ¿ya? Y marca claramente las diferencias de color, de tamaño de grano, etc. Prácticamente sin condiciones de salinidad o muy parcialmente en algunas condiciones, con una dependencia de la lluvia principalmente invernal. Esto quiere decir que la quinoa en esta zona crece en condiciones de secano, por lo tanto depende mucho de lo que ocurre en los meses de invierno. Presenta una gran variabilidad en fertilidad, pero si la comparamos con la fertilidad natural que tienen los suelos en la zona del altiplano en el norte de Chile, posee mayor fertilidad y mayor contenido de materia orgánica, lo cual se traduce finalmente en un muy buen atributo en términos de composición nutricional, principalmente el contenido de proteína. También crecen en condiciones de suelos con acidez, lo cual restringe la disponibilidad de ciertos nutrientes, y eso configura un sistema de adaptación de este ecotipo que le da un nivel de adaptación que no tienen otras quinoas que se desarrollan en el resto de los Andes. Y por lo demás tiene un atributo muy interesante, que es insensible al fotoperido y por lo tanto puede crecer en condiciones bastante extremas en términos de latitud y generan muy buenos rendimientos. Si observamos un poco ahora el territorio, las quinoas que están en la zona del altiplano del país tiene, ya decía, una similitud a las quinoas que crecen en el sector de Bolivia, a la misma latitud, bajo condiciones climáticas muy similares, y hay una gran variabilidad de atributos de tipo morfológico, principalmente colores de las panojas, que la cultura aymara en esta zona conoce muy bien su adaptación primeramente a las condiciones de cultivo, pero también a su uso de consumo. Y hoy en día también hay una posibilidad de desarrollo y que hay algunas experiencias que se están desarrollando en la zona que se denomina la Pampa del Tamarugal, en una condición de altura cercana a los 1000 metros sobre el nivel del mar, en las condiciones extremas del desierto de Atacama en la región de Tarapacá. Por su parte, si nos vamos ya a la condición más del sur del país, centro y sur, tenemos el ecotipo de la costa que representa este tipo de estructuras de panojas muy diferentes a las que encontramos en el altiplano, con rendimientos que en general son superiores a la condición de altiplano. Estamos hablando de rendimientos promedios de 1.200 kilos por hectárea versus 500 a 800 kilos en la zona del altiplano, y características de granos que difieren principalmente en el tamaño. Son granos mucho más pequeños los que encontramos en la zona centro-sur del país, en torno al 1,8, 1,9 milímetros, mientras que en el altiplano el tamaño de semilla sobrepasa los 2 milímetros. Con respecto a su gente, aquí también tenemos una característica muy importante en la cual el cultivo de la quinoa está principalmente en pequeñas comunidades campesinas. Hablamos en la zona del altiplano norte del país, en comunidades aymaras, ya decía, agrupados en agrupaciones, asociaciones indígenas y también cooperativas. También en la zona centro, grupos de productores de zonas rurales que producen cultivos tradicionales, dentro de ellos los cereales, leguminosas, y también presente la quinoa. Y comunidades también de más al sur, principalmente mapuches y huilliches en la zona de la Araucanía y en la zona de lo que en Chile se denomina la región de los lagos, teniendo una de las quinoas que ha llamado mucho la atención este último tiempo, que corresponde a la quinoa chilota, que crece en la condición de origen más austral del mundo, en la isla de Chiloé. Si tomamos en consideración ahora qué es lo que sucede en el resto del mundo, hoy en día la quinoa ha tenido una expansión global que significa su cultivo en más de 100 países en los distintos continentes. Y es de esa manera que todos estos desarrollos que hemos estado desarrollando este último tiempo en nuestras instituciones, la Universidad Católica, de cuáles son las principales tendencias. Y en el resto de los países ha habido una clara y fuerte dependencia de generar sus propias condiciones de cultivo de la quinoa, la cual marca de alguna manera esta ventana de desarrollo para los distintos cultivos a lo largo del mundo a partir de información de mercado. Por ejemplo, en esta lámina tenemos el valor en miles de dólares del valor de las exportaciones de quinoa a nivel mundial, en donde prácticamente Perú representa un poco menos del 50% del volumen que se produce en cantidad de exportación a nivel mundial. Y continúa posteriormente Bolivia, y son los dos grandes productores. Por lo tanto, si nosotros miramos el resto de los países que observamos acá, en ninguno de los casos aparece Chile como uno de los principales o como uno de los productores importantes de quinoa a nivel mundial. Por lo tanto, eso de inmediato nos restringe las posibilidades de competencia con principalmente la quinoa producida tanto en Perú y en Bolivia, que por lo demás son países vecinos que desde el punto de vista estratégico de ventas en exportación estaríamos en mismas condiciones. Pero esto del volumen cambia radicalmente el potencial de desarrollo de inserción de nuestra quinoa en el extranjero. Pero si nosotros observamos acá, aparecen principalmente países europeos y aparece Estados Unidos dentro de los siguientes países que principalmente realizan exportaciones, lo cual ha ido cambiando en el último tiempo y ha relegado a países como Ecuador a condiciones de mucho menor cantidad en términos de quinoa exportada a nivel mundial. Eso claramente nos indica los niveles de desarrollo que se desarrollan en este minuto en distintos países y un poco la materia de este simposio, de poner en valor las experiencias que se desarrollan en los distintos lugares en donde se produce la quinoa. Si lo miramos ahora desde el punto de vista de la cantidad importada, ¿ya? En términos de también en valor monetario medido en dólares americanos, se observa que nuevamente existe una tendencia que es muy concentrada en este caso, por ejemplo, en el caso del principal mercado mundial, que es Estados Unidos, ¿ya? Representando un porcentaje alto con respecto al resto del mercado mundial, y le siguen países como Canadá, Francia, Alemania, Países Bajos, Reino Unido, etc. Y aquí Chile se suma un poco a la tendencia global del aumento del consumo de quinoa, ¿ya? Por lo tanto, claramente somos un país netamente importador de quinoa y con una capacidad productiva que, si bien se registran exportaciones, son muy esporádicas y no son muy altas en volumen. Si esto lo llevamos a la condición interna en el país, la cantidad importada en toneladas nos demuestra la clara alza que ha habido en los últimos 5 años y principalmente proveniente del principal productor y exportador del mundo, que en este caso es Perú, y con una muy baja participación de el segundo exportador mundial, que sería Bolivia. Y si esto lo revisamos o comparamos, mejor dicho, los precios ya de la quinoa importada a nivel internacional, vemos que para el caso de los Estados Unidos, Canadá y Francia, principalmente en este caso de los precios de venta de quinoa en Europa, fluctúan para los meses de marzo hasta mayo del presente año, en torno a los $3 por kilo. Mientras que en Chile su condición es prácticamente la mitad, lo cual de inmediato nos genera una alerta importante que significa competir contra las economías de escala que desarrolla principalmente Perú, ¿ya? Y por lo tanto tenemos una quinoa a muy bajo precio que entra a nuestro país, por lo tanto relegando nuestra producción nacional a una condición muy desfavorable en el sentido de competitividad por precio, ¿ya? Lo cual es una de las primeras alertas que de inmediato nosotros nos emerge el diseño de posibilidades de ser competitivos ante esta tendencia mundial. Por lo tanto, ¿cuál es nuestro desafío que tenemos en la producción nacional en Chile? Tiene que ver principalmente con la innovación en la producción primaria. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? ¿Cómo podemos mejorar los rendimientos? ¿Cómo podemos mejorar la calidad de las materias primas? Aprovechar las economías de escala cuando se desarrollan modelos asociativos de trabajo, en este caso específico colaborativo. Por lo tanto, el desarrollo o el trabajo en comunidades se vuelve muy importante y estratégico para el cultivo de la quinoa en Chile. Por lo tanto, el desarrollo de las cooperativas productoras de quinoa han sido las que ha marcado los buenos resultados en este último tiempo en términos de producción y empezar ya a llegar a esto que es la comercialización. No obstante, esta condición que veíamos anteriormente de una alta dependencia de las importaciones en el país nos lleva a concluir y a desarrollar un modelo que signifique agregar valor a nuestra producción nacional de manera de no depender del valor internacional del precio del quinoa que nosotros estamos en este tiempo importando, sino que depender de las propias estrategias de negocio basadas en generar valor agregado. Entonces, de esta manera, si nosotros observamos la tendencia con respecto a qué es lo que ocurre a nivel de la investigación a nivel mundial, después del Año Internacional de la Quinoa, ¿ya? Empieza a ocurrir un aumento importante de manera anual de las contribuciones científicas medidas en el principal buscador de información científica del Web of Science, ¿ya? Esto nos demuestra que prácticamente en los últimos 8 años ha habido un constante aumento de la productividad científica. Y si nos preguntamos ¿Qué tiene que ver esto con un poco lo que le estoy contando? Nos revela un poco hacia dónde va el entendimiento o la generación del conocimiento en torno a la quinoa. Y nosotros podemos ver que en el primer lugar observamos que esto se relaciona con las tecnologías de la ciencia de los alimentos. Por lo tanto, claramente hay un interés mundial de conocer las posibilidades que tiene la quinoa para el desarrollo de nuevos productos. Por lo tanto, se alinea muy bien esta tendencia de generación del conocimiento con la posibilidad de generar una estrategia que no sea de competir por el precio de las materias primas como quinoa pelada con lo que mundialmente produce en términos de volumen y escala de precios como se produce en Perú. A continuación viene la categoría de la ciencia de las plantas, en donde entran diversos tipos de estudios, en donde es importante conocer la adaptación, los atributos que tiene desde el punto de vista de la producción, que va muy de la mano con la categoría de la agronomía, y después una serie de otros elementos que de alguna manera también se relacionan con los anteriores, que tienen que ver con la química aplicada, factores dietéticos y la nutrición humana, etc. Si miramos después dónde se generan estos conocimientos, vamos a ver que aquí se empiezan a armar una conexión con lo que mostraba anteriormente el punto de vista de las importaciones y exportaciones. Principalmente, ya en estos últimos tiempos, la generación del conocimiento lo lidera Estados Unidos, principalmente a través de esta categoría de reporte científico. A continuación viene Argentina, en Sudamérica, y en tercer lugar Chile. En cuarto viene Perú y posteriormente países de Europa y Asia. Por lo tanto, el interés que se va desarrollando en el tiempo tiene que ver también con el desarrollo comercial. No obstante, en Chile tenemos una brecha importante, por lo tanto, creo que considerar estas tendencias mundiales de cómo se genera el conocimiento tiene que repercutir necesariamente en las posibilidades de desarrollo que nosotros finalmente podamos implementar a nivel local, país, en este caso Chile. Entonces, de esta manera, nuestra actividad de investigación, más que ir al detalle de números y cosas de ese tipo, voy a hacer una descripción muy general de las investigaciones que desarrollamos desde el punto de vista interdisciplinario en la Universidad Católica, en base a la interacción de profesionales que articulan tanto desde la Facultad de Agronomía e Ingeniería Forestal de la UC, pero también de la Facultad de Medicina, específicamente en la carrera de Nutrición, y también en el Departamento de Ingeniería Química de la Escuela de Ingeniería de la UC. Entonces, todo este desarrollo ha significado principalmente establecer un programa de mejoramiento genético que hemos venido ya desarrollando de varios años, en donde próximamente estamos a puertas de poder hacer la inscripción de nuestras primeras variedades y que tienen que ver con el recoger elementos de competitividad en el mercado. Hoy en día el desarrollo de las quinoas de color se ha posicionado muy bien en el mercado y por lo tanto esto es algo que en la práctica no ha sido muy explorado en nuestro país y esperamos que a partir de estas variedades esto se pueda ir utilizando. Otro atributo adicional de estos colores que nosotros estamos desarrollando junto con los productores va asociado con el rendimiento. ¿Ya? Estamos desarrollando diversos estudios a lo largo del país para ver la interacción genotipo-ambiente que nos permita de esta manera ir entendiendo cómo los nuevos genotipos que continuamente estamos evaluando pueden ser utilizados en el futuro como nuevas variedades y cómo pueden servir de material parental para generar nuevos cruzamientos y generar aún más diversidad genética que pueda ser utilizada con fines productivos. Entonces aquí tenemos fotografías de selecciones que se han realizado en la zona del altiplano, en la región de Tarapacá, algunos híbridos y algunas selecciones locales que se han desarrollado en la región del secano costero, en la región de O'Higgins, y algunas de ellas que provienen de la isla de Chiloé. Por lo tanto, esto continuamente se evalúa en campo, ya vamos por la octava generación en campo, y uno de los atributos importantes es que esto se desarrolla en el marco de lo que nosotros le denominamos mejoramiento genético participativo. ¿Qué significa esto? Que muy de la mano, junto a los productores, dirigentes de productores, aquí tenemos dos presidentes de cooperativas, en donde continuamente nos visitan, nosotros les visitamos y les vamos contando los últimos avances de las cosas que vamos observando en nuestros laboratorios y que después junto con ellos montamos en los campos, en los predios de los mismos productores, y ellos son los principales evaluadores en las cuales nos van indicando cuáles son las líneas que tienen que ir seleccionándose en el futuro. Y un elemento importante es que ellos posteriormente son los que transfieren este conocimiento a otros agricultores. Entonces, de esa manera generamos un modelo de desarrollo conjunto participativo en donde esta transferencia de conocimiento y adopción de la tecnología se va haciendo en etapas muy tempranas del desarrollo de las mismas. Y de esta manera lo vamos combinando con tecnologías modernas de laboratorio, principalmente de tipo genética, para identificar las plantas híbridas, cuáles son los parentales tanto maternos y paternos. Y estos se van marcando en campo y se van haciendo sucesivas selecciones. En el campo vamos seleccionando adicionalmente individuos que son atractivos desde el punto de vista de la agronomía, principalmente por la capacidad de tolerar agentes adversos a la producción, como por ejemplo el caso de la enfermedad, una de las enfermedades más importantes que tenemos en Chile, que es el mildiu. Y hemos encontrado líneas que son de alguna manera resistentes y que las estamos usando como fuentes de genes en los nuevos cruzamientos. Hemos identificado también una serie de plagas y otros tipos de hongos asociados, caracterizados tanto morfológicamente y desde el punto de vista genético, para entender mejor las interacciones del cultivo de la quinoa con sus agentes que están presentes en el medio ambiente. Y hemos encontrado líneas que naturalmente son menos preferidas por los insectos y por los hongos, lo cual son nuestros individuos candidatos para seguir seleccionando. A nivel del suelo también hemos desarrollado una serie de selecciones de material de campo que ha permitido hacer selección de algunos microorganismos del suelo y su caracterización para el uso y desarrollo de algunas alternativas de productos ecológicos para que sean utilizados en la agricultura, dado que principalmente la producción en Chile, en muchas zonas, ya cuenta con su certificación orgánica. Por lo tanto, la idea es también un poco responder a estas necesidades tanto nutricionales como de estrategias productivas. La caracterización nutricional de este grano y la soja en particular, que le estamos dando mucho énfasis en este último tiempo, también nos ha abierto nuevas ventanas de opciones de exploración, tanto en la investigación como para el desarrollo de productos. La caracterización de sus saponinas, la caracterización química de los granos y de sus hojas en los distintos ambientes en donde se produce la quinoa. Asimismo, como recién decía, acorde a la diferenciación de la producción hacia lo orgánico, también hemos revisado estrategias de fertilización a través de guano animal, principalmente de oveja en el altiplano, para hacer una producción mejorada de lo que hoy en día se realiza, incluyendo técnicas de riego y también introducción de materia orgánica que triplica la producción basal cuando estos elementos no se utilizan. El desarrollo maquinaria también ha sido un eje estratégico en donde se ha desarrollado mucha tecnología en base al tamaño productivo de los mismos productores. No buscamos procesar más de 500 kilos por hora, sino que una capacidad que signifique, nuevamente, volver a las tecnologías adecuadas para no tener tiempos ociosos durante el año que estas máquinas estén subutilizadas. Y estamos próximamente a introducir la primera cosechadora automotriz en colaboración con empresas de Asia. Por lo tanto, estamos muy expectantes cómo se va desarrollando esta parte de maquinaria. Otra área de desarrollo en base a la investigación ha sido el apoyo importante al Servicio Agrícola y Ganadero de Chile para generar la primera norma de certificación de semillas de quinoa en territorio nacional, lo cual nos permita comercializar estos recursos hacia el extranjero y viceversa, ¿ya? Asimismo, también se ha apoyado el desarrollo de la norma chilena del grano de quinoa, principalmente para tener una carta de navegación clara con respecto a cómo generar relación comercial con las empresas. Y así se ha permitido generar una serie de desarrollo en la formulación de nuevos alimentos, pan libre de gluten, por ejemplo, pastas en base a grano y hojas de quinoa, desarrollo de destilados en base a quinoa que ha tenido un excelente desarrollo y que esperamos escalar prontamente, Asimismo, el desarrollo de infusiones en base a quinoa y mezcla de frutos silvestres, desarrollo de bebidas instantáneas en base a hierbas locales y al uso de la quinoa, tanto como grano y sus hojas, desarrollo de, por ejemplo, recubrimientos comestibles en base a quinoa que alargan la vida útil de las frutillas o fresas, como se le conocen en el resto de los países, lo cual es un muy buen desarrollo porque permite aumentar la vida de comercialización de estos frutos en base al uso de la quinoa. Y finalmente, como perspectivas, es seguir contribuyendo con esta información para lograr la diferenciación zonal de la quinoa, principalmente a través de estas herramientas de indicación geográfica, sellos de identidad local, como la que se desarrolla en la zona central de Chile, publicaciones en la cual se entreguen estos resultados para que se conozcan, se masifiquen, ¿cierto? Lo mismo el apoyo al tema de las recetas. Y esto ha traído como consecuencia que poco a poco la quinoa ha ido empezando a llegar a su destino final hacia los consumidores finales a través de los programas de gobierno de alimentación escolar. Esperamos prontamente explorar nuevas relaciones comerciales con estos programas y seguir alineado a lo que significó los principales lineamientos que nos dejó el 7º Congreso Mundial de la Quinoa, que tuvimos el privilegio de organizar junto al Ministerio de Agricultura, en donde la documentación creemos que es un elemento importante para poder seguir encadenando estos procesos productivos y apuntar finalmente a esta estrategia que tenemos en el país, la de generar un consorcio de desarrollo tecnológico de quinoa, desarrollar nuestras propias tecnologías de mecanización para el cultivo y la post-cosecha de la quinoa, y un programa nacional de extensión y capacitación profesional, tanto para profesionales de la agricultura, pero también en capacitación gastronómica. De esta manera, voy ya cerrando la presentación y quisiera agradecer principalmente a nuestro grupo de investigación de Quinoa Lab, que está con personal profesional perteneciente a, ya decía, a 3 facultades: agronomía, medicina e ingeniería, a las distintas organizaciones campesinas que nos han abierto sus puertas para trabajar de manera conjunta, con apoyo de sus autoridades locales y principalmente con los apoyos, como siempre, del financiamiento de organizaciones tanto internacionales, regionales y también propias de la Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, grande presentación, Francisco. Gracias por compartir su conocimiento con nosotros. Ahora es el momento de escuchar las preguntas de la audiencia.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Francisco. Now it's time to listen to the questions and answers.
Bueno, ya he ido respondiendo algunas preguntas y me gustaría recoger algunas de ellas para ir contándoselas al resto de la audiencia mientras aparecen otras en el chat.
Okay, so I've already seen some questions come up in the chat box, and I'd like to take others while we review those in the chat box.
Una pregunta, perdón, una pregunta desde Colombia que hablaba acerca de lo conocido que es Chile en la exportación de frutas.
A question from Colombia about Chile and the exportation of fruits.
Y si este modelo se piensa aplicar a la quinoa.
And whether this model can be applied to the quinoa.
Al respecto, como mi respuesta.
And my answer would be.
Que el objetivo principal de lo que se desarrolla en nuestra institución y que es una esperanza también y deseo desde los agricultores es fomentar el consumo interno y las ventas de manera interna en el país.
Okay, you might have to slow down a little bit. My primary objective would be to help with the development of sales within the country. Creo que dijiste más, pero era demasiado rápido, perdón.
Perdón, que el objetivo es fomentar el consumo interno y la venta dentro del país.
Okay, see. Yeah, his primary objective would be to increase the amount of quinoa being produced and eaten inside the country.
Dado que, tal como mostraba en la presentación, los indicadores internacionales tenemos muy poca producción.
Given what we saw in the production, we actually have a small amount of production.
Por lo tanto, el objetivo es mejorar lo poco que tenemos, pensar en aumentar la superficie y primero, como objetivo, el mercado interno.
And so the first thing we want to do is to increase the amount of cultivation we have within Chile and the production and eating of it within the country.
Nos gustaría tener el modelo de la fruta chilena, pero creo que este alimento tan bueno debemos primero tenerlo en el país.
I'd love to be able to follow the model that we use for fruit exportation, but I think before we get there, we have to increase our internal production and our internal consumption.
Otra pregunta y sugerencia que nos piden, por ejemplo, la norma chilena del grano de quinoa.
And someone else asked about the certification of the quinoa in Chile, the norms for certification in Chile.
Haremos las consultas respectivas para ver si lo podemos disponer en la web del simposio.
And we will see if we can figure that out and put it in the web page of the symposium.
Otra pregunta se refería a lo que sucede con la quinoa en la zona centro del país.
Another question was about what's happening with the quinoa that's grown in the center of Chile.
En relación a su tolerancia a la sequía y salinidad.
And it's the quinoa's how it does with the drought and saltiness of the area, of the climate and the soil.
Y en relación a eso, nuestro objetivo es rescatar y caracterizar las quinoas que están no tan solo en esa zona, sino que en todo el país.
So what we'd like to do is to rescue and characterize those quinoas that do well in the center of the country.
Y ver sus posibilidades para generar nuevas variedades. Y es el trabajo que estamos realizando y utilizamos justamente germoplasma de la zona central, tanto del norte y también del sur.
And so what we're doing is generating new varieties using the germplasm from the center and north of Perú or Chile, dijiste?
En todo el país, norte, centro y sur.
In the whole country, north, center, and south of Chile.
Otra pregunta relacionada tenía que ver con la perspectiva del consumo interno.
Then there was another question about consumption within Chile, consumption of quinoa.
Estamos promoviendo su consumo a todo nivel, enseñando a dónde comprarla, cómo consumirla, cómo cocinarla.
We are promoting it in many ways, teaching about where to buy it, how to cook it, how to eat it.
Y ayudando a los productores que la quinoa pueda ser integrada a los programas de alimentación de escuelas.
And we're helping the producers get help quinoa become integrated in the food systems in schools.
Por lo tanto, la prioridad es la venta interna en el país y obviamente si es que existe la posibilidad, habrán agricultores que harán sus exportaciones.
So the priority is to increase the sales within the country, and if it's possible, then to help them export.
Otra pregunta señala acerca del precio de la quinoa y su relación con el volumen.
There was another question about the price of the quinoa related to its volume and quantity.
Efectivamente, tenemos una gran diferencia en el precio y en el volumen, y porque la producción está en manos de pequeñas comunidades, muchas de ellas indígenas, no es posible hacer una gran producción.
So because much of the quinoa production is done by small farms, small producers, there's a big difference between the price, the value, and the quantity.
Pero estamos fomentando junto a los agricultores desarrollar estrategias de comercialización de tipo asociativo.
So we're helping the producers create associations and be able to sell as if there were larger productions.
Y lograr economías de escala para su comercialización.
To be able to have large scale production and sales.
No obstante, la competencia con nuestros vecinos, que son grandes productores y exportadores, estamos muy lejos de ello aún.
However, given the competition of our neighboring countries, we've still got a lot to do.
Otra pregunta se relaciona al tipo de semillas, si se usan dulces o amargas.
Another question was about the types of seeds and whether they're utilizing the sweet or bitter seeds.
Y también con la floración.
And they're also asking about the flowering of the plant.
Tenemos experiencias internas de generación de variedades. De hecho, todo es muy incipiente. Tenemos solo una variedad y próximamente viene una generación de nuevas variedades que esperamos lleguemos al menos a 10 variedades.
So we're working with the generation of different varieties. Right now we have one, and we'd like to have at least 10.
Y eso en un esfuerzo colaborativo tanto de empresas y universidades.
This is a collaborative effort between universities and ¿quién?
Trabajo de empresas.
Okay, and large businesses.
Por tanto, estamos explorando toda esta gran diversidad que encontramos en Chile. Afortunadamente tenemos una gran variedad y estamos encontrando líneas genéticas de ciclo corto. Hay también próximamente un trabajo de quinoas dulces.
Fortunately, we have a great variety of quinoa here in the country, and we're looking for one with a short cycle of cultivation, and also several possibilities for sweet seeded varieties.
Y de esta manera, nuestra colega de Chile, Ingrid von Beer, va a hablar mucho más de eso, que son los líderes en la generación de variedades en este minuto en Chile.
And we have another colleague. ¿Cómo era su nombre de la otra colega?
Ingrid von Beer.
Ingrid von Beer, que va a continuar esa conversación.
Otra pregunta, ¿cuál es la principal innovación? Me parece que ya estamos en el tiempo.
Another question is, what's the principal innovation?
Creo que es principalmente a través de los estudios de competitividad que hemos realizado, es hacer producción transformada.
Y creo que, sorry. I think that given the studies that we've made, it's competitive. ¿Cómo era? Perdón.
Estudios de competitividad
Studies
para generar alimentos en base a quinoa, transformación de la quinoa.
Estudios de competitiveness to be able to transform the quinoa.
Mm-hmm.
If there is no other questions, I think we can welcome Didier, our second speaker on this session.
Si no hay otras preguntas, creo que podemos darle la bienvenida a Didier para esta sección.
Bonjour Didier, can you hear us?
Yes, bonjour à tous. Hello everybody.
Salut Didier.
Salud. Excellent. And we're going to move the rest of the questions for Francisco over to the Slack channel.
Y vamos a trasladar todas las otras preguntas al canal de Slack.
Thank you so much, Francisco, for all your work.
Muchas gracias, Francisco, por todo su trabajo.
De nada, saludos a todos.
Hola Francisco, chao.
All right, Cedric, are we ready for this next video?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Welcome everyone. In this session, Spanning the Globe #1. It's with great pleasure and honor to introduce the two speakers in this session, Basil and Dr. Francisco Fuentes. I will start with Didier Basil. I met Didier back in 2013 in the first International Quinoa Research Symposium, and it's an honor to be able to present him right now. That time I was starting my master's at Washington State University when I was learning the code for quinoa for the very first time. Didier is a senior scientist based at CIRAD in Montpellier, France. He's an agronomist, active researcher in agroecology with a focus on agrobiodiversity. He received a PhD in rural geography back in 1998, considering both conservation and sustainable use of agrobiodiversity. And he graduated as a doctor of research from Montpellier University in 2014. After different international experience in Africa, Asia, South America, he joined the CIRAD in 2001 as principal scientist, where he develops an ecosystem approach for in situ conservation of biodiversity and promotes participatory research. From 2008 to 2012, he took the position as associate professor at Pontificia Catholic University in Chile, working for quinoa biodiversity characterization and sustainable use. He has coordinated the various international research programs on quinoa for the International Year of Quinoa in 2013. Didier coordinated the book called The State of the Art Report on Quinoa Around the World in 2013. For you who tuned in, this book can be found on FAO website. It's an open access, and you can read more about quinoa and the work Didier has been doing since then, but you will learn more during his presentation as well. During the 2014 to 2016, he was invited at FAO headquarters to serve as a visiting expert on quinoa and the Quinoa International focal point. During this time, he gave technical assistance to 31 countries experimenting quinoa. He's the founder and the facilitator of the Global Collaborative Network on Quinoa. This is also a network you can find if you visit the website. It is gcnquinoa.org. Today, he serves as CIRAD biodiversity advisor. He wants to integrate his experience on multi-level and multiple actors dialogues for facilitating new partnership for quinoa development in the different geographical regions, considering all actors and in particular women. In today's presentation, Didier is going to be talking about the experimental and production in the Mediterranean of quinoa in Mediterranean regions. Welcome, Didier, on this second International Quinoa Research Symposium, and we are so honored to have you. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Cedric. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here with you today. First of all, I want to thank the organization from WSU for giving me the opportunity to meet you through this online conference for sharing ideas on quinoa research and development. At CIRAD, all of our researches are built in partnership with national and local stakeholders in developing countries. So collaboration and participatory research are central for us. My speech is focused on the importance of quinoa genetic diversity, both for sustainable use in the Andean countries and for quinoa crop adaptation outside the Andes, and especially in the Mediterranean region today. Research partnerships have often facilitated the exchanges of germplasm and have had a powerful impact on quinoa development by strengthening collaborations. It is the key, but also one of the limits for quinoa adaptation worldwide. I will give you some background elements. Biodiversity conservation is a key global concern of the international community today, and we can see the place occupied by agriculture in the last publication of IPBES or IPCC, where agriculture is only mentioned as a driver for biodiversity loss. But farmers are also contributing to the creation of the global biodiversity through domestication, selection of varieties, and its adaptation to new environments. In Latin America, the Andean Islands ecosystem is one of the center of origin or hotspot of the world's biodiversity. For thousands of years, human populations have been interacting with local plants and also animals, building specific agroecosystems that are pathway for evolutionary processes. Chenopodium quinoa has evolved from a complex of biological, geographical, climatic, social, and cultural interactions that have determined its current very high genetic diversity. Quinoa was first domesticated in Andean countries over 7,000 years ago. Following the Spanish conquest, quinoa was rejected as instant food, and after centuries of neglect, the potential of quinoa was only rediscovered during the second half of the 20th century. Since then, the number of countries importing quinoa increased, with new producers appearing on the map and quinoa now being cultivated in many areas outside the Andes. The geographical increase in distribution of quinoa has highlighted the difficulty of access to quality seed, which is a key factor for testing the crop outside the Andes and for adapting the species to new environments. In this context, research partnerships have helped promote the exchange of quinoa germplasm and have allowed trials to be undertaken in non-traditional areas of cultivation. But what is quinoa? Quinoa crop is a member of the Amateraceae family and closely related to beets, spinach, or common land squatters. Quinoa is cultivated for its edible grains, but the plant has broad uses like the consumption of young leaves, and it is also served as animal fodder. Quinoa was domesticated near Lake Titicaca between Peru and Bolivia, and during centuries, generations of farmers have been involved in quinoa selection, which explains the high levels of genetic diversity found today. Quinoa diversity at continental scale has been associated with 5 main ecotypes: highlands from Peru and Bolivia, intermediate valleys from Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru, salares from Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina, yungas from Bolivia, and coastal lowland from Chile. Each of its ecotypes is associated with subcenters of diversity that comes from the surrounding of the Lake Titicaca, and each one corresponds to specific conditions of altitude, latitude, and is adapted to specific soils and climatic conditions. Thanks to the high levels of genetic diversity, quinoa crop is highly resilient to agroecological extremes, soils, rainfall, temperature, and altitude, and the quinoa crop is tolerant to frost, drought, and salinity. What can be grown in temperate environments outside the Andes? The differences are very pronounced between ecotypes, but the central and southern part of Chile, representing the lowland ecotype at sea level, is more adapted for experimenting quinoa outside the Andes to temperate environments. The spread of worldwide quinoa is made from strong relationship between institutions that share their genetic material. Andean countries hold the large germplasm collection with more than 6,000 accessions conserved by Peru and Bolivia. But many countries have established collection prior to signature of the Convention of Biological Diversity, which specifies that these states are today sovereign over these genetic resources. And we can see red triangle on the map representing 25 countries worldwide that can share their quinoa accession without any obligation of referring to Andean countries in accordance to global regulations on biodiversity since 1992. Until the 80s, quinoa was only cultivated in 6 Andean countries. But during the past 30 years, quinoa was tested in all the continents, and nowadays, quinoa is cultivated in more than 125 countries. Quinoa globalization entails challenges to the country of origin, and these are important to consider them for further development. Understanding this reality is fundamental to face the challenges of conserving local biodiversity, developing and promoting new varieties, and cooperating on plant genetic resources exchanges with inclusive processes toward fair benefits with Andean countries. 2014 was the year of the great step for quinoa in its worldwide expansion, with more than 26 countries only supported for 3 years by FAO technical cooperation projects in Asia, in Africa, and in the Mediterranean. But when quinoa really arrived in the Mediterranean region? That is the main question for us today. The first 3 countries who have introduced quinoa in the Mediterranean region during the 90s were from the southern part of Europe. And then Morocco tested quinoa for the first time during the agricultural campaign 1999-2000. Spain, Italy, and Greece were looking for alternative crops for diversifying their cropping system, considering the progressive abandonment of cotton and tobacco in Europe during the 90s. Quinoa crop offered them a good opportunity, considering its tolerance to drought and the possibility for becoming a cash crop. In Morocco, adaptation to drought and salinity were the 2 main drivers for its adaptation as a high nutritive crop for national food security and with the potential to generate incomes for small-scale farmers in marginal areas. During the second stage of its development in the Mediterranean region, Israel, Egypt, Turkey, and France were the 4 countries who have initiated new programs between 25 and 29 for adapting quinoa and their agroecological conditions. These countries were already importers of quinoa from the Andes, and there was a national consumption in this country before introducing quinoa. The very contrasted agroecological conditions across this country helps us today in developing new knowledge about quinoa for its permanent adaptation worldwide. And during the first wave of trials, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria were partners in some of the FAO TCP project after the International Year of Quinoa in 2013. But the Quinoa trials in Slovenia, in Croatia, and in Bosnia-Herzegovina were conducted outside FAO's initiative by public research institutes or national universities. Why a strong interest for quinoa in the Mediterranean? Quinoa is very interesting in helping to combat malnutrition and contributing to poverty reduction and poverty alleviation. And because quinoa crop is considered as a superfood for its balanced composition of all the essential amino acids, it is gluten-free, and North Africa population is one or with more celiac people at global level. Quinoa has also important content in minerals, vitamins, fibers, and interesting polyunsaturated fatty acids. Quinoa is a rustic plant, a very hardy and adaptable species because it grows from 0 to more than 4,000 meters above sea level. Its withstand temperature from 0 to plus 38 Celsius. It is drought tolerant and resists to salinity, to soil salinity. But the adaptation of quinoa species to different environments has already been successful in many contrasting environments. But the lack of knowledge of quinoa by local population on both agroeconomic practices and food uses must be a subject to be considered very early in experimental programs to involve local populations and farmers in the process. The washing, the cleaning of quinoa and its processing for human consumption are key steps that must be mastered in order to set up a quinoa industry and quinoa food value chain in these countries. It is highly important to train both farmers and people from extension services who can accompany farmers in quinoa adoption. Researchers in social sciences have an important role to assume for understanding how guiding farmers on agroeconomic production aspects into the agricultural transition with quinoa for diversifying their cropping system, but also on post-harvest activity for generating new income that are the condition for adopting the crop from farmers. Socio-economical issues and marketing considerations are also key points for installing the quinoa value chain in these countries. With this example in the Mediterranean, how can be considered quinoa's biodiversity for sustainable agricultural development, considering more the food security and nutrition? Firstly, quinoa is a good example of adaptive crops for many environments that can help to restore agricultural systems in marginal and degraded areas. Second, as quinoa is rustic, agroecological practices help improve resource efficiency of production with low external input and few water consumption. Third, quinoa could serve as a nutrition-sensitive agriculture, as is it considered among the 20 world health foods thanks to its overall nutrient richness, which added health benefits. Fourth, quinoa remains cultivated by small-scale farmers worldwide with a global average of 1 to 2 hectares per producer. Fifth, without Andean farmers, we would not have quinoa high genetic diversity today. It is a permanent effort for maintaining in a dynamic way this biocultural heritage. So, South-South cooperation is a way for Andean countries for benefiting of the new research advantage generated on quinoa outside the Andes. Access to quinoa germplasms and benefit sharing from its utilization should be addressed, recognizing the hard work of the Andean people in the selection and conservation of local quinoa land races, maintaining and adding value to quinoa's biodiversity through diversification for the benefit of global food security and poverty reduction. Quinoa is more than only a crop. Its biodiversity is at the heart of an innovative agri-food system that can really inspire us for its spreading. That are the key message I want to address you for my conclusion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Didier. Thank you for your presentation. And
Muchas
now,
gracias, Didier, por tu presentación.
yeah, now we can open the room for questions from the audience.
Ahora podemos abrir para las preguntas del público.
Gracias por las primeras preguntas. Voy a contestar en castellano.
Thank you for the first questions. I'm going to answer in Spanish.
La primera pregunta viene de Gerardo Garland. Su pregunta es sobre el origen de las semillas que se utilizan en el área mediterráneo.
The first question is from Gerardo Garland. He asks the farmers from the Mediterranean whether they work with what eastern seeds from the Andes or modified seeds that are modified genetically.
La primera cosa es que no hay semillas de quinoa modificadas genéticamente que se utilizan en este área mediterráneo.
So there are not genetically modified seeds that they use in that area.
Entonces, las semillas que se utilizan para las experimentaciones en el Mediterráneo vienen de acuerdos con países andinos.
The seeds that they do use for the investigations in the Mediterranean come from Andean countries.
A través de acuerdos con los gobiernos.
With agreements, they have agreements with the governments of each country.
O también hay posibilidad de acceder a semillas de quinoa en los distintos bancos de germoplasma en el mundo.
And they also have the possibility to access seeds from the germplasm collections from different parts of the world.
La otra parte de las semillas son variedades elaboradas y variedades certificadas en los países europeos, porque hay distintas variedades adaptadas para las zonas europeas que podemos utilizar en el área mediterráneo.
They also get some seeds from different European Union countries that are adapted for the Mediterranean.
Hay unas variedades que vienen de Países Bajos.
There are some varieties that come from Países Bajos. Perdón, no sé qué es.
The Netherlands.
Oh, from the Netherlands.
Sino también de Dinamarca, de la Universidad de Copenhague. Hay también una pregunta de Amanda Fuchsman de Argentina sobre las prácticas de manejo con quinoa y sus efectos degradantes de suelo en monocultivo.
Amanda Fuchsman from Argentina asks how they evaluate the practices and working with quinoa concerning the degrading effects of monocultivation on the soil.
Si hablo solo de la zona de Europa del Sur y de los alrededores del mar Mediterráneo, no hay monocultivo de quinoa.
If he's only talking about the area in Europe where he's been working, there is not mono cultivation of quinoa.
Sí, que sea en Europa del Sur o África del Norte. Es lo mismo, no hay monocultivos de quinoa.
They're in Southern Europe and Northern Africa, they don't use monocultivation.
Lo que vemos en la introducción de la quinoa siempre es para una diversificación de las especies de la rotación.
So what they're always doing when they introduce quinoa, they're looking for diversifying the populations.
Una pregunta interesante del colega Alipio Quinoa Murillo de Perú sobre la adaptación de quinoa, de los distintos ecotipos de quinoa en el Mediterráneo.
An interesting question from ¿de quién era?
De Alipio Quinoa Murillo.
Okay. Alipio Quinoa Murillo asks, what international agreements or national agreements are needed for the conservation and reevaluation of the biodiversity. Oh my God, I can't think of how to say it in English. Biodiversity in its origin, given the processes of erosion.
Sobre la pregunta de Alipio, lo que vemos en nuestras experimentaciones, por ejemplo, en Algeria o en Marruecos.
So what we've seen, for example, in Argentina or in Morocco,
es que la quinoa la podemos sembrar en dos temporadas, una quinoa de invierno o una quinoa de verano.
So what we've seen is that we're able to sow quinoa in 2 seasons. We can sow quinoa in summer or in winter.
Depende de los casos, si no hay heladas, podemos sembrar quinoa durante el invierno y utilizamos las variedades de altura de los países andinos que tienen ciclos largos.
And so depending on the climate, they can plant in winter at high elevations, dijiste, perdón, me perdí.
Si utilizamos las variedades de altura para
Yeah.
sembrar en invierno.
Since there's varying altitudes, they can plant in winter.
Porque estas variedades tienen ciclos largos.
Because they have longer growing times.
Y cuando hay heladas en las regiones del Mediterráneo.
Cuando hay, ¿qué?
Heladas, frost.
Oh, gracias. When there's frosts in the higher regions, they can.
Tenemos que utilizar variedades de ciclos cortos y que son más las variedades del ecotipo de la costa.
Then they can use the short season varieties that are, and they can use those closer to the coast.
Y utilizamos las accesianas que corresponden a los ecotipos de Chile, principalmente.
Chiefly, they use the accessions that come from Chile.
Sí. Una pregunta de Jack Oakland sobre la superficie, si son small-scale farmers or large-scale farmers cultivating quinoa.
A question from Jack Hoagland about large-scale cultivation greater than 500 hectares in the Mediterranean outside of Spain and France.
Tenemos unos ejemplos de grandes producciones de quinoa en Francia, España y Turquía.
We have some examples of big production in France, Turkey, and Spain.
Unos productores tienen más de 100 hectáreas cada uno.
100 hectares.
Pero la mayoría de los productores son pequeños productores que tienen alrededor de 2, 3, 5 y un máximo de 10 hectáreas cada uno.
The majority of the producers have small farms with 2, 3, 5, or at the most 10 hectares.
Any more questions?
Hay otras preguntas sobre cuando hay una pregunta de Gerardo Borges de Colombia que se pregunta la adaptación de las variedades y cómo después de un tiempo hay también generación de nuevas variedades para estas regiones.
There's another question from Colombia. He's asking whether the seeds that have been introduced into they've been able to achieve ecotypes or regional varieties in the Mediterranean.
Lo que es interesante es que como hay más de 125 países cultivando la quinoa hoy día,
It's interestingly, there are more than 150 countries cultivating quinoa right now.
si los agricultores tienen acceso a una diversidad genética alta de la quinoa, pueden generar nuevas variedades que van a generar nuevos ecotipos para estas regiones.
And if they have access to a large amount of diversity, they are going to be able to develop ecotypes.
Otra pregunta interesante también de Samuel Smart sobre el origen de la quinoa en la domesticación de la especie Quinopodium quinoa.
Perdón, Didier, Ava me estaba diciendo algo que...
Hay una pregunta de Samuel Smart
There's a question
sobre
from
la domesticación de la quinoa.
Samuel about the domestication of quinoa.
Yes. Lo que me interesa en mi trabajo de investigación hoy día es la posibilidad de evolución y de cruzamiento de Quinopodium quinoa con otras especies.
What's interesting to me is the evolution of quinoa and the... ¿Qué con otras especies?
El cruzamiento de Quinopodium quinoa con otras especies del mismo género.
And he's interested in the crossing of quinoa with other species of...
Lo que podemos ver es que en los Himalayas, en Nepal, en la parte norte de India, en Bután, hay unos ejemplos de domesticación de Quinopodium album.
In the Himalayas, in Nepal, North India, and the Bhutan, there are examples of
Domesticación de la quinoa, de Quinopodium album, que es otra especie.
Or domestication of Quinopodium album, which is another type.
Yes, Quinopodium album is a weed for quinoa crops.
It's Quinopodium album is the weed that quinoa can be crossed with.
Lo interesante es que hay posibilidad de generar nuevas especies, variedades con nuevos cruzamientos para adaptarse al cambio climático o otros cambios globales hoy día.
So there's a possibility to generate new variations with new combinations these days.
Hay una pregunta directamente vinculada a la siembra de la quinoa en Francia de Javier Matías Prieto.
There's another question about the sowing of quinoa in the Mediterranean basin.
En Francia trabajó solo con unos agricultores en agricultura orgánica.
In France, we work with some farmers in doing organic cultivation.
Para estos agricultores, la dosa de siembra es en general de 10 kilos por hectárea.
And they're usually cultivating 10 kilos per hectare.
Yes. Pero lo que estamos experimentando en Francia a través de investigación en agroecología,
What we're experimenting with through the agricultural, ay, perdón.
research in agroecology,
Okay. Sí, perdón.
trabajar también el tema de la agricultura de conservación para evitar de modificar el suelo.
And yeah, we're trying to conserve the soil. So we're trying to work with how to best conserve our soil.
Nuestros ensayos hoy día en Francia para cultivar la quinoa en estos sistemas es de sembrar la quinoa en asociación con otras especies.
So we're trying to sow it in association with other species.
Significa que durante un año podemos sembrar 3 especies.
So in 1 year, we can sow 3 different species.
We can, tenemos la quinoa con trigo y con leguminosas al mismo tiempo.
We sow it with wheat and
Legumes.
No, and legumes. Okay.
Yes. And la primera especie que vamos a cosechar este año será la quinoa.
The first that we're going to harvest this year will be quinoa.
El año próximo vamos a cosechar el trigo, que es un trigo de invierno, que va a esperar 2 años antes de desarrollar y de florecer.
And next year we're going to harvest winter wheat that takes 2 years to be able to harvest.
El año siguiente, en 2 años, lo que vamos a cosechar o utilizar como forraje es las leguminosas para animales.
And the following year, we're going to be able to harvest foraging plants for animals.
Okay, thank you all for all your excellent questions, and thank you very much, Didier, for answering all the questions.
Gracias por todas las preguntas excelentes y Didier por contestarlas.
So we are going to end our session here and go to a break, and the rest of the question you can find Didier on Slack channel.
Vamos a terminar esta sesión y puedes encontrar todas las otras preguntas y respuestas en el canal de Slack.
Thanks, everyone. And thank you to our facilitator, Cédric Habilloremier, our speakers, Francisco Fuentes and Didier Basile.
Y gracias a los facilitadores, Cédric y los oradores, Francisco Fuentes y Didier Basile.
And as Cédric mentions, you can continue the conversation on Slack.
Y como mencionó Cédric, pueden continuar la conversación en Slack.
And coming up in this room is Spanning the Globe 2, Rwanda and Malawi.
Próximamente en esta sala es Atravesando el Globo 2, Ruanda y Malawi.
And if you get lost, of course, you can always revisit the program page, which is listed down below there.
Y por supuesto, si se pierden, siempre pueden visitar la página. Aquí está el link abajo.
And we'll take a quick break and we'll be back in about 10 minutes to start the session at 11:40 a.m. Pacific time.
Vamos a hacer un recreo corte y nos vemos a las 11:40, digo, hora Pacífico.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Nos vemos.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Bienvenido a todos.
Bueno, you just said it.
Kevin, are you there?
Yes, I am here, Abba.
Okay, great. And we've got Moses on the line as well. Moses, are you there?
Yes, Abba, I'm here.
Excellent.
Yep.
Wonderful. And Cedric is still on the line?
Yes, I am here.
Excellent. I will hand it over to Dr. Kevin Murphy.
Thank you, Abba. Welcome to Spanning the Globe 2, where we will get some great research and updates from Dr. Cedric Habiyaremye in Rwanda and Dr. Moses Maliro in Malawi. Quinoa is...
Bienvenido a la sesión de Atravesando el Globo 2, donde vamos a escuchar las investigaciones de Cedric Habiyaremye de Ruanda y Moses Maliro de Malawi.
Quinoa is a newly introduced crop in several countries on the African continent.
Quinoa es un cultivo nuevo en el continente de África.
And this session features two leaders in the evaluation of quinoa varieties and agronomic practices.
Y esta sesión tiene dos líderes en la valoración y cultivación de distintas variedades.
Within the diverse agroecosystems of both Malawi and Rwanda.
Entre los ecosistemas diversos dentro de Ruanda y Malawi.
Dr. Cedric Habiyaremye and Moses Maliro will discuss their respective research.
El doctor Cedric Habiyaremye y Moses Maliro van a hablar sobre sus investigaciones.
On the adaptation of quinoa to the unique environments found in Rwanda and Malawi.
Sobre las adaptaciones únicas encontradas ahí en Malawi y Ruanda.
And their work with smallholder farmers.
Y su trabajo con granjeros de pequeña parcela.
To assess the potential for adoption and use of quinoa.
Para evaluar la posibilidad de adopción y uso de quinoa.
Within their current cultural and agricultural systems.
Dentro sus actuales sistemas de cultura y agricultura.
With that, I would like to begin this session by introducing Dr. Cedric Habiyaremye.
Con eso me gusta presentar Dr. Cedric Habiyaremye.
Traditional breeding methods such as crossing, GMS, and...
Sorry, hold on just 1 second here.
Perdón, un segundo, por favor.
We have some very eager videos that want to be played.
Tenemos unos videos que ya tienen ganas de mostrarse.
And they will just jump up and start playing themselves if I'm not careful here, so bear with me.
Y parece que saltan y empiezan sin que lo empezamos.
Okay, here we go.
I'm an associate professor in the Department of Crop and Soil Sciences at Washington State University. My research lab group is the Sustainable Seed Systems Lab, and together with Washington State University Food Systems Program and Quinoa Lab, we welcome you to this very special session titled Spanning the Globe 3, where we will hear from my dear friends and colleagues, Dr. Cedric Javier-Remier and Dr. Moses Maliro, speak about their respective quinoa research and their related activities in Rwanda and Malawi. So Cedric is a research associate at Washington State University and also founder and CEO of Quinoa Hub Limited and co-founder of Farmwella SPC. He leads and facilitates quinoa research in Rwanda and assists in the quinoa variety and agronomic trial development in Malawi and Kenya. Originally from Rwanda, Cedric previously served as the youngest member of the Global Agricultural Task Force of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. He also served as a fellow for the U.S. Borlaug in Global Food Security, the Borlaug Leadership Enhancement in Agriculture Program, and the Association for International Agricultural and Rural Development. He received his master's and PhD degrees in crop science from Washington State University, a BS in agricultural sciences with honors in irrigation and drainage, and an advanced diploma in soil and water management, both of which he received from the University of Rwanda College of Agriculture and Veterinary Medicine. Among many other awards, Cedric is a recipient of the 2018 World Hunger Leadership Award. Cedric first came to Washington State University as a new master's student 1 week before the first International Quinoa Symposium in 2013. And it was then, as we were organizing the session, that we first learned about what a positive, energetic, and hardworking individual Cedric is. And it was also there that we saw firsthand the first time the fantastic dancing skills that he brings to the table. One little known fact about Cedric is that he is also a really highly skilled whitewater river guide and has been on several of the most famous week-long rafting trips in the US. Cedric has been a highly valued, pioneering, and integral member of the Sustainable Seed System Lab ever since he arrived in 2013, and he will now share his talk titled Adaptability and Adoption of Quinoa in Rwanda.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for that wonderful introduction. And hello, everyone who tuned in. Today, I'm going to be talking about the adaptability and the adoption of quinoa in Rwanda. This is a project that started since 2015. I will walk you through, and please bear with me. So before we go deep into the whole project and the research about quinoa, let's first of all learn a little bit about Rwanda, its geography and some background. Rwanda is a small country situated in the Central East Africa with neighboring countries. In north we have Uganda, in east we have Tanzania, and in south we have Burundi, and in the west we have the Democratic Republic of Congo. Rwanda is a country that, like I said, it's small because it has, for people who know Washington State, Rwanda is like, Washington State is 7 times bigger than Rwanda. And however, the population of Rwanda is twice bigger than the population of Washington. So you can imagine how the population density is. And more than 80% of the population in Rwanda, they depend on agriculture for their jobs. So based on the size of Rwanda and the population size, it brings the population density to around 400 person per square kilometer. And this poses some limitation on the average land ownership of average land size of the farmers, which brings it to a half hectare on average. And the farming is characterized by mixed farming and dominated by mostly small scale and crop intensification. In Rwanda, we have 3 growing seasons, which are groups, as you can see on the screen. Season A, that starts in September and ends in mid-February, and the season B that starts by February and ends with July. And then there is a season C that starts in June, and then it goes all the way to the end of October. The major crops, major food crops that are grown in Rwanda are plantains. Some people know in Rwanda call them banana pretty much, but plantains that cover 1/3 of the country's cultivated land and 2/3 of the small farmers' earnings. And beans are grown mostly on 2/3 of the farmers. So beans is highly consumed in Rwanda. As a matter of fact, actually, Rwanda is known as the #1 country in the world that consumes beans per capita, followed by Brazil and Argentina and some other countries. Interestingly, people can start imagining why people consume beans a lot in Rwanda, many times in Rwanda, or why people love beans. It's because beans is so far is one of the main crop that produce both short and long-term food availability. When they have beans on the field, they can't go hungry because they can go and snap the leaves and make soup from the beans leaves or salad and stuff like that. And then they can eat it as green beans as well as dry beans. So it's one of the crops that provide availability of food source at the moment you put it on the ground. So one of the main cashew crops are tea, coffee, and those they cover 4/5 of the country's agricultural export. And if we look on crop by area of occupation, we have tubers, they cover a big number, like 30%, and the plantains, legumes, they cover 25%, followed by plantains, 19%, as well as cereals that cover 17%. By cereal, it's a mixture of both either maize and some other grains, but maize is mainly grown there. And then coffee and tea, which are known as cash crops, they cover 5% of the area of occupation. As we continue with the background and the context of Rwanda, the country faces two major social challenges. One of them includes poverty, where around 62% population live in poverty. And another one that is very striking is the stunting and malnutrition. 39.7% of children under 5, they suffer from stunting. And this is a big problem because there is lifelong term consequences associated with stunting in early life. Those include, according to different studies, those include the diminished cognitive and physical development, reduced production capacity and poor health, and increased the risk of degenerative diseases such as diabetes, So basically, with this high level of stunting and malnutrition, this is something, is the biggest social challenges that need to be addressed to avoid actually future problems that can affect the population of the country. Because the country is highly dominated by youth, which is good on the other side when you look on the development aspect. But if all those youth have experienced the stunting or malnutrition or micronutrient deficiency, there is concerns for the future and the prosperity of the country in the long run because of those consequences associated to malnutrition and stunting, as mentioned above. You can look at the country, the map, that shows the regional stunting distribution. You see in the north and the west, there is high level of stunting. Of course, in the rest of the country, the numbers are not good. When you see the middle one, this is the capital city, Kigali. That's why you can see maybe there is low rate of the numbers of people who are stunted, but you can see how the country is mainly aggravated or is kind of covered by those issues of stunting. So looking at those problems associated with that, in collaboration with the Sustainable Seed Systems Lab at Washington State University, we introduced quinoa. And some of you may wonder, why did we introduce quinoa in Rwanda? It was because quinoa has high nutritional value and complete protein crop that has all the 9 essential amino acids, and its potential to contribute to food and nutritional security could play a role in reducing those problems or addressing some of those issues that were mentioned above. It also has a wide ecological adaptation and the potential to contribute to climate change adaptation because it grows in a different range of soils and also altitude, which also it doesn't require a lot of input for production, which can be it can be an alternative source of income both locally and for export market, because of course it has received world attention since 2013 when the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, named it the superfoods or the crop of the year because of its potential in addressing those issues. Then we conducted the trials in Rwanda starting in 2015, where we tested 15 varieties of quinoa and 5 breeding lines, as well as 10 populations of quinoa. And this year, we are testing around 360 varieties of quinoa because we have seen the research has shown that it did well. We will go on the results as I go, but since then we have been doing some progress in strengthening the research capacity based on the findings from the previous study. And in our study, we conducted the trials in 3 different agroclimatic zones of Rwanda. Those agroclimatic zones, as you see on the map, they were characterized by both topography and rainfall distribution. So these stars, the red stars, they show the research stations in 2015, when we initially introduced quinoa research in Rwanda. We started in the Central Plateau, which is in the Gasabo district, in Ndera, and then we did in Gashora. So we did those 2 locations in 2015. And in starting 2016, we expanded. We did 3 locations. So those are the blue stars. Starting from the far, we see the category. It was like eastern lowland, which is highly characterized by low altitude that ranges between 850 to 1500 meters of elevation. And then the central plateau is characterized by somewhere between 1500 to 2000, and the highland region that is characterized by something between 2,500 and 3,000 of elevation. And looking at the rainfall distribution, the eastern lowland receive between 700 and 850 millimeters of the precipitation a year on average. And then the central plateau receives somewhere between 1,000 to 1,100. And again, the highland region, they receive a lot of precipitation that goes between 1,450 and 1,550. So we conducted this study to evaluate those varieties, 20 varieties, basically 15 varieties and 5 breeding lines, as well as the 10 population, to see how they will each respond in those 3 agroclimatic zones. The study we conducted, we didn't add any other inputs like fertilizer or anything. And we conducted the study on small plots that were the size of 4 by 1.2 meters. And we replicated them in 4 replications. Here is a summary of the results. Of course, some variety performed well and some didn't, and we were able to identify some potential varieties that comes as some of them are Caslea NL6 and the KQ74, and these 2 breeding line, the 3651 and 3664. So when we compare 2 locations, on Musanze received on average high yield compared to Kirehe on around 900 kilograms per hectare. And again, Kirehe received on average 600 kilograms per hectare. So there was significant differences in yield of those 2 locations. I want to mention that quinoa was completely new to Rwanda, and we started with no prior knowledge of how the best it can grow and what challenge we would face. However, as we evolved, we came to ameliorate with our research, and the results were getting better and better. Looking on the differences because of those locations, we conduct a study basically looking on the agronomic study research or data. We collected the data on emergence rate and days to flowering, days to maturity, and plant height, as well as yield. But the yield data, you saw them in the previous slides, but looking on these other data like emergence rates, we realized that there was no differences in emergence rate in those 2 locations. However, there was difference in days to flowering and days to maturity as well as plant height. And our research study across all the years and the location, the grain yield was positively correlated with the percentage emergence, and also negatively correlated with days to maturity, and positively correlated with the plant height of the plant, the crops. So as a conclusion to this section of the research, we realized that Musan's environment, they promote greater yield than Kirehe. And these initial results that suggest that this difference is because of the moisture differences, because Musan's receives during those period of time on average 550 millimeters or more of precipitation per year than Kirehe, and their mean differences were their mean temperatures were different because Kirehe received 22 degrees Celsius than Musanze that received 14 degrees Celsius on average during the growing season. And we identified the varieties like Caslea, NL6, and as well as they were higher yielding varieties in Musanze with an average of 1,800 kilograms per hectare and respectively. And then the breeding line of quinoa, that the 39/51 was the highest yielding variety in Kirehe with an average of 1,259 kilograms per hectare. So overall, quinoa did well in Rwanda, and we continue to strengthen our research. And then introducing a new crop like that, the biggest challenge we had was how are people going to perceive this crop? Are they going to accept it? Are they going to embrace it? So the biggest challenge was then because we realized that it can be adapted, can be grown there, but is it going to be adopted? Are people going to be able to grow it and eat it? So that's why the research study were conducted in the communities where farmers could visit, and they were curious to see the crops, and they would ask questions, and those potentially identified varieties were given to farmers, and we started a program we call Model Farmers, or Quinoa Model Farmers. That started in 2017. So the Quinoa Model Farmers, when it started, in these yellow stars, you will see these yellow stars are 12, the big ones. These are the initial model farmers we started. Someone may think, I don't know why we chose 12. Some may think maybe there are those like 12 disciples of Jesus, but I don't know. It's the number that happened like that. And we trained them, we followed with them how to grow quinoa, because initially they were interested in growing it, but we provide them their technical support. And those farmers, because of their interest, they started training their peers. And these small yellow cycles, those are like example of the secondary model farmers derived from or who were influenced by our initial model farmers in the community. And we were so fascinated with the level of adoption, because as you can see, these farmers, they multiplied a lot. They started reaching out to their neighbors and giving them, telling them about what they liked about quinoa and why they should maybe try it in their own. So then we started receiving a lot of requests, numbers of people interested in growing quinoa. And interesting enough, we thought it would be hard for us to make that move to inform people about growing it, but the farmers themselves, they took initiative and they started reaching out to their colleagues. And one of them actually, who I credit this success, I mean the expansion of this, I would credit this to my mother, because she's the one who did a great job of the expansion and reaching out to the farmers to grow it, because she loved it to the fact that she was enjoying it, making different dishes or cooking it in different ways, and then she would invite her colleagues to come, and they would love it, and they ask her seeds to grow, and then she'll give them away, to the point always I would receive a call, I ran out of seeds, can you send me more? And my great friend Olivier, who is an integral part of this study and this quinoa program in Rwanda as whole, who was always there with her, and we managed to reach out to a lot of farmers, and now we have a network of farmers that are around 515 who are growing quinoa in Rwanda. So we give trainings to those farmers, and those were the ones to go train their friends. And the number of farmers we have
Hi, everyone. We're just going to try and start that from where we left off.
Hola a todos, vamos a intentar a empezar donde se cerró, donde se quedó.
I think we were nearly at the end there.
Está por terminar.
Session titled Spanish.
And you can see here, because we've sequenced the entire genome, we see a much higher.
Cedric, while we're waiting, I have a question for you.
Cedric, mientras
okay, I'm listening.
So my question is, what do you work with the Rwandan government, and what is their thoughts about quinoa in Rwanda?
La pregunta es si Cedric trabaja con el gobierno de Ruanda, y si es así, ¿qué dicen ellos? ¿Qué piensan ellos de la quinoa?
We are working with research institutions within Rwanda.
Estamos trabajando con instituciones de investigación dentro de Ruanda.
Not per se like the government directory, but within the Ministry of Agriculture.
Entonces, no directamente con el gobierno, pero dentro del Ministerio de Agricultura.
But since the research was quite somehow independent, but when it got traction, we received some interest from the government.
Y ya que tienen unos éxitos, sí tienen, o sea, el gobierno está prestando un poco de atención.
So our plan is that since now we are working with the community, with the adoption and stuff like that, we are now taking to the next level where it may become even in the long term, the government part or initiative or to support, we are kind of supporting the government initiative to end malnutrition.
So, ahora que están trabajando con la comunidad y la adoptación, el nivel próximo sería sí empezar a trabajar con el gobierno y con la... Sí.
For example, in 2018, I met the Minister of Agriculture when we talked. She was interested in this program, and we are looking possibilities on how it can be expanded and maybe in a different part of the country and be somehow part of the program, of the government program, or work with the government directly as part of that program.
Who did you meet? I'm sorry, Cedric, I missed that. Who did you meet?
I said in 2018, I met the Minister of Agriculture. She was interested with the Quinoa program itself, and then, well, let me stop here so I can translate this first.
Que dijo que en 2018 conoció la directora de Agricultura y que ella sí es interesada y...
And so the plan was to see how either it can be part of the government, one of the government programs, or if it can be like an additional support to the government initiative officially.
Y están preguntándose si la cultivación de quinoa en sí puede ser parte del ministerio en sí o si puede ser parte de una iniciativa como extra.
So far we're exploring those options or possibilities, but now as a Quinoa Hub in collaboration with the Sustainable Seed Systems Lab, we are operating as legal entities for this research in Rwanda.
Hasta ahora están trabajando con estas posibilidades, pero también con, what's the institution that you're working with?
I'm saying Quinoa Hub as my company and the Sustainable Seed Systems Lab at Washington State University.
Están trabajando con su compañía Hub y con la Universidad Estatal de Washington.
So we are operating as legal entities to conduct this research and the development on quinoa in Rwanda.
Están trabajando con identidades o entidades de qué? Perdón, Cedric.
Legal, like basically allowed institute. I don't know how to, okay, no sé cómo se dice legal.
Legal entities?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Kevin, did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. Thank you, Cedric. And I think your presentation is ready to continue.
Okay.
Yes. Here we go.
And looking on the consumption of the quinoa, in Rwanda, farmers, they start being creative around different dishes. The grains, they could make flour and make porridge or make what is highly known in Rwanda as ubugari, and they would also make the porridge that is known as igikoma. But again, they started making some, like for example, my mother, she make fermented drinks of, she malt quinoa and make different drinks, like that is known traditionally in Rwanda as ichigage or umusururu. And the farmers, again, they make different dishes in cooking. And interestingly, they loved the quinoa leaves. You can see on the picture, these leaves how fresh and beautiful looking, and they eat them a lot. And the quinoa now, if you remember the story I talked about the beans were normally known for providing, and are still known for providing short and long-term food availability because they are consumed only during the course of the growth. And quinoa is playing the same role because farmers, when they're growing quinoa on the field, they still manage to go snap the leaves and they eat them. They make soup or salad, and they make different leaf-based dishes. And they are loving it. Some of them are calling it a good additive or added value to the role the beans are playing in the society. So they enjoy the delicious and nutritious grains, but again, they also enjoy the delicious, nutritious leaves of the quinoa. And they are loving it on the community to a different degree. And just this is something that brings me joy because I remember in 1997, there's a time in Rwanda we were hit by the famine. And I remember my family, we survived on the leaves of the beans. And seeing quinoa playing this role, it brings me joy because now, based on some of the study we conducted, interviews, farmers are like, now I can't go hungry if I know that I have quinoa in the field, or I have, because I can eat the grains, and later on I can eat when I can eat the leaves when the grains are not ready, and I will not starve. And those are stories that warms my heart. And again, quinoa, the introduction of quinoa in Rwanda is not to replace the existing crops, but is to be integral, to be incorporated in the existing farming systems to increase the crop diversity and again, the nutritional diversity. And we are working with different institutions that include foods, nutritious food, and they are using it, some of the quinoa, to make those products. Before I get to the end, this shows that the result of this study underscore the needs to continue evaluate quinoa cultivars to identify the genotypes adapted to the specific agroecological zones of Rwanda and the growing season. And there is a need for training of farmers on quinoa production, post-harvest, and handling and cooking. And so far, we have a big number of requests and interest from farmers who want to grow quinoa. And we will do everything possible to make this crop, superfood, reach every individual, every farmer in Rwanda, because those who start growing it, they understand its importance, and we do understand the importance of this crop, and we do make it possible to reach and to address the issue of micronutrient deficiency and stunting. And because I believe that proper nutrition drives resiliency, stability, and prosperity. And with the Rwandan government initiative, and for us adding this value, we will be able to reach this goal. In closing, I would like to thank you very much for your kind attention. And if you have questions, please ask them. I will be happy to address them. And you can also find out more about our research by following the Sustainable Seed Systems Lab, the social media, or the website, or you can also follow me myself I'd like to share most about my research on my social medias or my website at cedricnotes.com. And thank you again for your kind attention, and great honor to be here on this second International Quinoa Research Symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Cedric. That was really fantastic. You have quite a few questions here, but we don't have a lot of time.
Gracias, Cedric. Esto fue fantástico y tienes bastantes preguntas, pero no tenemos tanto tiempo.
Rachel Breslauer has been copying these questions to Slack. So for these people asking the questions, Cedric can respond via Slack, but also Cedric, do you want to pick a question that you see, either answered or open? Some were translated and the answered. Do you want to pick one and answer it?
Y para los que, o sea, alguien está copiando las preguntas en el canal de Slack, así que si no podemos contestar ahora, pueden buscarlo ahí en el canal. Y ahora Cedric tal vez va a elegir algunas.
I'm going to ask a few questions, and one of this person, maybe let me took this, that was asked by Hans G. I don't know how to say the name, but as they asked that, do you think to develop a quinoa leaf type?
¿Hay alguna pregunta sobre si están pensando en desarrollar un tipo de hoja de quinoa?
So for this question, given the fact that leaves are highly consumed in Rwanda,
y dado que las hojas están consumidos bastante en Ruanda,
and how farmers, they appreciate actually the importance leaves are providing, like immediate food source while they are waiting to harvest quinoa grains.
y los granjeros entienden que las hojas proveen un fondo de alimento inmediato mientras están esperando las semillas.
So at Washington State University, under the Sustainable Seed Systems Lab,
aquí en la Universidad de Washington, estatal en el sistema de semillas sustentables,
we are exploring possibilities of conducting research on quinoa leaves to see their nutritional composition.
Estamos pensando estamos experimentando en valorar la composición nutricional de las hojas.
And it seems like there is interest in some like well-known restaurant like in New York, the chefs in New York who are willing to help conduct also the sensory or the taste of those quinoa leaves.
También parece que hay algunos cocineros conocidos, como por ejemplo en Nueva York, que están interesados en eso, en el sabor de la hoja de quinoa.
Yeah, but for the case of Rwanda, we want to optimize the consumption of quinoa.
En el caso de Ruanda, queremos optimizar la que estén comiendo la quinoa.
So basically from leaves to grains without wasting anything. And we are actually working on how they can also consume the dry leaves, because some farmers started doing that and making a soup.
Incluso están buscando o mirando la posibilidad de usar las hojas secas. En Ruanda quieren utilizar toda la planta, desde la semilla a la hoja, y algunos granjeros ya están utilizando la hoja seca.
So that's the possibility basically to consume everything about quinoa has to produce.
Entonces, básicamente quieren consumir todo que tenga la planta.
Thank you so much, Cedric. That was great presentation. And
Bueno, fue muy buena la presentación y
I encourage everyone to continue this conversation. There's many more good questions for Cedric on the Slack channel. And Cedric,
recomiendo que todos siguen la conversación en el canal de Slack. Y
Cedric, if you can stay on after Moses Maliro's talk, there may be time then.
y tal vez después de la charla de Moses Maliro también haya tiempo para Cedric, para que Cedric contestara también.
Okay, it's my pleasure now to introduce Dr. Moses Maliro from Bunda College at the Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources in Malawi. Welcome, Moses.
Ahora es mi placer presentar el doctor Moses Maliro de Bunda College en Lilongwe, en Malawi.
Thank you, Kevin, for that introduction.
Gracias, Kevin, por esa
Hello.
introducción.
And in this presentation, I'll be talking about the research that we have conducted from 2012 when we introduced quinoa into the country, and also the capacity that has been built along this research work. So please pay your attention to my presentation and welcome to this presentation. Thank you.
En esta presentación voy a charlar de la producción que hemos hecho desde 2012 y lo que hemos logrado en Malawi desde 2012. Así que muchas gracias y bienvenidos.
Okay.
Systems Lab at WSU, and we are welcome everyone. My name is Abba Kaiser, and I am co-producing the International Quinoa Research Symposium with the Sustainable Seed Systems Lab at WSU. And we are very excited to be welcoming today our very special guest, Dr. Moses Maliro, who is a professor of plant breeding and genetics in the Crop and Soil Sciences Department under the Faculty of Agriculture of Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources in Malawi. His current research focuses on improvement of the nutritious and underutilized crops, including quinoa, which is a global emerging crop, chickpea, green gram, flax, chia, bean, and maize. He has supervised research projects by scores of both postdoctorate and undergraduate students working on these crops. He is also currently coordinating a project that is aimed at strengthening farmer-managed seed systems in Malawi. His collaborative research and outreach engagement is both national, Total Land Care, Department of Agricultural Research Services, and international with Washington State University, Brigham Young University, FAO, and Gansu Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Dr. Moses
Valley, which runs along the Nile, all the way down from the Dead Sea through Nile and all the way down to the Zambezi. And it is characterized by a diversity of topographical features that modify the climate. And we have a diversity of climate and agroecological zones, as I'll briefly talk in the next slide. We have parts that are in the lower Shire Valley, less than 200 meters above sea level. We have the lake shore, the middle and upper Shire, which ranges from 200 to 760 meters above sea level, all the way to mid elevation, up to 1,300 meters, and those other areas that are above a rainfall that is of unimodal pattern. Our rains come from November to March, and therefore we have only one cropping season when you compare with the other parts of Africa. Then the rest of the year is dry. If any farming, cropping can be done, then it has to be irrigated. As you can see, Malawi is almost 25% of it is covered by water, and then we have the rest of it as the land with some good arable land for farming. Well, a quick look at the challenges that our nation is facing and that are associated with the agricultural industry. Food insecurity is still a challenge. Normally, I think for our food, people depend on one major food crop, that is corn or maize. And then we have other legumes and pulses that contribute to the diets of people. But the country is still struggling with the food insecurity. In addition to that, we have nutritional insecurity. The previous studies have shown that 37% of our population are stunted. Then severe malnutrition, we have about 4% occurring in the under 5 children. These are the reports you get from our 2010 and the 2016 National Statistical Office. We also have recent climate change impact, which has led to unreliable rainfall pattern that affects crop production. And also you do get floods in some parts of the country. And 2 years ago, we had the impact of tropical Idai. Now, above these challenges, we have relatively few crops that are produced for the export market. So we are in need of diversifying our crops, both for food as well as for export market. And therefore, as I'll talk in the next slide, is about why quinoa was introduced in the country. So in view of all these challenges, we saw the quinoa's potential to contribute to Malawi's food security and nutritional security because of its high nutritional value. And again, the crop's wide climatic adaptation so that we can grow it in all these agroecological areas of the country and be able to produce enough food for our people that is nutritious. It becomes a good crop for mitigating climate change impacts. And then, as I said, we need to diversify our crop base for even export, both the local and international markets. Now, this quinoa was introduced in 2012 in collaboration with Dr. Kevin Murphy of Washington State University during the period when the FAO and the United Nations had declared the International Year of Quinoa 2013. So this was part of those activities that quinoa was introduced into Malawi. So since then, we have conducted a number of agronomic studies. So from here on, I'm going to highlight the research that we have done and the findings we have done and what achievements we have done. So our major objectives for these agronomic studies have been mainly to determine the potential of growing quinoa under Malawi and also the neighboring countries' environments. Then leading into identifying varieties with high yields and valuable agronomic characteristics suitable for our environment. So initially, the germplasm material that we got into the country, we got 13 from Washington State University, and these were bred in the US and some from the Andean region. You can see here Ecuador, Bolivia, materials from Chile, Peru, and others even from Denmark. So these were selected for their diversity and the promising potential that to adapt to our African environment. So one of the questions that we had to answer in our agronomic studies is, can quinoa grow and yield in Malawi and also in the neighboring countries? Well, what we did was to start with a preliminary evaluation, which was done in 2 sites, at Bunda, which is a main campus of Luana. That was in 2012, and we continue to conduct agronomic studies to date. Another site was Bembeke, which is on the highland and has a cooler environment or climate. So there we did an irrigated experiment in 2012, ending in 2013. So this area is also on the higher altitude. Then, out of the 13 genotypes, 9 were promising, and we had to move on to on-farm experiments. Then here we partnered with the Total Land Care, an NGO that is working with farmers. So we selected these environments, 6 environments: Nkunga, then Chilua. These are warmer. If you look at the altitude, these are lower along they lie along the lake, Malawi, and they are warmer. The rest, they are cold with the annual temperatures ranging from 18 to 22. So this is where we evaluated the 9 promising genotypes in the different environments, representing what are the environments we have in Malawi. So this is just a map showing Malawi and the central area where we evaluated these on-farm, the 6 sites. The design followed the normal randomized complete block design. Each variety under 3 replications was planted in 2 by 2 meter plots. We also applied fertilizer, which was 23-21-0 for nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium at the rate of 150 kgs. This became our standard fertilizer applications in the subsequent experiments. And then after conducting these experiments for at least 2-3 seasons under irrigated conditions in on-farm, a highlight of the results we obtained include plant growth and yield performance. So the table I'm showing here, I'll just highlight the results we obtained in the lower altitude environments here, Chilua, and then come down here, Nkunga. When we look at maturity, in these warmer areas, quinoa took less than 100 days to mature. That's about 3 months. But when you look at the cooler areas, environments, that's Kalilaipe and Mansambo, they took above 110 to 120 days to mature. So that's the impact of these two different environments that you see. When you look at the plant growth and yield, here I'm just highlighting the yield only because of time. The highest yields that we obtained were in the cooler areas where the quinoa took 110 to 120 days to mature. You can see here we obtained about for the quinoa, for instance, we have about 4 tons in Malomo, 3.6 tons, and so forth. If you go to Nalunga, another cooler area, we are also getting 3.9, about 4 tons there per hectare, 3.6 across all these genotypes that we evaluated in these sites. And then in the warmer areas, we are getting about 1 ton to 2 tons. So we see the impact or the effect of warmer temperatures versus cooler temperatures where it takes longer to mature. The yield of quinoa is getting better when we take it to the relatively cooler areas in our environments here. And then the next slide, what I'm showing is the quinoa that we tested at Bunda under rain-fed conditions. This is just to highlight the yields we got at Bunda. Most of the varieties yielded less than a ton. Only 4, like black-seeded, Matihud, Biobio, and the Rosa up to brightest yielded above a ton, but the rest were less than a ton. So we have had challenges with the rain-fed production of quinoa, particularly at when you are establishing the crop and then you have a heavy rainstorm, it just batters your seedlings and drastically reducing the plant population. So that's one of the challenges when it's grown under rain-fed under our conditions. But we still have to push forward and see what is the best time the farmers can grow, because most of the farmers rely on rain-fed crop production, and the fewer have good access to water for irrigating. So that's why we have had some other studies, as I will show in the next slide. Before I proceed to some of the next slides on what we have worked on to study the challenges, let me also report what our another study that has been conducted in a neighboring country, Tanzania, an agronomic study. We have a postgraduate student who worked at the Nelson Mandela Agricultural Institute in Arusha. We shared the germplasm of 5 genotypes, and these were evaluated on 2 sites, Kibosho, and on the campus of this institute in Arusha. These were grown under rain-fed, and the highlight of the results, when you look at the plant growth and the yield, here we just look at, let me highlight the yields. The 5 varieties yielded up to 3.6 tons. I think the lowest Q374, as you can see here, was 2.8, almost 3 tons as well. So this is under rain-fed conditions, quite different from what we have experienced in Malawi. In Malawi, under rain-fed, we can get up to 2 tons. But here they are able, in Tanzania, they're able to harvest up to 3.6 tons, which is quite impressive under rain-fed conditions. So this shows that I think Africa or the region, quinoa has adapted so well that we can produce large quantities, and people can use it for food security and as well as for maybe export to the other regions of the world. Let me quickly look at, well, maybe let me, if I proceed, let me also talk about one of the studies on spacing. Plant spacing has been one of the issues that we needed to work before farmers can adopt. So in Tanzania, they also worked on inter-row spacing, which one is going to give us higher yields, 20 by 10 centimeter rows and within row spacing, or 30 by 10 or 50 by 10. So testing, evaluation of these three inter-row spacings yielded these results, about 3.4 tons from the higher population spacing, 10 by 20. While the 50 by 10, you get about 2.9, almost 3 tons anyway. So by narrowing your inter-row spacing, you are increasing plant population and the yields are higher. So these are some of the options that our farmers have, especially here where you don't see a lot of small-scale farmers using machinery. So they can afford it to plant quinoa at this very short plant spacings like this. And they can have extra benefit of the yield. Well, we have had additional germplasm to evaluate in our country. Some of the germplasm we obtained from Rick Jeren of Brigham Young University, and these have also been evaluated. These are interspecific hybrids, and most of them were relatively dwarf, and they gave us quite impressive yields. This is just a highlight of what we have obtained from this new germplasm. Most of it went up to 3 tons or 3.6 tons if you look at the results. Likewise, the next, you are able to get a hybrid getting up to 4 tons. So we are looking at highly potential material that we will keep on breeding and evaluating in our environment, and boost up our quinoa industry as we promote quinoa. Okay, I indicated that we have evaluated, we have worked on some of the challenges we foresee, like time of planting on quinoa performance. This is to answer the question: should farmers plant quinoa at the beginning of the rainy season, or in the middle of the rainy season, or towards the end, since it is known not to require too much water? What we did was to run an experiment at where quinoa was planted at 2-week interval. So 3 varieties were evaluated: Bio, Titicaka, BBR. The results, the figure that is shown here, it shows that maturity period in this case, they did not show big variation across the different planting times, as you can see from the video. And this is for maturity, but the genotypes varied in their maturity period. So it doesn't matter how early you would plant quinoa here, it will take the same period as long as there's enough moisture. But when you look at the yield, what we have seen is that if you see planting date 1, 2, and all the way at 2 weeks interval, grain yield significantly declines with the delayed planting of quinoa under rain-fed conditions in our Lilongwe area. And when you look at the genotypes themselves, BBR genotype is higher yielding when planted early, but when delayed, that advantage is no longer there. Another challenge, what we have tried to work on, is method of sowing. Does it affect growth of quinoa and its yield? We tested three different planting methods. Planting, direct sowing in rows, we call it drilling. Broadcasting, where you quickly broadcast your seed in the field, or plant at a nursery and then later on transplant in the field. Which one gives you better results? In terms of days to germination, the broadcasting is faster. That's what it germinates faster than the two methods. But in terms of germination percentage, you have poor germination percentage from the broadcasting. The rest, no big difference. And when it comes to survival of the plants in the field, broadcasting is also poor because of rain-fed, rainstorms, they crash the plants. So broadcasted seedlings suffer most, or the most among the three systems or the methods. And when it comes to yields, the yields also follow the same pattern as in the plant survival. Because you have got less plants under broadcasting, you also get low yields. We have also tested animal manure application in quinoa. What we have tested includes cattle manure applied at 0 tons, 4 tons, 8, all the way up to 20 tons. The results have shown that yield significantly increases with application levels. Optimal levels may be achieved at around 6 tons for the cattle manure. And the genotypes response to manure application, they also vary. So some manure, some genotypes will respond better than others. We have also done germination studies of the seed so that we take care of storage. What we have seen is that seed germination percent was still over 75% after 6 months of storage at room temperature. However, seed deterioration, viability deterioration starts to decline after 2 months of storage. The slides show that. We have also done nutrient composition of our quinoa. Is the quinoa that we produce locally as nutritious the quinoa produced elsewhere around the globe? What you have noted, when you look at protein, we can get up to 13.7% or grams per 100 gram of seed. So not a big significant from what we get in literature. We have done the same for iron content. And when you look at the work we have done, I can highlight some major achievements. We have released varieties. In 2017, we released 7 varieties. Brightest Brilliant Rainbow, up Cherry Vanilla, Matjude, up to Black Seeded. These are the varieties we have released and are available for farmers' use. And we have also increased awareness and capacity building for quinoa research and the industry in the country. Farmers, where particularly we have conducted on-farm research, they are more aware of this crop and they are growing it. We need the follow-up studies to see if they are using it in their diets. We have trained at least 1 postgraduate at the MSc level. And for undergraduate students working on research, we have over 30 who have done agronomic seed studies. Nutritional studies, we have 5, and animal feed, potential of using the grain for animal feed. We have 1 candidate who have worked on that. So there are areas that we recommend for further research. We recommend pests and diseases. We haven't done much on this. Seed storage and viability, we need more work to be done. Utilization and nutritional studies. If we need to look at development of recipes that can enhance acceptability of quinoa in Malawian diets. And then we have to do further promotion through seed multiplication and certification of seed of this released varieties, sensitization of the farmers. Already we have some commercial farmers that are helping us to multiply the seed on their estates. And we hope this will push quinoa and we join other countries who are already marketing quinoa in their supermarkets. At this point, I would like to thank you all for your for listening. And if you have questions and comments, points of discussion, they are all welcome. Thank you. Gracias.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Moses. That was an excellent presentation. And you do have some questions, both here and also on Slack, but I can help you. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Gracias, Moses. Esto fue una presentación maravillosa y sí, tienen unas preguntas acá y en el canal de Slack y yo los puedo ayudar o te puedo ayudar. Okay.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So the first question is from Michelle Ajamian. How recently did corn become a major crop? Did millets hold that place before corn?
Y esa pregunta fue, ¿hace cuánto volvió a ser un cultivo principal? Y antes el maíz era el mijo.
Maize for Malawians, I would say it became a major crop not more than 60, 70 years ago when it was introduced. Before maize was introduced into the region, particularly in Malawi, yes, our people were consuming the millets. You are looking at the sorghum, pearl millet, and the finger millet. These were the major cereal food crops. But when maize was introduced, we came in, and then we became independent because of some of the attributes, higher yields per unit area. Maize was promoted as a major food crop.
I'm sorry, I have to translate a little bit. So he said, el maíz volvió a ser un cultivo importante hace 60 o 70 años y antes de eso estaban consumiendo mijo, sí, mijo de varios tipos como el sorghum. And then, so I heard you say all the way up to millet, that the types of millet that you were eating before corn.
I said sorghum.
Uh-huh.
Sorghum and the pearl millet, okay, and the finger millet.
Okay, and then after that, what did you say?
When maize was introduced and when we became independent after the colonialism, there was a special promotion for maize as a major crop. Why? Because it yields, you get higher yields per unit area when you compare with these millets. So that was one of the attraction for promoting it as a major food crop. And you'll be surprised today when you start trying to push for the millets that are equally nutritious or even more nutritious than the corn. Okay. People can hardly go back to take the millets as a major, as a equally important food crops.
Dijo que después de que volvieron independientes, después de la colonización, maíz maíz volvió a ser un cultivo importante por su rendimiento muy alto en comparación al mijo. Pero hoy en día es difícil que cultivan el mijo porque sí, en comparación no tiene tanto rendimiento. Okay.
Okay, we can ask the second question now.
La segunda pregunta.
Moses, let's see. Thank you for your exposition. Dr. Maliro, do you handle your studies organically or conventionally?
Thank you for that question. So far, we have done it, can I call it semi-conventionally? Because what we have been applying the NPK fertilizers, but we haven't used any chemical. We have observed aphids as pests in the quinoa fields, but we haven't sprayed any chemical. But
Moses, thank you. We have to keep the answers short for translation, and then you can continue.
La pregunta era si usan, si están haciendo la agricultura orgánica o convencional, y Moses está contestando de que es convencional, pero no están usando químicos. Cuando tienen insectos, o sea, iba a ir a explicar qué usan, pero no están usando químicos. Okay.
Anything to add on that question, Moses, or are you finished? We have more questions, if you like.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. I can add to say that most of the farmers that have come to ask for seed from us, they are looking at the quinoa as a commercial crop, and the available market, some of them are preferring organically grown. So it's an area that we need to evaluate and see how much we could be getting if we grow quinoa here organically.
Dice que la mayoría de los granjeros están considerando la quinoa como cultivo para la venta, y están evaluando entonces cuánto pueden ganar y cómo será la mejor opción.
Okay, we have time for one more question, Moses, and then you can answer the rest on Slack. But
Una más y después los demás están en Slack.
This last question is from Amber Havamel from WSU, and she asks, are you noticing issues with long-term seed storage and viability, and are these associated with particular quinoa varieties? If so.
La pregunta es si están observando problemas ¿En qué? What long-term seed storage and what else?
Specific varieties.
¿Y en cuáles variedades?
Okay, thank you for that good question. Yes, we have observed, noticed deterioration in the viability of the seed, particularly after 6 months, you will see a significant decline in the viability. And okay, maybe you translate that first.
Dice que sí, que están observando menor viabilidad, particularmente después de 6 meses.
But we have not seen specific differences among the varieties. I think all the varieties seed are deteriorating after 6 months, and it becomes more significant, big decline after a year. So
no están observando mucha diferencia entre las variedades. Todos tienen menor viabilidad después de 6 meses y a lo largo del tiempo también.
So we would encourage our farmers to use fresh seed that has not lasted at least 6 months or not more than a year or 12 months. Then they would get a good germination percentage.
Entonces recomendaron que los granjeros usan semillas frescas, por lo menos con menos de 2 o incluso menos de 6 meses para buena, para optimizar el cultivo.
Great. Thank you, Moses. That was an excellent presentation, and thank you for your answers as well. And again, I encourage everybody to visit Slack because I think there's more conversations here. And thank you again, Moses. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation.
Thank you. It's midnight here. It's close. It's 2 hours to midnight, almost. So if you don't see me online, I'm snoozing.
Mañana.
Thank you.
Hasta mañana.
All right, thanks everyone. We're gonna just take a quick break and we'll be back at 1:15.
Bueno, gracias a todos. Otro recreo corto y vamos a volver a la 1:15 tiempo pacífico. O sea, en 5 minutos.
Mamacha, hermano chai, maquicha que parla ikusu. La papacha mamacha, hermano chai, maquicha que parla ikusu. La taca el kusu. Amanyaga nyagal taka, taka el kusu. Amanyaga nyagal taka. Papacha mamacha, hermano chai, maquicha que parla ikusu. La papacha mamacha, hermano chai, maquicha que parla ikusu. La taca el kusu. Amanyaga nyagal taka. Taka el kusu, amanyaga nyagal taka. Papacha mamacha, hermano chai, maquicha que parla ikusu. La papacha mamacha, hermano chai, maquicha que parla ikusu. La taka el kusu, amanyaga nyagal taka. Taka el kusu, amanyaga nyagal taka. Achaulia jajaji chai, achaulia jakiji, achaulia makiji, achaulia jajaji chai. Achaulia jakiji, achaulia makiji, achaulia jajaji chai. Achaulia jakiji, achaulia makiji, achaulia jajaji chai. makinji, achaulia makinji, achaulia jaja chichai, achaulia kakinji, achaulia makinji, achaulia jaja chichai.
All right, and welcome everyone. Can you hear me all right? See a thumbs up from Evan. That's good news.
Bueno, bienvenido otra vez y ya creo que nos pueden escuchar.
Welcome to the last session before the networking session of the International Quinoa Research Symposium.
Bienvenidos a la última sesión antes de la sesión de networking del simposio.
I'd like to hand the session over now to the facilitator for this session, Evan Crane.
Ahora viene el facilitador Evan Crane.
Thank you, Abba, and welcome everyone to the Spanning the Globe 3 China and Australia session.
Gracias, Abba, y bienvenidos a todos a la sesión de Atravesando el Globo 3, China y Australia.
The worldwide expansion of quinoa, spanning continents and diverse agroecological regions, is rapidly occurring.
La expansión de la quinoa por todo el mundo está ocurriendo rápidamente.
This session features the experiences of Mark Warmington and David Wu as they share the challenges and opportunities associated with quinoa development in Australia and China, respectively.
Esta sesión destaca los desafíos y logros de Mark Warmington y David Wu en Australia y China.
Next slide, please. So we'll begin with David Wu. Thank you.
Empezamos con David Wu. Gracias.
Here to introduce our second speaker in the Spanning the Globe 2 session, David Wu, founder of Shangqi Jiaqi Agritech Company Limited. He launched a quinoa project in 2018 in China. David is leading the team on quinoa breeding, research, farming, processing, and developing marketing in China. He successfully set up a quinoa breeding platform by means of crossing based on artificial emasculation and speed breeding system combined with greenhouse, plastic channel, and field and southern winter multiply. The team is searching for a two-way hybrid system with developed male delayed EMS mutants to produce a commercial F1 hybrid. I'm excited to hear David's talk, so please join me in welcoming him.
Hello, everyone. I thought again and again about how to name my presentation title. In the end, the title is Breeding the Main Crop for Future. It's my dream and mission. Here's my content of my presentation. First of all, I would like to introduce quinoa in China, the situation in China. Before I introduce our breeding practice, I would like to introduce the quinoa situation in China. From this map, you can see nearly 85% of the provinces have started to begin to quinoa trials and commercial production. Even though the production area you still keep small area, maybe at this moment about 10,000 hectares all around China. About the research, the quinoa research activities happening in nearly all the agriculture and biology related universities and institutes. quinoa production mainly concentrated in the highland areas like Qinghai, Gansu, Yunnan, Inner Mongolia, Shanxi, and Hebei provinces, etc. And the production, based on the small-scale farmers are the main production team. They often grow half to 2 acres, and some other production farm are medium-sized, say 10 to 100 acres. And the rest are quinoa companies. They grow more bigger area, and also they contracted with the grain farmers. So far, the commercial quinoa farming region is still located in mountain land. As you see, like here, is our farm in Shanxi province. It's all mountain-like layers, layer by layer, and the production here is all dry land. It's rain-faded. Somewhere like here is the Qinghai. It's irrigated land, and small farmers they produce by themselves. About the market, about the food and market, you can see from this page. There's quinoa grains, quinoa milk and grain, and some liquors and some drinks and bakeries. It's marketed in like the supermarket, Metro, and Meet All, and nearly all of the net shops. Worth to consider is that some giant food company, for example, Guangming Rice and Wahaha have developed several products. Let's back to the quinoa production. In last decades, we start from our beginning to produce quinoa. We face a lot of problems in production. First, some are heavy, like the sprouting, before harvest sprouting. Some varieties, small rain can cause the sprouting very badly, and like some disease and the lodging and late frost, early frost, and some insects damage. It all caused a lot of economic loss. So we have to solve this problem before we can commercial production have big area in China, or I think even in other countries. Trying to solve this problem, I think quinoa diversity will be the key to solve the problems in production. We have done a lot of work on breeding, and we are appreciated to have a chance to collaborate with Dr. Mark Tester of Coast on phenotyping in China. You can see the pictures. We have done phenotyping in Qinghai and Shanxi province for 20 years in 2018 and 2019. You can see the team here. We are in Qinghai. We have noodles in the field. It's enjoy the. You can see Mark enjoy the noodles. We have a big happy team to do the field research about the phenotyping. We have got a lot of interesting materials by the phenotyping, and it will be used in future breeding. Here are what we have done by the crossing. These are by emasculation. You can see the flower like this. The picture is the 100 enlarged. The flower is very small, so it's hard to do the pollination, the emasculation, and but at last we are successful to get the seeds. By the crossing, we have solved some problems like the early mature, half drove, big panicle, and high yield, heat tolerance, and neutral for light. You can see from pictures from the parents. One is where the mother is very high and the father is very low, but we can by the crossing we got some medium-sized half-dove plant. And from this picture, you can see the seeds. The first line is the mother. This is the 13 seeds, but this is a 10. The father is 10, and the progeny is 10. It's the same. That means the progeny, the seed size is 30% larger than the original one. We have got some very good lines, and have been applied in the production. The other thing we have done is the EMS mutant. We have treated some lines to grow the mutant, to grow seeds, and some big field experiment in the field, and the hot greenhouses, and try to get some useful trait like this one. But it's very hard to get the mutant line. The very important one is that we have from the EMS mutant, we got some very useful one. It's male delayed mature EMS mutant that makes it to produce hybrid F1 possible. We have create pure lines with good trait, half dove, flowering earlier, and tight flower open time. And also we have create more self-pollinated line with this material. Modified commercial ways to produce seed high is our target in the future. You can see here is the mutant. The flower like this, from the start opened, the stigma is spread out first, but the pollen is mature delayed 1 to 2 weeks. We have a chance to use donate pollen to pollinate it. From this practice, we have get some hybrid F1, like here's the picture. This one is by Jiaqi Pro A, 10 plus with the father Jiaqi 00167. Here's the F1. You can see it's nearly the pura, and it is about over 90%, over 95% of the F1. It's the purity is very fine. Here's another one by the other two other further donate. The other important policy is speed breeding, because the breeding is cost time and the labors and the fund, so we have to fast breeding. So we combine north and south weather conditions and take all kinds of facilities to shorten the breeding period. At this moment, year-round cultivation average 85 to 90 days per generation, so we can grow 4 generations a year. Here's some pictures we in our past experiment. Here's the greenhouses, and here's the plastic channel, and here's the open field in Shanxi and open field in Qinghai, and here's Hainan Island. We combine all this together, so we have a chance to produce year-round cultivation in the field and the greenhouses and also the channels. 4 generations a year is possible now. And the last thing that I like to see is the seed production. At this moment, most of our seeds for farmers and seed for processing are produced in Qinghai. Some end generations in Hainan Island. Cool and dry weather, full sunshine, no rains before harvest, and the land can irrigate with melted snow water. So it takes the advantages for seed production. So here's my presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, David, for that presentation. We do have time for questions.
Gracias, David, para esta presentación, y tenemos tiempo para preguntas.
And David, I'll remind you to take a break after every couple sentences to allow for the translation when you're responding.
Thanks for that.
So the first question is from Dwayne Johnson, and he's asking, do the Chinese have a preference for the type of food? Maybe the products.
Perdón. La primera pregunta es si la gente de China tienen preferencia para un tipo de comida, o sea, qué tipo de comida que les guste.
David, are you unable to unmute? Are you able to? Bear with us while we try to get David connected here. Thank you.
Un momento, estamos intentando a conectarnos con David.
While we're paused here, I just want to remind everyone about the networking session that's coming up right after this. And it will be an opportunity for you to speak with the whole group.
Mientras estamos en pausa, les recuerdo de la sesión de networking que está justamente después de esta sesión, que van a tener la posibilidad de hablar entre todo el grupo.
David, are you able to unmute or join with your video?
Estamos fijándonos si David nos puede sumar.
Okay, let's go to the next video here.
Pero vamos al próximo video.
So we'll save questions for David if he's able to join us until after this next video as well. Does that work for you, Evan?
That works. I was going to suggest we do that. So if you have any questions for David or think of any more, please do put them in the Q&A and we'll get to them either at the end of this or in the Slack channel.
Y sigan agregando las preguntas para David, porque si él no nos puede contestar después del video, aún así vamos a poner las preguntas en Slack.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. It's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker in Spanning the Globe 2, Mark Warmington, whose agricultural career started with a large seed company as a technical officer, working his way forward to becoming a parent seed and seed production agronomist. These positions gave him experience in plant breeding and producing pure seed for hybrid production. He has also worked as a sales agronomist for a number of large agricultural outlets. His interest in quinoa began back in 2013. In 2016, he joined the International Quinoa Conference in Dubai to track down further genetic resources. Here he met Professor Mark Tester of KAUST and his colleagues, which has led to a worldwide research program utilizing a huge genetic bank to further our understanding of the crop and identify desirable traits to improve the quinoa genome. As the farm manager for the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development based in Kurnoonera, Western Australia, Mark is always looking for a new crop to introduce to farmers in the Ord agricultural area. Please join me in welcoming Mark Warmington.
Thanks, Evan, for the kind introduction. I'd like to kick off the presentation to give you a picture of the actual research station and what we do here, which I've managed since 2011. We cover off on a large number of crops: sesame seed, plantago, quinoa, chia, cotton, mung bean, soybean, chickpeas, both desi and kabuli, cucurbits, safflower, maize, sweet corn, forage and grain sorghums. We're a small dedicated team of 4 people and we achieve an awful lot. We work in conjunction with other research groups, including the North Australian Crop Research Alliance, or referred to as NACRA, who I will talk about later on in the presentation, RATEC, large multinational companies, federal and state government agencies, and the Australian and overseas universities. The aim of our research is to find new cropping options for our growers in the Ord Valley here. The biggest asset for this area is our continual supply of fresh, clean water at an affordable rate, guaranteeing yearly crop production. I'd like to play now a short video to give you a snapshot of what the farm does.
The Department of Primary Industry and Regional Development Research Station in Kununurra is situated on the banks of the Ord River to the north of the Kununurra town site. Research has been carried out at this location for well over 50 years on a range of crops that can be grown in the area. In the tree crop area, we've developed a grapefruit variety for the area and some new mango varieties that were released a couple of years ago. In the broadacre area, we've been concentrating on gluten-free crops for the last couple of years, looking at crops such as quinoa, chia and plantago. This site has two different soil types, so it's got black Cunninara clay and some levy soil on it, so it's good for doing research on a range of crops in the area, also with a range of irrigation techniques, so we can use flood furrow irrigation and pressurised irrigation as well. The climate here is ideal for cropping for this area, so this is a perfect site for undertaking research for trials for the East Kimberley and even for the West Kimberley for researching new crops for the area.
The quinoa is one of our major research areas, particularly concentrating on different varieties and trying to find varieties which are suitable for our climate up here in the north. We presently have 2,000 different lines, and we're starting to find some lines which are very suitable for our area. The safflower is an emerging crop in WA. It's used for high oleic oil content, which is highly valuable for high-value machinery use. We've been working on it for around 4 years, and we are now in the phase of producing high-quality seed for the rest of the country. Chia is ongoing research, trying to find new varieties, once again suit our conditions up here in the north. We're concentrating on around 300 different lines, and we're hoping that there'll be one out of that which will increase our yields and increase our profitability.
As a grower here in the Ord, it's important that we have research that provides results that adds to the quality of the crop that we grow and or the profitability as well, because if we've got a profitable business, we've got a long-term future here as well.
So as mentioned, we've been working on quinoa as a potential commercial crop since 2013. Through replicated trials, we have made a number of findings growing the crop in the north of Australia. Our climate up here is quite different to where the crop originated from. So the findings so far, the earlier the planting, the higher the yields, and we've tried this across 4 early varieties. So an April plant, an average of 1,630 kilos to the hectare, which leads to a July harvest. And the temperatures vary between 28 and 30 degrees during the day during that period. A May plant, average of 1,070 kilos to the hectare, an August harvest, and the temperatures starting to climb to around 35 degrees. And a June plant, an average of 429, so a major drop in yield from the April plant. And that you're looking at a September, October harvest, and we're well and truly into 40 degrees at that stage, and we're starting to see some severe effects from heat. The sowing rate had no significant influence on yield, so we set up plots to plant between 1 and 3 kilos to the hectare, and the 1 kilo plantings compensated well for the shortness in population. Plant population versus height. The higher the population, the shorter the crop, which I found very interesting. It goes against a lot of other crops that I grow here. The insect pressure increased with heat, particularly with the Rutherglen bug who comes in on the northerly winds later in the season. And the heat effect increased in the later plantings, and in some cases lines remaining evergreen and not setting any seed. So in late 2019, we've released Crusoe White, a new variety developed on the research station, and we recently gained plant breeder rights to it. It's a line that I've been working on for quite some time, and I'd just like to give a quick history of how this has come about. So in 2011, 32 lines were brought over from the US to the University of Western Australia, where a guy who I've been working closely with, Dr. John Clements, a university researcher, planted these 32 lines into mixed plots. And he started taking selections from those plots. In 2012, he had named a line U12 Bold-B. Where that name comes from, I'm not quite sure. And these were grown out in pots in the glass house to get a seed increase. In 2013, I received a very small amount of 3 lines, which were reselections from the original US material. U12QA, U12 Gal A, and U12 Bold B. The U12 Bold B really expressed bad heat effect because we planted in late May, so it was exposed to high temperatures. The other two lines weren't too bad, but certainly that line showed major heat effect, and I only ended up harvesting 3 plants and the rest I discarded. So I got a small selections from those 3 plants plus bulk the seed together. So 2014, I planted the U12 Boll B-E. I've added an E for the early selections and noted that there was 3 distinct plant populations in that planting. So I've selected the 2 early flowering types to become U12 Boll-B-E-W, W for white, being a white seed, and a U12 Boll-B-E-T, being a tan seed. We haven't progressed any further with the tan seed, mainly due to what the client wants to buy in the supermarket. So further selections were taken from these. 2015, 0.2 hectares of the Bew was planted, and I went through and removed all the off-types, walked through it quite regularly, and I took a further 20 selections from the 2014 material. 2016, we did further refinement, and we shortened the name because it was getting a bit of a mouthful and dropped it down to just Bew, plus the selection number. So of the 20 selections, I brought it down to 4 selections, being Bew-4, Bew-12, Bew-17 and Bew-18. 2017, 0.2 hectares of the 4 stabilised lines were planted, and we went through these with a fine tooth comb and decided to run with the Bew-18 as a suitable variety. There's a marked difference between the 4 varieties in head shape, inflorescence number, heat tolerance, height, and shade of the colour green, plus maturity, some maturing early, some maturing later. In 2018, 1 hectare of the Bew was grown out at the research station, an application put in for plant breeder variety rights through Australia, and the variety was called Crusoe White after the research station. So this is going back to 2014 when I planted the bulk Boll-B out, and you can see 3 distinct plant varieties here, different shades of green, and the one on the far right resembles quite a bit of the original parent, that lighter steel grey colour, which seems to be more heat affected than any other one, and this particular line was dropped because of the heat effect. So the characteristics of the Bew-18, yield consistently around 2 tonnes to the hectare, sits at around 95 centimetres tall, good strong stem and good lodging characteristics. Generally has a single main head with some side branching depending on the population, and the head is semi-open, which I like because of particularly with disease and insect pressure. Approximately 109 days to harvest. It can be direct harvest or windrowed. Seed dehiscence is generally low, so when you cut it, the seed doesn't fall out of the head. Some heat affected flowering, which I think is a carryover from the original parents. And we have found that a hot finish will also reduce the germination of the seed. Consistently white larger seed, very uniform and on-type line, and the saponin levels do tend to increase in the hotter environments. And here's a picture, an overall picture, and I'm hoping you can see the difference across the field, but you can see 3 different shades of green going across the field, which is Bew-18 in the front, Bew-12 in the middle, and then Bew-17. So you can definitely see those differences, which we had to provide to the plant breeder variety rights to get it through. So speed breeding is generally a new process which we've been playing around with. A breeding program allows for the introduction of quality traits to improve existing phenotypes. It took around 8 years to finally feel confident to release the Bew-18 and gain breeder variety rights. What if this could be achieved in 3 to 4 years? A rapid generation turnover platform allows for quicker movement through generations. Purpose-built controlled environments have been adopted for a quinoa breeding collaboration between the North Australian Crop Research Alliance and the University of Western Australia. These environments control temperature, duration and quality of light in all seasonal conditions. So in 1 year, 4 to 5 generations are possible instead of just the one, which speeds things up immensely. From the phenotypical work over the past few years, I've noted high performers with good traits in a number of seed lines. Seed quality is obviously a very high on the agenda for traits, but other qualities can determine whether a high performer can be used as a male or a female in a breeding program. Once selected, the breeding process begins with the emasculation of the selected male plant and then cross-pollination with the respectable male, which enables a cross. This is quite a tricky affair to ensure a cross is made and we don't achieve a self-pollination. Something UWA and NACRA have been working on for the past 2 years. The resultant seed is grown out and tested for hybridity, with true F1s selected and taken to homozygosity under selection to stabilise the line to create a new variety with improved qualities. The UWA gene integration platform, although in its early stages, has proven highly successful in crossing, identification of hybrids, and the rapid turnaround back to homozygosity. This is quite a basic breakdown of quite a challenging process, but my colleague David Wu will present further on the subject in the next section. And a photo here is obviously of the greenhouse where temperature and climate's controlled, and a picture of a female and a male underneath the bag to obtain a cross. So, 2016, year of the International Quinoa Conference in Dubai, had the pleasure of meeting Professor Mark Tester. The meeting led to the world's biggest genetic bank of quinoa, and the Quinoa Research Station became part of a large international trial phenotyping lines in an attempt to domesticate the quinoa genome. In 2017 and 2018, nurseries with a total of 1,340 and 1,142 plots were planted, including 3 check lines, including Regalona, PI 614888 and PI 614885, as these are easily recognised. A plant from each has been bagged for genetic purity and flowering dates noted. Just before maturity, CAS representatives travelled from Saudi Arabia to complete a full phenotyping of the nursery. This information is then compared to a number of sites around the world. All plots were hand harvested, thrashed, and seed stored for future trials and shipment around the world for further trials in other countries. Selections were also made to ensure that our genetic purity remains sound. Okay, so challenges to growing quinoa in Western Australia and the Ord. Presently, a lack of genetic material available to growers to establish commercial production across Australia. Just access to planting seed is a major problem for us. A lot of queries from prospective growers, but we just haven't got the resources at the moment to get them underway. Acceptance in the marketplace. So at the moment, consumption within Australia is minimal, and it's something that we need to work on to get that consumption up higher. Cost of production in Western Australia compared to overseas imports is a major challenge for us at the moment. So one way around that is to actually get our yields up through breeding programs so we're able to compete a little bit better. Increasing the grain size and the seed quality is also a challenge for us under our growing conditions, and I've got a slide which I'll refer to shortly concerning that. Changing environment. The climate appears to be getting hotter as it is around the rest of the world, with average temperatures climbing. For the last 3 years in Kununurra, the average temperature has been getting warmer, and this is certainly creating a challenging environment for us to get our quinoa to flower during the cooler months. And also daylight sensitive planting windows. So with the winter solstice coming in for production in the north, it creates certain windows for which we can plant, and sometimes they're not the most suitable to give us our best yields. So this is what I was referring to with the seed size. So on the far right is a commercial Australian line taken from the supermarket 2 weeks ago. and going up to newer material, which I've got now. So you can see 0.1893 grams per 100 seeds as opposed to 0.572 grams per 100 seeds. So our commercial product on the market is very small at the moment, and that's definitely something that we need to work on. So opportunities. Australia's clean green image, which is pretty well noted around the world, and our strict residue controls concerning insecticides and the quality of our product puts us in good stead to produce more and sell more. High interest in plant-based protein, and that goes for around the world. And one big highlight for us in the Ord is the fact that we don't grow any gluten products. We haven't got any wheat or anything like that here, so we can guarantee our machinery and trucks, etc. There's no cross-contamination at all. Current work being carried on at the moment, identification of suitable varieties, breeding parents, climatic zones across Australia. These are opportunities, big opportunities, particularly working with companies such as Koust. There's so much happening in this space, and I guess the big challenge ahead of all of us is the amount of information which is being produced at the moment, is bringing that all together into a usable format. Networking, such as the Symposium and the Koust project, certainly we get to meet a lot of people who are sitting in a space of the same interest, and a lot of ideas flow, and it gets things moving in the right direction. And also really important moving ahead is identification of heat tolerance within the lines, particularly in other countries such as Africa, where heat is also an issue, and it will assist production around the world. So one of the first groups in Western Australia to produce quinoa was 3 farmers, and they're based in Narrogin in southern Western Australia. And I thought it would be quite useful to get a commercial view of what's happening in Western Australia. So I'll play a short video now.
Hi everyone, I'm Ashley Wees. I'm one of the 3 farmers that make up the 3 Farmers Quinoa Company. We're growing quinoa in the southern area of Western Australia. It's broadacre farming. We only get rain really over the winter months and into spring, and we have no other irrigation. So we're growing quinoa in our spring period, where we're really waiting for the day lengths to start lengthening, and we're trying to get seed set before our environment gets too warm into our summer, which generally starts to happen in November, December. So a reasonably challenging environment. We've been reasonably successful in capturing a lot of the Australian growing market for quinoa in Australia itself. It's been a reasonably consistent market over the last 5 or so years, but one that's probably not growing very much. It's been reasonably stagnant. I suppose some of the challenges we have in our production system is really getting the yield of quinoa up enough for it to be attractive for a grower to grow. The competitiveness of quinoa in terms of pricing has probably restricted what we can pay for a farmer, and so we're really looking for varieties where the yield can be improved. The other thing we have is it would be great to have better broadleaf weed control. We're growing on reasonably large areas where hand weeding and hand controlling of weeds is probably reasonably unviable. It's viable for some weeds, but not others. And the other thing is we often can get heat stress at the end of our growing season. It would be great to have varieties that could tolerate the hot finish a little bit better than they currently are. In terms of what our customers want, I suppose customers love the big white bold grain that comes out of South America. That's what they're used to. Our grain varieties tend to be more golden and smaller. So from a quality point of view, although nutritionally our varieties stack up very well, it would be great to improve the visual appearance of quinoa. And then I think from a general point of view, in just looking at trying to increase the markets for quinoa, especially into the food production manufacturing businesses that are looking to put quinoa in other foods, it would be great that if we were just more competitive compared to some of the other ingredients that they're choosing to use. And this really means just increasing our supply of quinoa, so that the price can come down and be more competitive. And I think that would help everybody, which comes back to really try to improve the yields of quinoa in the paddock and bring that price down to a grower. Otherwise, it's all been quite strong for the last few years, and a fantastic journey that we're continuing and enjoying. Thanks very much.
And that concludes my talk. So thank you very much for the invite to talk at the symposium. And I hope I've provided some good information for you all. And now I invite questions. And thank you very much for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to both of our speakers for those great presentations.
Muy bien, muchas gracias a los dos presentadores por sus charlas.
And I want to mention that Mark and David are joining us from a very early Tuesday morning in their respective locations. So thank you for getting up early to be with us.
Y quiero mencionar que es bien temprano en donde están Mark y David. Están madrugando.
So what I'll propose we do is split the remaining time. The session goes until 2:50.
Propongo que
Pullman time.
compartamos el tiempo que queda entre los dos.
So I'll present a question for Mark and then a question for David, if that will work. We can take turns fielding and answering questions.
Entonces vamos alternando entre preguntas para Mark y preguntas para David.
And I just want to make sure, David, do we still have you on the line here?
Vamos a asegurar que David todavía.
Yes, awake.
Okay, great. Awesome. Just checking.
Thank you so much, David.
Thank you. Morning.
So the first question in the Q&A, and for those that haven't already, please consider posting a question.
Y la primera pregunta es, y para los que todavía no han puesto preguntas, les invitamos a poner las preguntas ahora.
Megan, would you like to read the question from Ernesto Chura?
Okay, let's see. Ernesto Chura pregunta si en la zona de producción que muestras en las fotos, ¿cuánto es la precipitación pluvial anual? And then what, would you like me to keep reading?
If you're able to translate it, that would be perfect.
Oh, okay, sorry. Then, so the question in English is, what is the annual precipitation in the region shown in the photos?
So I think that's for me. So we get around 700 millimeters of rain a year, but that falls between November and April. And we have a dry season where we get no rain at all.
Mark dice que en Australia reciben unos 700 milímetros de lluvia por año entre noviembre y abril. De hecho, I think that was for David also.
Okay, David, are you able to answer that question as well?
Yes. Have asked the question, sorry.
It was how much annual precipitation do you get in the photos shown in your presentation?
Oh, yes. In our presentation, there are two locations. One is in Shanxi. The precision is about 400, and in Qinghai is about 200, but it is irrigated. Thank you.
Dice que hay dos ubicaciones y en Qinghai reciben unos 400 milímetros de lluvia por año y en Qinghai unos 200 milímetros, pero también hacen irrigación.
I'd like to pose a question for both Mark and David.
Y una pregunta para los dos, Mark y David.
From Freddie Quispe Jacobo, Dr. Wu and Mark, thank you for your responses. Could you comment about the cost of production by hectare?
Yes, si pueden comentar sobre el costo de la producción por hectárea.
David, you can go first if you like.
Yes, I try to answer the question, but I have the calculation problem because in China we use mu, not hectare. 1 mu equals to 1/5 of a hectare. We have the problem of, we have no herbicide to kill the weeds, so we need laborers to weeding. So it costs a lot for the laborers. And the cost of the land, as our farm, we need to rent land to grow grow quinoa. So like in Qinghai, we need about 100 USD dollar for the one mu. That means 1 hectare need 15 times 100. That means $1,500 for 15 mu for the rented land. And the other cost is about another
While you're calculating, I'll translate some of that.
Sorry.
That's okay. Dice que,
Okay, go ahead.
Dice que tiene que calcular. Hay un problema en el cálculo porque en vez de usar un sistema de hectáreas, miden la tierra en mu. Y un mu es 1/5 de un hectárea. Además, no hay herbicidio, así que tienen que pagar el laburo y el laburo es caro. También la tierra es alquilada y el alquiler es alto. Sería tipo $100 por mu. Y dijo que esto entonces es caro. Okay, I'm ready.
And the other production costs are nearly the same as the range.
As the range.
Rental, yeah. Land rental, yeah.
Oh, okay. Y los otros costos son casi iguales al costo del alquiler.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, that include the fertilizer and the rotation land and the weeding and the harvest.
Incluyendo la fertilización, laburo para quitar yuyos y de cosechar.
So $3,000 per hectare.
Alrededor de $3,000 por hectárea.
And the production is about 3.3 tons, something like per hectare.
y la producción es alrededor de 3.3 toneladas por hectárea.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Mark, would you like to answer that question as well?
Thank you. Our costs are relatively high in the Ord because of our remoteness. So we work on around $3,000 a hectare for most of our crops for production. So we need to be getting at least 2 tonne to the hectare or 2.5 tonne to the hectare to make it a viable crop. At the moment, a lot of our yields are coming in at 2 tonnes, so we need to increase our yields.
How much did you say you need per hectare?
$3,000.
Well, that's how much it costs, and so you need.
Yeah, so we need 2.5 tonne to the hectare.
Okay. Dice que también los costos son relativamente caros por su aislamiento. También dijo unos 3,000 por hectárea y entonces necesitan 2 toneladas y medio para rendir.
So for the likes of 3 farmers in the south, they do broadacre on dry land, and their costs of production are cheaper. So their yields can be less. So they potentially can make more money out of the crop.
Los 3 granjeros, la compañía de 3 farmers, hacen otro tipo de cultivación en tierra seca. No sé cómo traducir broadacre, pero entonces su potencial es más alto para la ganancia.
Okay, great. Thank you. Megan, are you doing okay translating? Can we keep going with some questions?
Yeah, I'm just kind of trying to write them down as they go.
Okay. So we'll all be patient with our responses to give you time. Okay, a question for David.
Okay, pregunta para David.
Are you using hybrid F1 production for now, or are you still developing? And that question comes from Junda Jiang from Lundberg Family Farms.
Quiere saber si David está usando el híbrido F1 ahora o si todavía están en desarrollo.
Okay, Mr. Jiang, and we are still make progress of the hybrid F1, but we have not commercialized to use F1 to the big field, only in our experiment farm. Thank you.
Dice que están en desarrollo con el F1, pero no lo están comercializando todavía. Lo están usando en sus campos de experimentación solamente.
Okay, a question for Mark.
Pregunta para Mark. Y Mark, if you can speak a little bit more slowly, it will help me, please.
Sure.
Okay, from Freddie Quispe Jacobo, wondering about for Crusoe White, what the level of fertilization is to produce 2 tons per hectare.
Ah, okay.
Sorry, you broke up there. I didn't quite catch the question.
I'll repeat the question now. The question was from Freddie Quispe Jacobo, asking about the level of fertilization needed to produce 2 tons per hectare for Crusoe White.
Y Freddy quiere saber cuál es el nivel de fertilización necesario para el cruce blanco para producir 2 toneladas por hectárea.
I think we'd be looking at around at least 80% seed set in the head. to give us that sort of yield. So if it's planted late, due to heat effect, that percentage will come down and our yields will drop. So it's quite important to get that planting window.
Dice que buscan, o sea, necesitan alrededor de 80% de plantación, no sé cómo es seed set, para este rendimiento. Así que tienen que aprovechar la ventana indicada para sembrar.
Okay, a question for both Mark and David. Any issues with birds in the field? Any stories or troubles with birds in your quinoa fields?
Y para los dos, quiere saber de los problemas, algunos problemas con los pájaros en los campos, alguna historia o alguna instancia con pájaros.
David, would you like to answer that question?
Yes. Yes, we have some problem of birds on the top of the panicle. It's caused some harms of the panicle. My watching is that some birds find insects from inside the panicle. There's a insect caterpillar and some insects, and some regions we found the birds eat quinoa and cause some problems, losses, and sometimes stand in one panicle, stand several birds. It's caused harm the panicle. It's caused losses too. That's it. Thank you.
Dice que sí, que en algunos casos los pájaros están causando daño en el panículo. Algunos insectos también entran en el panículo y después los pájaros comen o los insectos o directamente comen la quinoa.
So in the orchard, I'm very pleased to say we don't have any problems with birds. It's one of the few crops grown here that the birds don't get into. So we have major problems with geese and white cockatoos, but they haven't touched the quinoa to date.
Wow. Dice que no. De hecho, en Australia no tienen problemas con pájaros. De hecho, es uno de los pocos cultivos que los pájaros no molestan.
Okay, a question from Ernesto Chura, and I'm translating into English first, but they're coming from Puno, Peru, and they're in the F5 of the cross with good results in compact panicles. And you're in the F1, do you evaluate the saponin content and how much it has? And I can read that, Megan, in Spanish, or you can read it from the Q&A if you'd like.
I haven't found it yet, so.
Okay, I'll read it. David y Mark, en Puno, Perú. Estamos en F5 del cruzamiento con buenos resultados, panajos compactos. Ustedes en F1 evaluaron el contenido de saponina y cuánto tiene. So the question was, do you evaluate the saponin content in your first generation or in the F1?
Oh, it's a good question, but we didn't do that of the common of the test of the saponin F1 or after that. Just we did some test of after we process the seeds. Mm-hmm.
You only did it with which kind of seeds?
Quinoa seeds after processing. we did some tests
Okay.
of the saponin content.
Ok. Dice que buena pregunta, que no lo hicimos la prueba de saponina F1, solo unas pruebas después del procesamiento.
At this stage, no. It's a very good question. At this stage, no, we're not looking at the saponin levels at the beginning, but with the work that Mark Tester's doing, all the varieties are being tested for levels, and we can work with those as that information becomes available.
Mark dice que tampoco, no están mirando los niveles al principio, pero con el trabajo de, with who were you working that was doing?
Mark Tester.
Oh, Mark Tester está haciendo unos trabajos. Is he looking at the levels before production or after?
After.
Okay. También, como dice David, solo están mirando los niveles después del procesamiento.
So a question for both David and Mark.
Una pregunta otra vez para los dos.
From Agustin Lopez. How do you handle weed problems? Do you have a specific herbicide? Thank you.
De Agustín López, ¿cómo tratan los problemas de yuyos o de maleza? Si tienen algún producto que usan o qué es que hacen.
Mark, I answered first. I mentioned in last answer for the production cost. So far, we have no herbicide for quinoa, so we have to deal with the weeds by hand. So it's a big cost for our production. It's a big portion. Thank you.
David dice que, como mencionó, hasta ahora no tienen herbicidios. Así es muy caro porque usan, o sea, son solamente gente sacando los yuyos.
We have not got any herbicides that we use. We are doing some work looking at what herbicides are available and trialing, but as of yet, we have found nothing that's suitable that does not harm the crop.
Okay. Tampoco tienen herbicidios, están probando algunos, pero hasta ahora no han encontrado ninguno que no hacen daño.
Okay, thank you. Another question for both Mark and David. What are the main biotic threats to quinoa growing in China and Australia? Are there any bacterial pathogens seen or nematodes?
Can you say it one more time?
Yeah. So I'll repeat the question. What are the main biotic threats to quinoa growing in China and Australia? Are there any bacterial pathogens seen or nematodes? The question from Florin Villanueva Scrafton.
Okay. ¿Quiere saber qué son los peligros bióticos primarios? Si ven un peligro patogénico o bacterial.
David?
Yes. It seems we have not a special biochemistry for bacteria or nematode so far. So we have not much problem for the bacteria and the nematode so far.
Thank you.
En China hasta ahora no tienen mucho problema con nada de esto.
And the same story for us in the Ord. I can only comment on the Ord, but we haven't found any bacterial issues today. We found a small amount of Vultinaria in one particular line, and that's really about it. So we don't get downy mildew at all.
Mark dice que tampoco. En una línea particular tenían un problema pequeño, pero sobre todo no.
So I'll ask a follow-up question from Meta Anko. For David and Mark, have they had fungal problems like mildew? What did they use to control it? Para David y Mark, ¿han tenido problemas de hongos como el mildew que usaron para su control?
The downy mildew was only heavy in our greenhouses, not outside the field. Especially in Shanghai, it's very dry and good sunshine and a low temperature. So there's no downy mildew in Shanghai. And in greenhouses, we only use some chemicals. But I'm sorry, I cannot tell the chemistry name. So at this moment, I need to check later. If somebody interested can contact me by email. Thank you.
David dice que solo tienen problemas de mildew en los invernaderos, pero no en Shanghai por su clima seca. En los invernaderos tienen que usar algunos químicos que él no puede nombrar ahora, pero puede fijarse en los nombres por si alguien quiere escribir después.
And once again, no fungal pathogens have been detected here in Kamalaura. So no downy mildew.
Y Mark dice que no tienen problemas de hongos.
Just saw 2 questions come in from Junde Zhang, wondering about the yield for your F1 plants and also any issues with stem borers.
Do you know how to say stem borers in Spanish by chance? Anybody there?
No, I can check on that. Maybe we could start with the yield for the F1 question.
Yield of F1 can increase about 30% to 50% compared with the parents. So I think the F1 with big potential for future. Thank you.
Dice que el rendimiento para F1 aumentó entre 30 y 60% comparado con las parentales, así que F1 tiene mucha potencial.
So for ourselves, much the same as David's answer for the F1. And concerning the stem borer, I've seen it once before in some of our crops here, and it did a very small amount of damage.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Go ahead.
Dice que es similar o sea, vean rendimiento similar para F1 y solo han visto este insecto una vez.
Yes, for the stem borer, we have the problem happened in China, especially in the medium high level, like 1,000 to 1,500 meters high. This region is warmer and sometimes hot. The steam borer is very badly damaged the crop. Sometimes causes very heavy loss. You know, the yield are very low. Thank you.
Dice que sí, este insecto hace muchos problemas en alturas arriba del 1500 metros. Y este insecto ha hecho mucho daño y bajó el rendimiento.
Okay, with that, I think we're going to end the Q&A early so we can take a short break before the networking discussion.
Con eso vamos a terminar un poquito temprano para hacer un recreo antes de la sesión de networking.
And I want to thank our wonderful speakers one more time for joining us so early in the morning.
Quiero agradecerles a los presentadores una vez más por sumarse tan temprano.
And for answering all the questions. And if anyone has any more questions, please use the @ symbol on Slack to answer, or excuse me, to ask questions directly of the speakers.
Y por contestar tantas preguntas. Y si alguien tiene otras preguntas más, pueden hacerlos usando el símbolo @ con el nombre de.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Evan, and thank you, Mark and David, as well.
Gracias, Evan, y gracias, Mark y David también.
I hope that you guys get to go back to bed and have a few more hours of sleep now.
Espero que
Okay.
ir a dormir un poco más.
And with that, we're going to just wrap up this session and take a short break before we get to our networking session at 3 o'clock. So room 2 will be closed and everyone will move into this room to start the networking session at 3 o'clock Pacific.
Y con eso vamos a terminar y a tener un recreo corto. Vamos a cerrar la sala 2 y todos vamos a juntarnos acá en la sala 1 para la sesión de networking.
The topic for the networking discussion will be breeding, agronomy, and end use.
El tema de hoy sería...
It's written there if you want to use that title, Megan.
Sorry, I'm
in the
looking
middle.
at... Oh, that's okay. Mejoramiento, agronomía y uso final.
Thank you. And then if you want to engage with the Slack, you can do that by using the website here, tinyurl.com/Quinoa Slack.
Y para ir al canal de Slack, acá es el URL. Está escrito aquí en naranja.
Are there any questions before the room facilitators take a short break? You can put them in the Q&A here.
¿Algunas preguntas antes del recreo?
We still have about 100 people joining us, which is wonderful. Thank you so much.
Ya todavía estamos más de 100 personas. Muchas gracias.
And we will talk to you in about a half an hour at 3 o'clock Pacific.
Y nos vemos en media hora a las 3 horas tiempo pacífico.
Thank you, Megan. Gracias.
Welcome.
Gracias, Megan.
You're welcome.
One
Jerusalema ikhaya lami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikhaya lami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze Shilana ilondoloze 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 zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami Jerusalema ikhaya lami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana Jerusalema ikhaya lami ilondoloze uhambe nami zungangishilana dawo yami ayikholana buso wami awukholana ilondoloze zuhambe nami ilondoloze
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Rachel, how's it going?
Good. Consider this our tech test.
Ah, I can't hear. There we go. There's just too much noise going on. There's like my phone just keeps pinging and the
Yeah.
speakers, and it's just a little overwhelming.
I turned my my email and my WhatsApp on the computer off just so I could, you know, stay focused on this and have as few notifications as possible. But
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of curious to see how this networking is going to go.
I think it'll be fun. Looks like we have 85 attendees so far. So
97. Wow.
oh, I guess with panelists.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
Surely.
For anyone who's in the room and is excited to join us for the networking session, we'll get started at 3. Please take this time, if you haven't already, to connect on Slack. We will be using it throughout this networking session. So it'd be great if you had your profile set up or at least, you know, your name on there as it's on Zoom so that people can find you. Dan, do you want to translate that real quick?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I was just asking people to go to Slack or to set up their account on Slack if they haven't already.
Ah, ok. Para los que se están juntando con nosotros ahorita, si pueden hacernos el favor de checar o verificar, mejor dicho, de que tengan una cuenta con Slack ya hecho, para que se puedan juntar con nosotros por medio de Slack. Lo vamos a estar utilizando en esta sesión para comunicarnos y para hacer preguntas y vamos a también indicarles alguna información que también va a estar en Slack.
Thanks, Dan.
Nos hizo una pregunta Maita acerca de cómo obtener una cuenta con Slack. En unos minutos, cuando comenzamos, vamos a tener a Ava Kaiser que va a dar las instrucciones de cómo se pueden conectar vía Slack. Más que todo es siguiendo unos enlaces y Ava va a dar la explicación de cómo hacerlo, porque la verdad yo no sé cómo hacerlo o cómo dar esa instrucción de cómo hacerlo en este momento. Jai, I see that you have a question about where to get information on the market size in the United States for bulk quinoa. I think maybe that's something we can discuss in the networking session once we get started. Rachel, where do we allow people to talk?
To talk. So when it's time, we will promote attendees to panelists.
Okay.
So we'll have to do that manually, and so everyone on the team will help with that. I thought it might be good to start that maybe 5 minutes before, but we could do that now. What would you prefer?
I think we'll wait until we get started.
That sounds good.
I was hoping maybe that you would say that there's a single button to push.
If only it was that easy. Hi, Dan. There's some questions in the group chat about potentially splitting into two groups, depending on if people are more comfortable speaking Spanish or English. I don't know how we would do that. So we can continue discussing that at the top, what people would be most comfortable with. I guess, but I said that we had a whole group plan in mind, especially since I don't really know how we would split into groups. So if you're good with moving forward with the whole group, then what do you think?
I think we will go with the whole group because I don't know how to create breakout rooms in the format that we have.
It's not going to, I don't think we could do breakout rooms for that purpose. No. We would have to ask people to self-elect into a different room. That's my major concern. So let's try the whole group. And if that becomes a little much, we can direct a lot of the conversation onto Slack and go from there. Okay, so Dan, it's about 5 minutes before. Maybe we can warn everyone that they're about to be promoted to panelists, and we'd like for their videos to be on, but their mics to be off when they come online. We can help with that, but that they should just sort of stay tuned for more instructions at 3 o'clock. Does that sound like a good plan to you?
Sorry, I was muted again.
We'll figure this out eventually. How do you feel about starting to promote people? But I want to give them a warning beforehand.
Yeah, let me close this window I've got so I can take a look at the participants. So there's 101. No, there's 89. I'm sorry.
So there are 91 attendees and 12 panelists. So we don't have to promote the panelists. We just have to promote the attendees.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm going to make a quick announcement warning everyone.
Yeah, there isn't a lot of talk. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, go for it. What'd you say?
I was going to say that there isn't a allow to talk button.
So the way, do you want me to share my screen really quickly? I think, if you go to the attendees list and you hover over a participant and you see the More tab.
Yes, I just saw it.
And you click that, it will be say promote to panelists. So that's what we'll just be doing that for 94 people and everyone else can help.
So as soon as you make your announcement, I'll do the translation afterwards.
Sounds great. Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming to the Agronomy, Breeding, and End Use networking session.
Just go ahead and do the whole,
okay, sweet. Cool. Yeah. We'll get started in a few minutes, but Dan and I will be your facilitators and we will start promoting you to be panelists in this meeting so that we can see your video and you can speak.
Buenas tardes o buenos días a todos. Les damos una bienvenida a esta sesión que vamos a tener de Haciendo Conexiones. Queremos decirles de que en unos minutos vamos a estar descambiando todos a panelistas y de que cuando lo hacemos, si pueden hacernos el favor de prender su video, pero apagar su micrófono. Y después de eso vamos a comenzar la reunión. Entonces, si nos pueden hacer el favor de prender su video, pero de apagar su micrófono cuando les cambiamos a panelistas.
Okay.
So should we just start now promoting people to panelists?
I think so. If
Okay.
any other team members are on the call, can you help us with promoting attendees to panelists?
Yep, definitely.
Just
and if
letting
one,
you know that I'm here as your translator, so or interpreter. So just let me know when you need me.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Shirley.
You're welcome.
I was just shooting from the hip and wasn't sure what resources, who was available already.
Yeah, I'm the only one that's available. Unfortunately, Sonia is flying back from Florida today, so she's in the air.
Shirley, just to give you a quick overview of what Dan and I are thinking throughout this, we're going to stick with sequential translation, and we're going to try to do our best to remember to be kind to you and stick to 2 sentences at a time. And there are going to be points where we're going to be asking the participants to also be speaking, but we'll try and keep that pretty structured. And Dan and I will sort of take the lead on, reminding them if they are speaking in long sentences. So that's our plan. And we'd love feedback from you throughout this on what's working for you and what's not. It's totally okay to interrupt us and correct us if that sounds good to you.
I may have to interrupt every now and then. I did have a couple of speakers that I was just in room 2 with that were talking. I mean, I understand you guys get really excited about your research.
No.
You're really excited about quinoa, but sometimes the excitement gets to be a little too much to the point you can't capture everything that you're saying. So I have to interrupt. So my apologies if I step on anybody's toes.
Step all you want.
Then I am not, hurting anybody or making anybody upset because I'm doing that. But.
Okay. If any IQRS planning team folks are in the room and can help promote folks to panelists, I'd appreciate it. Oh, it looks like we're almost done, question mark. Wow. Oh my gosh, there's so many people. I love this. Okay, Shirley, I'm going to start speaking to the attendees. Just giving you a heads up, I'll need translation.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the breeding, agronomy, and end use networking session.
Audio is not working. I can't hear anyone. Does anyone else have that problem?
We can hear you, Nate. Can you hear us?
So if you haven't yet, please keep your microphone muted and your camera on if possible. I mean, one of my main goals out of this session is to see all of the lovely people that have been in the rooms all day.
Bienvenidos a todos. Gracias por estar con nosotros el día de hoy. Por favor, si ustedes están aquí como participantes o oradores o presentadores, por favor les pedimos que bajen su micrófono para que se pueda escuchar lo que digan los otros presentadores o lo que digan los panelistas.
If you haven't already, please be sure to pull up Slack on your computer so that you can interact with us outside of Zoom during this session.
Si todavía no han abrido Slack, les pedimos a ustedes que por favor se unan con nosotros a Slack para que ustedes puedan unirse y ver las preguntas que se hacen en Slack.
Rachel, would this be a good moment to do the tech introduction for Slack?
That sounds good. Yeah, I don't know out of the planning team if anyone has the capacity to do a quick overview of how to use our Slack channel. Is anybody willing to take that on?
¿Será que hay alguien del equipo técnico que pueda ayudar a darnos información sobre cómo utilizar Slack?
Hey, Rachel, do you want me to share screens of my Slack? Okay, I
That
can
would
do
be
that.
great.
Okay.
Thank you, Julianne. You're amazing.
Julian va a compartir su pantalla de Slack.
Okay, so what we have here is our Slack app. You can also interact with Slack on the web.
Lo que tenemos aquí es la aplicación de Slack. Es una aplicación, pero también la pueden ver por medio del internet.
We have several channels here on the left side panel, and it allows you to go ahead and find the right place for your chat and where you might want to interact with certain people. Where I am currently.
Del lado izquierdo hay varios canales donde ustedes pueden entrar dependiendo de con quién quieran pues hablar. Pueden entrar a cualquiera de esas páginas o canales.
So I'm currently in our random general channel. So this is where you can just pose any topic you would like.
Actualmente estoy en el canal donde uno puede pues hablar de cualquier cosa.
We also have questions for speakers, and this has been a great spot to view very specific dialogue.
También tenemos un canal donde ustedes pueden hacerle preguntas a los presentadores específicos. Esto ha sido bastante, nos ha proporcionado bastante ayuda a nosotros, pues para nosotros ver qué clase de preguntas son las que ustedes tienen.
We recommend that you use the @ symbol and locate the person that you want to direct a message to.
Les recomendamos que utilicen el símbolo de la arroba y le pongan el nombre de la persona a la que quieran referir la pregunta.
We also have the ability to do direct messages.
También tenemos la habilidad de hacer mensajes directos.
And you can send messages in a private manner that way.
Y puede mandar mensajes de forma personal y privada.
And you also have the ability to develop a thread. So here there's a thread going on where you're staying within a certain conversation.
También les da oportunidad de responder alguna cosa para pues que puedan comunicarse dentro de esas preguntas.
Do you all have any other questions about Slack?
¿Tienen algunas otras preguntas sobre Slack o cómo se utiliza?
If anyone does have questions, you can unmute yourselves.
Si ustedes tienen alguna pregunta, pueden encender su micrófono para poder hacer su pregunta.
Ninguna. Ok, está bien.
So I have no questions. Everything seems okay to me.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And
Fabuloso. Gracias a todos.
I'd like to take this moment with my co-facilitator, Daniel Packer, to introduce ourselves. Dan, would you like to start by introducing yourself to the group?
Quiero tomar este momento pues para introducirnos a mí y a mi otra persona en el facilitador, ¿verdad? Daniel Packer, ¿te quieres introducir?
My name is Daniel Packer. I'm a research associate at Washington State University.
Me llamo Daniel Packer y yo soy un investigador asociado aquí en la Universidad Estatal del Estado de Washington.
I focus on quinoa breeding research and agronomy.
Mi enfoque es sobre la quinoa, la agronomía, cómo se crece la quinoa.
And I've been doing this for 4 years, I believe.
Y llevo aproximadamente como 4 años de hacer esto.
And my name is Rachel Breslauer.
Yo me llamo Rachel Breslauer.
I am a PhD student also at Washington State University.
Soy un estudiante que está sacando su doctorado ahorita en la Universidad Estatal de Washington.
And my training is in soil fertility, and this is my first year growing quinoa in an experiment.
Entonces mi entrenamiento es sobre la fertilidad de la tierra y este es mi primer año trabajando con la quinoa y su experimentación.
And it's a pleasure to have all of you here today, and I hope we can all learn from one another in
Es un
this format.
placer tenerlos a todos ustedes aquí el día de hoy y espero que nosotros todos podamos aprender algo de cada uno.
With Dan, I'd like to give you all a quick overview of what we have planned for today.
Con Daniel, pues quiero darles a ustedes más o menos un poquito de información sobre qué es lo que tenemos planeado para el día de hoy.
But I also ask for your patience because we are so...
Pero también pido su paciencia porque estamos...
I'm so excited to have 120 people here, but that will pose some understandable challenges.
Estamos contentos de tener a más o menos 120 personas aquí el día de hoy, pero esto sí va a ser un poquito duro.
Dan, Dan, do you want to give a quick overview of what we have planned for our session today?
Of course.
¿Quieres compartir algo sobre qué es lo que tenemos planeado para la sesión del día de hoy?
To begin with, I'd like to mention that if you are aware of any job opportunities,
Para empezar, quiero pedirles a ustedes que si ustedes saben de algún trabajo o oportunidad de trabajo,
if you haven't done so already, to post it in the jobs channel in Slack.
si no lo han hecho, les pido que por favor lo compartan en el canal de Slack.
And you can keep it formal. You don't have to have all of the details.
Y lo pueden poner así de forma formal, no tienen que tener todos los detalles.
And at the end of this networking session, we will highlight a few if a few are posted.
Al final de esta sesión, entonces vamos a darle énfasis a algunos de ellos, dependiendo de los que se posteen allí en el canal.
To begin with, we're going to start with a brief 5-minute icebreaker.
Para empezar, vamos a tener un icebreaker de 5 minutos.
And then afterwards, transition to a discussion where questions will be posed by the participants.
Y después hacer una transición donde los participantes tendrán oportunidad de hacer preguntas.
And these questions will be posed in the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen.
Y estas preguntas se pueden hacer en la parte de abajo de la pantalla de la sesión de Zoom en el Q&A.
And then we will select some of these questions, ask them, and then ask for participants to volunteer to answer them.
Vamos a seleccionar algunas de esas preguntas y de ahí vamos a pedir que alguno de los participantes pues quizás puedan contestar alguna de las preguntas.
Dan,
yes.
I think I have recognized our first technical issue.
Daniel,
Please.
creo que tenemos un problema técnico o por lo menos
because panelists cannot ask questions.
Parece que los panelistas no pueden hacer las preguntas.
So what we will do instead is use the random channel on Slack for responses.
Entonces, lo que vamos a hacer es que vamos a utilizar el canal donde usted puede hacer cualquier clase de pregunta y los participantes van a poder contestar.
So I'd like to start by just making sure that people can find that.
Entonces quiero empezar para ver de que las personas pues puedan encontrar ese canal.
So if everyone could please say hi or another greeting in the random channel, that will make me know that everything's working okay.
Si los participantes pues pueden decir hola o hello en el canal de randomizado diversas preguntas para saber de que esto esté funcionando correctamente.
It seems
And it
like we've
looks
had
great.
many responses.
Parece que tenemos varias respuestas.
Sorry to interrupt, Dan. You were talking about the icebreakers.
Oh, no.
Perdón por interrumpir, Daniel.
No, it's perfectly fine.
Es perfectamente bien.
So why don't we get started? Well, Rachel, do you think there's anything else we might need to announce?
Rachel, ¿crees que hay algo más que tenemos que anunciar?
Nope, I think we are all set to go.
Well, maybe we should start with our first icebreaker. Well, we have a couple of icebreakers. How many of you here are farmers or growers?
Entonces, vamos a empezar con nuestro icebreaker. Tengo una pregunta para ustedes. ¿Cuántos de ustedes son agricultores?
And place this in the Slack chat.
Y esto lo he puesto en el chat de Slack.
So for example, if you are a farmer, you can say, I'm a farmer in the Slack channel, and then people can find you.
Si usted es un agricultor, puede poner en el canal de chat de Slack que usted es un agricultor. Parece que Ernesto tenía una pregunta. It looks like Ernesto had a question.
Sí, yo quería participar. Buenas tardes, yo quería participar como productor y como también docente universitario. Es muy interesante.
So Ernesto would like to participate not just as a producer, but he would also like to participate as a faculty member of a university.
Yes. Son jóvenes que están empezando con la investigación. Felicitaciones.
He says you guys are all young and you're starting with these, with this investigation on quinoa, and he's very happy that you guys are taking the time to do this.
Yo he nacido comiendo quinoa, así que todo ese conocimiento estoy impartiendo con los jóvenes estudiantes aquí en Puno, Perú.
He was actually born basically eating quinoa from the very start. And so he is actually sharing the information that he has with his students in Puno, Perú.
Mi participación va a ser en el momento de preparación de alimentos. Eso quiero dar énfasis en esta reunión.
So his presentation or any questions that he can answer, he can ask them. He can answer them based on, ¿qué fue lo que dijo, perdón, Ernesto?
Sobre la preparación de alimentos.
On how to prepare the food using quinoa.
Okay, hasta pronto.
He'll see us later.
Thank you for that.
Gracias por eso.
So far we have, I think only 7 farmers that have raised their hand.
Me parece que lo que veo en el chat es que solo hay 7 agricultores de los que han subido la mano en el chat.
How many are students?
¿Cuántos de ustedes son estudiantes? Elsa, ¿puedes bajarle a tu micrófono, por favor?
So it seems like we're having quite a few more students.
Parece que tenemos muchos más estudiantes.
Okay, so, well, actually, it seems like it's about even.
Parece que tenemos un número igual de agricultores y estudiantes.
How many are researchers?
¿Cuántos de ustedes son investigadores?
Okay.
Bueno, but okay, so Daniel, I have a question.
Yes.
A student would actually be a researcher, so they could be both. You could count them as both.
Yeah, it's true.
Puede también ser un investigador, se puede contar igual.
As Ernesto said, you could be a farmer and a researcher. So we welcome
Como dijo
people from
Ernesto,
all.
ustedes pueden ser también un agricultor y un investigador. Así que bienvenidos a todos.
So we welcome people who wear many hats and serve many roles.
Así que nosotros le damos las bienvenidas a las personas que tienen varios roles, ¿verdad?
What about consultants?
¿Quiénes de ustedes son consultants? O sea, que son consejeros o que dan información.
Yo soy, buenas tardes primero a todos, soy proveedor tecnológico, soluciones para secado de granos.
Okay, so Luis is saying that he is, he's not a consultant, but what he does is he teaches people on how to dry the grain itself.
Y represento a una empresa de Taiwán aquí en Perú. Para el
So
secado
he
de granos.
represents a corporation from Taiwan in Peru.
La empresa es Sunkue.
¿Es qué?
Es Thank you. La
Oh.
empresa.
Oh, so the name, he just said the name of the company.
Actualmente estamos en últimos detalles para que Alisur, la empresa más grande exportadora aquí en Perú, adquiera un equipo de estos, ¿no? Y a través
So
de
currently we're working with one of the biggest companies here in Peru so that they can get the same sort of, I guess, same sort of equipment that we use for the company in Taiwan.
consideramos una solución para el problema de humedad y un secado ideal entre 11.5 y 12% para un perfecto almacenamiento del grano y transporte, ¿no?
So what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out a way to dry the grain so that it's perfect, either at a 11.5 or 12%. It can be stored.
Es decir, estamos en últimos detalles y bueno, tenemos diferentes tamaños y modelos según las capacidades que requieran los productores o las asociaciones, ¿no? Para la industria.
So it also depends on the size and different aspects that each of the industries or each of the companies needs.
Hay la experiencia de muchos lotes devueltos o no aceptados en destino por justamente un mal secado, ¿no? Se ha producido hongos, aflatoxinas y un
So
problema.
sometimes there are situations in which maybe the grain is just not dried at a correct level. So it causes things such as a fungus or other things that basically harms the production.
Después de una gran inversión en producir, en tener una gran producción de quinoa, el cuello de botella es el secado.
So sometimes after like a big production, you know, if something like that happens, it inhibits us from being able to store the quinoa correctly.
En la experiencia de los presentadores, ¿cuál es la solución tecnológica que están usando ahorita, ¿no? En grandes volúmenes? Sería mi
So in our experience, you know, a lot of people are actually trying to dry the grain itself in large volume, which is some of the problem.
Well, Luis, maybe this is a discussion that could be very good to develop in Slack so that many people can interact.
Luis, entonces yo pienso que esto sería una buena discusión que podría empezarse en Slack para que muchas personas pues puedan participar de esta conversación.
Because there are many end users and processors that would benefit from this information.
Porque hay muchos productores y muchos consumidores que puedan beneficiarse de esta información.
And Slack is a place where the conversation can occur over 3 days.
Y Slack es un lugar donde esta conversación pues puede seguir por 3 días o más.
Bien, bien. Voy a entrar entonces a Slack.
So he says thank you. He will actually post his question in Slack.
Podemos absorber cualquier tipo de consultas acerca de características, desarrollo, performance, tipos de combustible, incluso como fuente de energía, ¿no? Diferentes tipos.
So he's going to ask questions, or he's going to post his question there where people can ask more questions of how the grain can be used, whether it can be used as like a form of not just food itself and, you know, for you to consume, but can be used as other forms like for gasoline and things like that.
Of course. And I would encourage everyone to look at the responses in Slack.
Les pido a todos que por favor vean las respuestas que están posteadas en Slack.
And notice who is there and make connections for areas of interest.
Entonces, para que ustedes todos puedan ver quiénes son las personas que están participando y puedan hacer conexiones entre ustedes para seguir la conversación.
Rachel, it's almost 3:30. Maybe we should transition to making some questions.
Rachel, parece que ya son las 3:30. Deberíamos de transicionar a hacer preguntas.
I'd love that. Great idea, Dan.
Genial.
So with that, we would like to start with having participants here pose questions to the group in Slack, questions that they would like to be asked of the group.
Con esto, entonces, lo que nosotros quisiéramos es que los participantes hagan sus preguntas en Slack. Preguntas que se puedan hablar o dialogar así en grupo para que pues todos participen en la conversación y sepan cuáles son las preguntas que se están haciendo.
I would like these questions to be general.
Me gustaría que estas preguntas sean preguntas generales y no específicas.
So that we can get to know the group, and then we will ask specific problem questions later on in the call.
Para que nosotros pues podamos conocernos entre sí y después más adelante podamos hacer las preguntas más específicas.
So I'll take a moment to post questions for the group in the random channel.
Entonces voy a tomar un momento para postear algunas preguntas en el canal randomizado donde se pueden hacer preguntas diversas.
I see one so far. Be brave.
Parece que hay una pregunta hasta ahorita.
See 3. I want to get at least a couple more.
Parece que hay 3 o 4 más, pero queremos muchas más preguntas.
I see one that I really like.
Yo veo una pregunta que a mí me gusta.
Would you like to dive in, Dan?
Yes, and this comes from personal experience.
Daniel, ¿quieres hacer la pregunta? Y sí, Daniel dice que esto viene de experiencia personal.
So this is from William Weeks.
Esta es una pregunta que hace William Weeks.
Weed control remains a problem.
Parece que el control de las pestes sigue como un problema.
Any comments?
¿Algún comentario sobre esto?
I'll just briefly make a comment that I have lost many fields to weeds. Many fields of quinoa.
Sí, voy a hacer un comentario pequeño y es que para mí sí he perdido bastantes terrenos debido a este problema.
Including those sprayed previously with herbicides, like William Weeks suggests.
Incluido estos terrenos que han sido controlados con otros químicos para prevenir las hierbas malas.
Does anyone have a special trick?
¿Será que alguien tiene algún truco especial con lo que me puedan ayudar?
Wider row spacings. That's about all I can suggest.
What kind of spacing?
Just spread your rows a little bit wider.
Oh, entonces,
you may need to get in with cultivating equipment, and that's about the best you can do. It's like you would have done in 20 years of corn.
Entonces lo que dice Dwayne Johnson es que quizás lo que se puede hacer es que cuando uno hace la plantación de la quinoa, que se haga con bastante espacio entre las diferentes cosechas, que eso es lo único que él piensa que pues podría ayudar.
If I may come in on this, I made the suggestion. What about the use of plastic mulch to exclude light from the soil surface?
La pregunta que postea, la respuesta que postea William Weeks es que si se podría utilizar el mulch. Quizás para ayudar con esto.
Has anyone tried this?
¿Hay alguien que lo haya tratado o intentado?
Sí, yo puedo aportar. Esa es una buena pregunta que hace. Eso es un problema en el cultivo de la quinoa.
That's a very good question that you're asking. You know, it is a big problem with the cultivation of the quinoa.
Nosotros cultivamos aquí en el altiplano, ya sea Perú, Bolivia, Argentina, norte de Argentina, Chile, es manejo de rotación del cultivo.
So that's, that's kind of the same issue that we have even up here in the highlands. But one of the things that we do is that we rotate basically the crops.
Primero sembramos papa.
First, we will usually plant potatoes.
Después viene quinoa.
Then we'll do quinoa.
Después grano.
And then after that, grains.
Habas. Fabáceas.
So we'll do like different sort of things.
No tenemos problemas con hierbas malas. Generalmente no hacemos aporque ni de ciervo en la quinoa.
So when we've done this, when we've randomized our crops or, done a circulation of our crops, we have noticed that we haven't had as much of a problem with weeds.
Ok, si sembramos monocultivo, quinoa, obviamente vamos a tener muchas malas hierbas, difícil de controlar.
So if we continue to basically plant quinoa after quinoa after quinoa after quinoa crop, you're obviously going to notice that you're going to have more weeds.
Entonces yo recomiendo cultivar diferentes cultivos. Quinoa, otro cultivo, otro, y vamos a evitar de malas hierbas. Además, es una forma de controlar plagas y enfermedades. Ese es el manejo que se hace aquí en el altiplano.
So what I would recommend is to basically randomize your crops. Because what that does is it eliminates not just the weeds, but it also eliminates other pests. At least is something that we use up here in the highlands.
Okay, gracias.
Muchas
So Rachel,
gracias.
would you
Thank you.
William, did you have a comment you were going to make?
William,
yes.
¿tienes algún comentario que quieres hacer?
Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I hear, and it's a very good answer. The one thing that I'm looking at also is that quinoa is finding itself more and more in warmer regions of the world.
Es una buena respuesta, y lo que veo yo aquí, o lo que observo, es que la quinoa se va creciendo en más y más lugares calientes.
Where weeds tend to be more aggressive in their growth.
Donde las hierbas malas tienden a ser más agresivas.
And quinoa has a tendency to grow slow in the beginning until it
Y el
reaches...
quinoa tiene una tendencia de crecer más despacio al principio.
Until it reaches its reproductive stage, and then it grows rapidly.
Hasta que llega a su etapa reproductiva, y después empieza a crecer bastante rápido.
So the critical stages would be during early growth to suppress weeds then.
Entonces, para nosotros la etapa más crítica sería durante la primera etapa, donde está creciendo bastante despacio.
Yes, that's why I asked the question, should you use something like glyphosate prior to planting? But I know that it's very sensitive to chemicals.
Por eso fue que yo planteé esta pregunta sobre si se podría utilizar algún químico antes de hacer la plantación o de emprender la cosecha de la quinoa, porque yo sé que la quinoa es bastante sensitiva.
So, Rachel, maybe you should pick a question.
Rachel, quizás tú deberías de hacer una pregunta o escoger una pregunta.
There was an interesting question from that will be interesting to the breeders in the group. They asked, how do, excuse me,
Hay una
Mark
pregunta bastante
Mark Samuels.
Bastante interesante, era la pregunta de Mark Samuels.
Mark Samuels asks, I'd like to learn about doing test crosses. How do you prevent self-fertilization?
La pregunta que a mí me pareció interesante fue la de Mark Samuels, donde pregunta cómo es que se puede prevenir la fertilización, bueno, de la cosecha en sí.
If anyone has any ideas for this problem that that you can help Mark with, you can post that and tag him in the Slack channel.
¿Será que alguien tiene alguna respuesta a la pregunta que posteó Mark Samuels? Si es que la tienen, podrían quizás contestar esta pregunta en el Slack channel.
And that way you can share some information with him.
Y así pueden compartir información con él.
Dan, what do you think about asking another question of the group?
Daniel, ¿qué te parece hacer otra pregunta del grupo?
I have one in mind to bring people from the different disciplines we have represented here.
Tengo una pregunta que quizás podría unir a todas las personas de todas las disciplinas que están con nosotros el día de hoy.
I would like for our participants to ask a question of another discipline that might be represented here today.
Me gustaría que los participantes puedan hacer alguna pregunta de alguna otra disciplina para que alguien de las otras disciplinas pueda contestar esa pregunta el día de hoy.
So for example, if you're a processor or you work in quinoa end use, you can ask a question of breeders of a way to solve a problem in your field.
Quizás, por ejemplo, si usted es un productor o quizás alguien que trabaja con los consumidores, que usted pueda hacer alguna pregunta con referencia a eso para nosotros pues aprender de ello.
And so it would be good to keep these questions short and to identify yourself and what you need from others.
Me gustaría pues que las preguntas fueran cortas y que se puedan identificar ustedes mismos, pues para nosotros poder ver estas preguntas y aprender de ustedes.
So over the next minute or two, please ask questions of other people that might be able to answer your question in the group.
Quizás dentro de los últimos 1 o 2 minutos podríamos hacer preguntas que puedan ser contestadas dentro del grupo.
So a reminder, we have farmers, researchers, students, processors, and
Como
breeders.
recordatorio tenemos aquí presentes el día de hoy no solo los presentadores, tenemos agricultores, estudiantes, productores, también tenemos consumidores, tenemos a varias personas de diferentes áreas que están representando el día de hoy.
Yo tengo una pregunta.
Carlos Lozada has a question.
Sí, buenas tardes. Yo soy un agricultor en el sur del Perú, en Arequipa.
Carlos is a farmer in Arequipa, in the south side of Arequipa.
Pero no es una zona tradicionalmente productora de quinoa. Es una zona que está a 1,200 metros sobre el nivel del mar.
Okay, so this is not like your regular type of place where you would grow quinoa. It's not very common because we are about 1,200 feet above sea level.
1,200 meters.
1,200 meters above sea level.
On an arid environment. I also have a collection of quinoa cultivars from different parts of Peru. I have about 100 cultivars. And I'm myself trying to find out a new variety suited for my conditions.
Carlos está tratando de buscar una variedad diferente para las condiciones en las que él está, en la área donde él está.
And what I have found is that there are many interesting features in varieties that are beyond our reach. I mean,
Lo que él se ha dado cuenta es que hay diferentes características entre las variedades que no están al alcance de ellos.
For example, I find that there are very worthy features in Bolivian cultivars or Chilean cultivars.
Se ha dado cuenta él de que hay diferentes variedades pues entre los bolivianos y los de Chile.
And hearing other conferences here, other presentations, I realized that there is a very little germplasm exchange. There is a lot of limitation in order to share what we have.
Lo que él se ha dado cuenta es que hay una limitada forma de compartir este germoplasma entre las variedades, entre las comunidades de los cultivadores.
All around the world.
Alrededor del mundo entero.
So that's an issue that I'd like to raise and maybe to have different comments on that.
Este es un problema pues que a mí me gustaría traer a la luz o quizás que alguien pues pueda empezar un comentario, una conversación sobre eso.
Does anyone have any thoughts for Carlos's question?
¿Hay alguien que tenga alguna respuesta o que tenga algún pensamiento sobre la pregunta que ha hecho Carlos?
Sorry, just to complement that, I'm trying to make hybrids that could meet our needs. And I am looking for some collaboration from someone who would like to work together with
Él
my,
está buscando colaboración con alguien que quiera trabajar juntos en tal vez crear una nueva variedad.
yes, just to keep the idea open. Thank
Solo
you.
para mantener esa idea a la mente.
Carlos, I think your elevation and my elevation in northern Montana, I'm at 38 degrees north latitude.
Carlos, me parece
Similar problem.
que nosotros tenemos un problema similar aquí en Montana, ya que estamos casi al mismo nivel.
Charlie?
So we should talk.
Sure.
Rachel.
Yes, Francisco.
Creo que una buena plataforma de colaboración.
So Francisco believes that there might be a different way to collaborate. I'm sorry, Francisco, we're losing you a little bit, so I can't capture what you're saying. Perdón, Francisco, pero a veces no te entiendo porque la comunicación como que está un poco mal.
Que este simposio sea una plataforma de colaboración para el futuro.
So this platform, this conference, this symposium is to serve as a platform for the future as well as the present for collaborators.
Francisco, is there something you think we could do to improve this collaboration and maybe make some connections here?
Francisco, ¿tú crees que hay alguna forma de poder pues hacer más grande esta colaboración o quizás hacer alguna conexión entre las personas el día de hoy?
Quizás utilizar la plataforma web como una instancia de colaboración, comunicarse.
So maybe use the web platform so that you guys communicate amongst yourselves.
Y las personas puedan contar sus ideas y conectar con otros que puedan colaborar.
So perhaps maybe people can actually talk about their ideas there and maybe collaborate to be able to connect with one another.
I agree with you, Francisco.
Yo entiendo y sí.
And so maybe what we can do
quizás lo que podemos hacer
is make, at least for now, a channel on Slack specifically for requesting collaboration.
Quizás lo que podemos hacer es crear un canal aquí en Slack donde las personas puedan postear algo, una pregunta o algo, donde estén pidiendo más colaboración con otras personas que están aquí presentes el día de hoy.
But there may also be other platforms that may be better for establishing collaborations.
Puede ser que hayan algunas otras plataformas que se puedan utilizar para empezar o establecer estas conexiones o colaboraciones.
Nuestra plataforma podría estar disponible para esto desde Sudamérica. Quinoa Lab.
Our platform can be used by everyone, including South America.
Yes. And if anyone has any suggestions for other ways people on this call can connect afterwards.
Si alguien tiene alguna respuesta o que tengan alguna idea sobre cómo hacer estas colaboraciones después de la conferencia.
That can be directed into the collaboration channel in Slack.
Eso también se puede hacer por medio del canal de colaboraciones en Slack.
Does anyone have other ideas of how we can continue connections outside of this call?
¿Alguien más tiene alguna otra idea de cómo podemos seguir con estas colaboraciones después de esta conferencia fuera de esta llamada?
Yo creo que, si me permite, lo que plantea Francisco es muy interesante. Lo que pasa es que andamos muy individualizados en nuestros trabajos de investigación.
So I think what Francisco is actually posing is very interesting. The problem is that a lot of us are like working as individuals. So it's really hard for all of us to connect when we're used to working as individuals.
Lo que tenemos que hacer es juntarnos los investigadores, académicos, productores, entre todos para solucionar el hambre en el mundo.
So he thinks that what we need to do is that maybe we need to connect, like have all of the academic researchers as well as the producers kind of get together as a group because we really need to solve this problem of hunger in the world.
Al menos nosotros los agrónomos tenemos una misión que cumplir. Solucionar
Well, at least those of us that are agronomists have a function that we need to complete.
Vamos camino para allá y nos gustaría unirnos todos. Yo creo que esta pandemia que el mundo de hoy estamos sufriendo, al menos nos va a orientar a unirnos todos los pueblos en el mundo para poder.
I think it's very, very important that we do this collaboration, because this pandemic itself, it's showing us, that there's a big problem and we need to solve this. And the only way we can do it is by collaborating with one another.
Entonces, los investigadores académicos de aquí de América del Sur estamos dispuestos a trabajar con todo el mundo, como bien lo dice Francisco Fuentes.
We are more than happy, those of us that are here in South America, to be able to collaborate with people around the world to solve this issue. I think what Francisco is saying is very important, and I agree.
Nosotros estamos haciendo en la Universidad del Altiplano, aquí en Puno, cruzas buscando resistencia al estrés hídrico,
So what we're looking,
a,
we here we go here in the highlands, we have lots of issues. We deal with resistance to different things.
A plagas, enfermedades, además bajo contenido de saponina.
So we also deal with issues such as pests, other illnesses and things that hurt our crops. We deal with even issues with the saponin, the levels of saponin in the quinoa.
Me gustaría trabajar con la doctora, en este caso Rachel Breslauer, para
I would like to work with Rachel Breslauer.
Ella trabaja en suelos, entonces yo quiero producir quinoa, qué relación existe el suelo con la contenido de saponina. Es mi preocupación.
So specifically, I would like to work with Rachel Breslauer, just because she's studying the processes of the soil. Perhaps maybe she can help me figure out why we have issues with our saponin levels in soil.
Estos trabajos hay bastantes que hacer, entonces trabajemos en coordinación entre todos nosotros. Gracias.
So there's a lot of issues, and the only way we can solve this is by working or collaborating together on all of these issues. Thank you.
So maybe the best thing that we could take away from this meeting
Quizás lo mejor que podamos, o la mejor opinión que podamos tomar de esta reunión
is to begin making plans
es
for
para
better
poder
collaboration.
empezar a hacer planes para una mejor colaboración,
So that this is a learning experience
para que esto pueda ser una experiencia de aprendizaje.
and the next time we have a quinoa meeting,
Y la próxima vez que tengamos una reunión sobre la quinoa,
we have a very well-established collaboration network.
tendríamos una bien establecida colaboración entre sí.
Something like a Quinoa Facebook.
Quizás algo como una página en el Facebook sobre la quinoa.
Tal vez también la elaboración de un directorio de todos los participantes.
Perhaps maybe we could create some sort of a directory of all the participants from today.
Sus especialidades y la disposición de trabajar, ¿no?
That includes
Diferentes áreas.
information about specialties,
4254.
types of work they do.
Ava, would you like to speak?
What did you say?
There will be a directory published at the end of this meeting.
Sí, vamos a publicar un directorio después de esta junta.
But there are other ideas that might be able to be available.
Pero quizás hayan algunas otras ideas que estén allí.
Maybe the idea of virtual business cards that we could exchange.
Quizás una idea sería tarjetas de presentación virtuales, ¿verdad? Que podamos intercambiar entre sí.
Perfecto. Sí.
Perfect.
So we are drawing to a close.
Así que ahorita estamos llegando al punto en que vamos a cerrar esta conversación.
Rachel, is there anything else you think we should bring up before closing?
Rachel, ¿hay alguna otra cosa que tú crees que deberíamos de traer a la luz antes de cerrar?
I'd like to follow through on my promise.
Me gustaría pues cumplir mi promesa.
To highlight some job opportunities.
De poder dar a luz algunas oportunidades de trabajo.
There are 2 posted in the Slack right now.
Me parece que hay 2 que están posteados ahorita en la página sobre oportunidades de trabajo en Slack.
One from Francisco Fuentes at the Quinoa.
Una que viene de Francisco Fuentes en el laboratorio de investigación sobre la quinoa.
And one from John Huilca Quisepe from Spain.
Y parece que hay otra también que viene de Juan Giuseppe de España.
And I'd like to encourage everyone to go over to that channel to look at this.
Y les invito a todos a que vayan a ese canal a ver las oportunidades que están ahí.
And so, as we conclude,
en conclusión,
I'd like to encourage everyone to continue this conversation throughout the symposium.
Me gustaría recomendarle a todos que sigamos con esta conversación durante este simposio.
Both for what collaborations they'd like to establish.
Para ver qué clase de colaboraciones quieren establecer.
And what problems.
Sorry, al igual que los problemas.
That you can help answer.
De los problemas que ustedes quizás puedan ayudar con las respuestas.
And what problems you need help answering.
Y quizás podríamos seguir la conversación sobre los problemas que necesitan respuestas.
So with that, I'd like to start to conclude with some appreciation for everyone.
Con esto quiero cerrar dando unos agradecimientos.
Both everyone for attending this session.
A todos los participantes por venir a las sesiones.
For Shirley Alvarez for translating.
Por Shirley Alvarez, la interpretadora del día de hoy.
And,
Tener a Sonia, ella es mucho mejor que yo.
and for my co-facilitator, Daniel Packer, for making this such a fun process.
Y también para mi compañero facilitador, Daniel, que ha hecho este proceso bastante fácil.
Well, hopefully next time we'll collaborate over dinner after COVID.
Bueno, quizás la próxima vez vamos a poder colaborar cenando juntos después de que pase toda esta pandemia de la COVID-19.
With that, I'd like to turn it over to if anyone from the Quinoa team has any closing remarks that we need to make before ending our day one.
Bueno, con esto creo que quiero darle la oportunidad al equipo de la Quinoa, o sea, el equipo técnico que están aquí, si ellos tienen alguna cosa que quieran decir antes de cerrar esta sesión.
Well,
If
Kevin.
not,
oh, Abba.
Oh, I was just gonna, oh, sorry. I think I'm on two screens here. I was just gonna add some technical information at the end. So if anybody has anything else to add before that.
Lo que voy a hacer es que voy a compartir un poco de información técnica. Si alguien más quiere compartir algo más.
Shirley, si hay ideas o sugerencias para el funcionamiento del simposio, también por Slack, creo que es muy bienvenido.
So if anybody has any solutions or maybe any concerns or anything else that they would like to share regarding this symposium and how maybe we can make it a little smoother for the next 2 days, please feel free to share.
okay.
With that, I'd love to turn it over to Abba Kaiser for some closing technical remarks.
Con esto le voy a dar el plazo a Abba Kaiser para que ella pueda hablar sobre algunas cosas técnicas.
Thank you, Rachel and Dan. That was excellent.
Gracias a Rachel y a Dan, eso fue excelente.
We are going to reconvene here at the same Zoom link tomorrow at 8 a.m. Pacific.
Vamos a reconvenirnos mañana a la misma hora, a las 8 tiempo del Pacífico, por este mismo canal, ya sea el chat número 1 o el chat número 2.
We will begin the day with 2 keynotes.
Vamos a empezar el día con 2 oradores.
Excuse me, 1 keynote and then the lightning talks and poster presentations.
Perdón, un orador, las pláticas y después las presentaciones sobre los carteles o láminas.
And we hope that you enjoyed this first day of the International Quinoa Research Symposium.
Entonces esperamos que ustedes hayan disfrutado de este primer día del Simposio Internacional sobre la Investigación de la Quinoa.
The fact that we have almost 100 people here still is pretty incredible. So thank you for your engagement and support.
Eso de que tenemos ya casi todavía 100 personas aquí el día de hoy para nosotros es bastante grande y les agradecemos a ustedes por su apoyo.
And if you have a glass, just raise it now and cheers it to everyone here.
Si tienen un vaso aquí, pues por favor levántenlo y salud.
Cheers.
Salud, cheers.
We'll see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. at this exact
Los veremos
location.
mañana a las 8 de la mañana, hora del Pacífico, en esta misma locación. No se les olvide utilizar este mismo enlace para poderse reunir a las sesiones del día de mañana.
Take care.
Bye, everyone. Adiós,
Adiós
todos.
a todos.
Muchas
Pasen
gracias.
buenas
Muchas
noches.
gracias. Y chao.
Gracias a todos.
Chao.
Adiós.
Thank you. Gracias.
Great. You guys will have a better person tomorrow.
Shirley, you are great. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, you guys are just great for including us. Muchas gracias por incluirnos a nosotros, a la Escuela de Lenguajes, Culturas y Raza. Para nosotros fue un placer poder ayudar a ustedes el día de hoy y durante la conferencia entera. So thank you so much for actually including the School of Languages, Cultures, and Race at WSU for giving us this opportunity. For us, it's been a pleasure to be able to serve you and to help you in serving others with this conference, this symposium.
Thank you to you and Sonia and the whole team for all your work in translation with the videos and all of the hours that you've put into this event already.
Gracias a Sonia, al resto del equipo, por todas las horas que han puesto en estas traducciones, en las interpretaciones de esta conferencia.
All right, we're signing out. See you tomorrow morning. Hasta mañana.
Bueno, nos vemos mañana.
Ciao.
Ciao.